The line of stone hovels at the edge of the oasis wasn't the Kasbah, but Mack Schneider was ready to rock them. The orders were crystal clear: spare no one. Man, woman, and even the smallest child of these terrorist vermin were history. No exceptions. That was just fine with Schneider. Besides, combat logic dictated a survivor could run to the nearest army outpost or the camp of another armed Islamic group, GIA, sound the alarm, and start the hunt that could leave them all buzzard meat before they made the border. Schneider and his 5 compatriots had come this far against all odds, and were now stretched out on their bellies along the ridge of the Wadi, scoping the village of Bir Kalaba through NVD goggles. While they watched and waited on the team leader to send the signal to move in over his comlink, Schneider hashed over the serious reservations he'd harbored from the beginning of this venture. He'd never voiced them out loud to the others, naturally, but from the start of this headhunting incursion, the former GSG-9 commando hadn't been particularly keen on venturing into Algeria, the second largest country in Africa, and possibly the most dangerous place on the planet. He recalled the briefing by their French paymaster back in Paris, the big shot who was shelling out the huge bucks to nail one Mohammed Ahmad. Ahmad was a Syrian terrorist with more money, contacts, and connections than God, or so the rumors went. And he had brought this same Frenchman's world crashing down some years back, after kidnapping the man's family in Egypt. Schneider had caught some of the scuttlebutt about the Frenchman's past tragedy, but not all. It didn't matter. Schneider wasn't looking for emotional motivation anyway. It was all about the paycheck, set at $600,000 per terrorist head. Each kill was to be verified, which was why one of them toted a small video cam to film the scumbags up close and sporting a death mask. Now that paycheck had him poised to drop the hammer on 15 terrorists linked to Ahmad, who helped fund the GIA for reasons Schneider could only guess. Supposedly, Ahmad was on the premises, but none of them had yet to spy the terror mastermind during the past hour or so of sweating out the surveillance. They were now at the bottom of a notoriously murderous area known as the Triangle of Death. It stretched away from Algiers, down to the south, through land that was choked with farmland and date trees. So far, Schneider hadn't seen anything but sand and lunar landscape. They were near the vast rolling dune wasteland of the Grand Erg Oriental, where the Sahara began. The Triangle of Death was an endless, around-the-clock killing field, where a couple 100,000 people had been murdered in the past decade by the FIS and the GIA in an ongoing genocidal purge meant to put one or the other in control of the country. Schneider knew all about the 2 fundamentalist Islamic factions. They were hordes of murderous thugs who simply marched into sprawling villages, hacking men, women, and children to death, slashing their throats in orgies of killing that could go on for days, until thousands of bodies littered the countryside in rivers of blood. They took special care to slaughter teachers, journalists, playwrights, and even poets in the Triangle of Death, anybody with half a brain who might rage against the mindless violence. This was Schneider's first outing. The other 5, 2 ex-legionnaires, 2 former SAS commandos, and one of his own buddies from the GSG-9 glory days, had 3 headhunting ops under the belt. No question in his mind he could cut the mustard, but he still knew once the bullets started flying, all bets were off, and some terrorist's 7.62mm round could well have his name branded on it. The reward outweighed the risk, though, and he was more than willing to gamble his life he would come out on the other side. The drop-off by the French Aerospatiale 5 chopper at the border had gone off without a hitch. Disembarking to find Colonel Bouri Ayoub had the canvas-covered APC waiting. The Tunisian showed them the quickest and allegedly safest way through a wide hole in the border to skirt past any roving army patrols or fundamentalist goon squads. For his part in helping them get to the back door, Ayoub wanted a cache of weapons and a load of C4 he'd heard the GIA thugs had stashed away in the village. The team leader had assured the colonel they wouldn't come back with empty hands. Afterwards, they were to make for the only suitable makeshift stretch inside the Tunisian border, where the British aerospace C-29A would swoop down to haul them up and away. It was quiet below. The only sign of life a sentry who had come out earlier to smoke near the fire barrel on the west of the stone dwellings. Goats and camels meandered near the palm-treed pool of water at the north edge. 3 battered military jeeps and a Russian APC were parked near a stone building that sat off by itself. If the cache was anywhere, Schneider suspected it was the solitary structure that seemed to command a prolonged inspection by the sentry, inside and out. Schneider cradled his AK-47. All of them toted the ubiquitous Russian assault rifle, the weapons part of the deal with Ayub. The Legionnaires were the rocket men, their RPG-7s ready to let the warheads fly if the numbers suddenly stacked up, there or on the way out. Despite the nip in the air, Schneider was grateful to be out of the tunic and kafia, their combat vests loaded down with Russian fragmentation, flash stun, and incendiary grenades, spare banana clips for the AKs, a commando dagger sheathed on his lower leg.
Heads up, mates. We've got a road stepping into the light our way.
There were 6 hovels, a door on each side, with 2-foot gaps between each structure. They had their own triangle of death around the village. The Brits on the west, he and Kruger on the east, and the ex-legionnaires to the south. Schneider saw the door open to the front dwelling, light from a kerosene lantern spilling out, enough so that Schneider could remove his NVD goggles, dump them in a pouch, adjust his sight to the gloom. Another smoker, checking out the ridgeline, standing there as if he sensed they were about to be attacked. Not good. Maybe it was his nerves, he reasoned, or maybe... No way. Ayub wouldn't have marched them into an ambush. The smoker vanished back inside.
Check your watches, mates. 1 minute and counting, starting now. Let's go get happy and earn our paychecks.
Schneider rose, AK-47 leading the way, and headed down, Kruger by his side, into the Wadi of Death. To the east of the village, Worley, the former SAS commando, put his mind to the task, AK-47 poised to hit the first shadow that might want to step back outside for a smoke, a piss, whatever. This was a straight bull rush job, nothing fancy or tactically demanding. Kick in the doors, frag them, rush in, and spray any survivors. Keep it simple. It was distasteful to him to kill women and children, but he reasoned that with each offspring they mowed down here, they might save future innocent lives if the children weren't allowed to grow any older to carry on the jihad. With 6 hovels, each large enough to hold no more than 6 to a dwelling, it should be a fairly quick and easy slaughter, provided most of the targets were asleep, provided, too, every man did his job. He saw the ex-legionnaires split up as designed, 1 to aid the Germans, 1 to start the sweep from the south on his side. Checking his watch, Worley counted off the numbers, nodded at Turnbuckle to arm his frag bomb as they made the first door, starting at the north end. A thundering kick to the flimsy wood door, jacked up on adrenaline, and Worley nearly shattered the thing off its hinges. The grenade was chucked into a murky light that wavered from dancing kerosene flames. Auto fire blazed from inside the hovel. Turnbuckle hit the other side of the doorway as Worley lurched back. He could hear the effects of the attack coming from the other hovels. Turnbuckle's grenade detonated. Worley charged in, peeling off to the left, his ex-SAS teammate going in low to the right. Everywhere was smoke and the stench of blood and eviscerated leftovers. The blast had obliterated the lamp, spewing kerosene to ignite bodies, blankets, whatever else hungry flames could start feasting on. In the firelight, he counted off 5 mangled shapes, 3 strewn AK-47s. There were severed legs, a tiny arm. Then he saw the shredded figure slumped over a radio console, mic still clutched in hand, and sparks leaping from the demolished unit. Make that 4 terrorists, and he needed Marier in there on the double to start filming. All the sweat and blood would be for nothing if the man back in Paris couldn't view the grim results.
He couldn't have had time to sound any SOS. Let's keep rolling.
Worley and Turnbuckle made a charge out the door. 2 hovels were a clean sweep, Kruger fragging them out first, then Schneider homing in on the moans inside the boiling smoke to hose down survivors with long sweeps of AK-47 auto-fire. Schneider found himself irritated the women and children outnumbered the terrorists in the first 2 huts. They didn't get any bonus for bystanders. 3 armed shadows came spilling out door number 3, Schneider feeding his AK-47 with a fresh banana mag when Kruger bought it. He was their radio man, and Schneider silently cursed the lucky bastard who had just severed their only contact to the ride out. Schneider flung himself toward the face of the hovel, holding back on the trigger, aware he was stuck smack in the middle of a bursting lead dam, but there was nothing to do but focus on the immediate physical threat. He concentrated the raking burst across the trio of shadows, zipping them left to right as best he could. They were spinning, falling, when he nosedived away from the hovel, a swarm of bullets gouging up stone where his head had been a microsecond earlier. He was hammering the ground when he saw the silhouette stagger out of the smoke from door number 2. These GIA goons were proving tougher bastards to kill than he thought. Morier was already on it, the ex-Legionnaire's assault rifle chattering out a bloody death knell. One GIA goon was bowled down, and the other terrorist was absorbing rounds. He bowled into the storm, tearing him up, and the grenade in his hand blew nearly point-blank in Morier's face. 2 of their own down and out, Schneider knew they couldn't afford to leave their dead teammates behind. They could eventually get ID'd by Algerian authorities, and with a bunch of dead women and children scattered everywhere, things might wrap up too tidily. The Frenchman wouldn't want that sort of hassle finding his way to his doorstep. Despite Algeria being known as an outlaw nation, there would be an international hue and cry, a demand for the UN to investigate, maybe Interpol stepping in to open a few closets in search of skeletons. Schneider listened to the fading of auto fire from the other side, moving for door number 4, alert for any more shadows lurching outside, when Worley patched through.
Citra! Somebody, anybody, talk to me, dammit!
Kruger and Morier didn't make it, sir. I'm clear on the east.
Grab up Kruger and get that camera. I want this filmed and wrapped. Turnbuckle will cover you inside. We bail in 2 minutes. Copy that?
Roger.
Schneider got busy, draping Kruger in a fireman's carry around his shoulders. It was awkward bending and retrieving what was left of the camera, especially the bits and scraps around the hamburger remains of Morier.
How in the bloody hell could you have missed them, Schneider? Didn't you go inside and make sure every goddamn cockroach was stepped on? That was your job.
Schneider turned the man's rage out the best he could. He was more concerned with might show up on the rear of the commandeered Russian transport as he sat on the opposite bench from Bondeloy, the 2 of them scoping out the broken lunar hill country they were putting behind. They hit dunes in stretches, rolling up then down, the APC like some mini roller coaster as they barreled hard across the desert for the Tunisian border. The bodies of their fallen comrades were draped over the plastic-wrapped bundles of plastic explosive. Schneider figured there were 300 to 400 pounds of C4. There were also crates of Russian grenades, AK-47s, and shoulder-fired SAM launchers crated up in the bed. Ayub was about to get his payday, but Schneider was more concerned about theirs. Despite his screw-up, Schneider figured there was blame enough to go around, oversights that didn't only just seem unprofessional, but now had them in jeopardy of getting stranded, or worse. After Worley's rant over the comlink, the 2 Brits up front in the cab, Schneider fought back the urge to rail about the team leader's neglect in acquiring backup equipment. Without film of the carnage, it stood to reason the Frenchmen wouldn't pay up, despite the fact they'd lost 2 of their own, which was plenty of proof that they'd engaged the GIA thugs.
And another thing, Schneider, I don't have a... God, what the bloody hell is this?
They came out of nowhere, those ghosts he'd been dreading all along, and Schneider felt his heart lurch. They had driven in with their lights off, racing in from the north, but now he was counting maybe 15 pairs of headlights flaring on as the line of jeeps flew over the rise of a dune. The mounted machine guns opened fire next. He felt them soaring up another dune when the explosion erupted from up front. Schneider knew it was over, but he had to try. He was 1 step behind Bondeloy, flinging himself out of the bed as the fireball seared up his back. He hit the sand, rolled up, clutching his AK-47. It was only a glimpse, but he found still more jeeps and APCs rolling over the dune, the cab of their ride having been sheared off by the blast. Whoever they were, Algerian soldiers most likely, they were playing for keeps. There would be no fat payday, not even a trip back to Paris. So he stood, holding his ground, directing a long stream of auto-fire, even as he felt the bullets punching their hot lethal course through his flesh. Maurice Chabot knew there was a problem, and he didn't need the pilot to keep pointing at his watch and telling him how late the hit team was for pickup. There had been nothing but radio silence since Chabot tried to raise Worley several times over the past hour while they were grounded on the barren plain. Chabot stared over the shoulders of the pilot and co-pilot, reading their dark looks, aware they were thinking the same thing he was. They would have to bail soon. Colonel Ayoub might be in control of the region, but there were other military outposts near the border. Tunisian officers who hadn't been greased to let foreign killers hop back and forth from Algeria, and who might take exception to this unauthorized landing. Something had gone wrong. That much Chabot could feel in his gut, and it would be the first time in 4 missions to North Africa that he might be forced to abandon the commandos to whatever fate awaited them. He kept searching the darkness, urging the transport to show up, when he spotted the line of headlights in the distance. Jeeps, he believed, driving in from the northeast, from the direction he knew of Ayoub's compound. Even if they flew on, there was the backup team in Tunis, and he could raise them after calling Paris for further orders. Worst-case scenario, the backup team would have to roll down here and sort through the mystery, clean up any messes left behind, and maybe even venture back into Algeria if the first team had struck out.
Monsieur Chabot, this is Colonel Ayoub. Remain on the ground. We will be boarding your aircraft.
Merde! Start the engines quickly! Get us in the air before they plant those jeeps in our path! Ayoub has double-crossed us!
Do not leave. There has been serious trouble across the border. You remain in Tunisia until I have some answers. Respond! Stop the plane or I will shoot.
Go! Lift!
The jeeps became a blur beyond the cockpit window, the nose of the C-29A rising, when Chabot spotted the flaming fingers of mounted machine guns jabbing the darkness. They were too far out to score the plane, or so he hoped, as he strained his ears for the fearful thud of heavy-jacketed slugs drumming the fuselage or the wings. The pilot, Emile Dupré, heaved a sigh as they rapidly climbed.
They're dead, my friend. Even worse, I feel captured.
Chabot ignored the pilot, staring at the dark heavens, silently urging more speed and distance.
Just get us out of this godforsaken country!
You have to call Paris. Inform them.
I know what I have to do, just fly!
Chabot knew he was looking at a future as dark as the sky. He decided to take his time before he radioed the SOS to Paris. Bad news could wait until they were safely over the Mediterranean. Right then, he needed a trip to the wet bar, a few brandies to get his nerves under control before he called Paris to inform the man the walls had come crashing down. The world was still his to own and bend to his will, but all the trappings of fame and fortune had only brought him grief. No amount of money and power would ever snap him out of feeling like the loneliest, most miserable man on the planet. Dante Marquis sat alone in the back of his limo. A little more than 3 years earlier, he had set something in motion that he'd known all along could prove both his personal downfall and the ruin of a conglomeration of business ventures that had made him one of the 10 richest men in Europe. If money could buy happiness, he thought, then he should have been laughing at the mere sight of sunshine, partying the day and night, living and loving just as he had before. Before. His fist clenched like a vice. There were problems cropping up all over the place, and he knew this moment was long overdue. Money wasn't his problem, but it was the Achilles heel of the shadow men whose souls he had bought and paid for to help him engineer his vengeance hunt. And there were vultures likewise across the ocean in America who had been licking their beaks behind his back, seeking to pick clean the carcass of his sister company overseas. Soon Duclos and Anglais, up front, beyond the glass partition, would settle any problems for him waiting at the end of this ride. The American trouble would be dealt with tomorrow. He willed himself to relax, but it was impossible. He was waiting for news from Tunisia, keeping hope alive that this time that bastard responsible for his heartache had been found and disposed of, like the murdering terrorist garbage he was. Marquis watched the apartment buildings and the hotels pass by without actually seeing them. They were stark reminders of his past. Long ago he had walked these streets on the right bank of the Seine, hand in hand with her, when they were so deeply in love. They had laughed and strolled the parks, never tiring of gazing at the Arc de Triomphe, the Louvre, and the Eiffel Tower. After years of marriage, they had never tired of each other. They whiled away hours in the cafes, conversations always lively, the future theirs, and every day a new adventure. They would spend nights alone away from the grind of his empire, drinking and making love in first-class hotels. And they had their children to consider also. Nicholas and Monique, a son and daughter he had hoped would one day inherit his kingdom. They might have been shipped off to the best private schools in Europe, but they were never far from his thoughts or heart. Back then, he had lived in hope for the future. Now, there was nothing left but revenge. The glass partition parted, and he saw Anglaire's broad, scarred visage filling the space. They had arrived in the alley, parked by the private entrance to his club. People awaited him in the conference room where he did business with foreign associates or the men from Interpol. Paris was a city that didn't sleep, and men of money and power required some private sanctuary where they could unwind, indulge every fantasy their wealth could buy. He provided just a service, the only secret he'd ever kept from Martique. He understood the necessity of mixing business with pleasure, the cold reality of gleaning secret knowledge about an associate that could provide both rewards and a safety valve down the road. In the past, he had always entered this place he dubbed Dante's Inferno with great restraint. Only once had he indulged in the pleasures of his after-hours netherworld, and felt suitably ashamed and guilty after the fact. Now when he came here, he found himself engaged in more pleasure than business.
Anglais, Duclos, you are to wait outside the conference room. I understand he brought his own security detail. They are not Interpol. I am told they are little more than common street criminals. He tells me not only is he greedy, but he thinks he can intimidate me with cheap muscle. The arrogance of this man never ceases to amaze me. I believe it is time for us to readjust his vision of the future.
With a double nod, the ex-legionnaires exited the limo. They snugged their topcoats over the 9mm MAT-49 subguns in special swivel rigging, and then Duclos opened the door for Marquis. Anglaire swiped a magnetic card, and the steel door before them slid open. It was a short walk down the corridor, light spilling from the conference room ahead. Marquis' men took up position by the doorway. He paused a moment, then entered. Agent Euclid Lasserre nodded in greeting as he rose from his seat at the end of the table.
Mr. Marquis, a pleasure to see you again, as always.
Marquis glanced at Lasserre's two henchmen and took up his post, staring them down from the other end of the tables.
Ah, these are my associates, Duil and, well, he calls himself Victor Hugo.
Let us get down to it.
But of course.
In Marquis' mind, Lasserre was little more than a thief. He was high up at the Paris division of Interpol, with contacts and connections in the American Justice Department and FBI. He had access to classified files, as well as the services of hackers who could crack codes and break through firewalls. Marquis needed the man, and he never liked needing anybody for anything, especially when the other party believed he was invaluable and invincible.
The further along this operation proceeds, well, sir, I am finding myself acquiring more risk. I am finding myself doling out larger sums to individuals I must do business with. Important men, you understand, who keep it going for you. Colonel Ayoub, for instance. The colonel was my personal contact down there, and the man, well, it seems he, like most of us, has a lifestyle to maintain. It was most embarrassing, the colonel calling my office to demand a quick transfer of funds to his account, more francs actually than were allotted for—
Enough! You want more money. How much?
Well, our original arrangement was 20,000 in US dollars, transferred to my Swiss account monthly. Now, I did not anticipate having to dip into my own money to make sure the way was safely paved for your commandos.
How much more?
Sir, please, you seem distressed. This is simply business, nothing personal.
Do not patronize me.
Very well. Considering the fact I now have a justice agent on my payroll, a man who recently came to me and discovered we were hacking into their files, well, considerable—
One last time. How much more?
To continue this arrangement, I will require an advance of, say, 500,000, plus an additional 50,000 per month. This will cover key individuals who now have their hands out. This will...
No.
Did you say no?
This is what I would give you. 30,000 a month. No advance. I will not be extorted. If I give you more now, you will want more tomorrow. Where does it end? You will pocket my money and feed these so-called key individuals breadcrumbs.
You listen...
No! You listen. We both have enough dirt on each other to bury the other one. If you value your career, if you value your freedom, you will accept my terms.
Or else?
Yes. I neglected to mention the one thing you should value the most. Understand, it is business, nothing personal. Gentlemen?
Marquis rose and turned away as the Interpol man's henchmen sensed the danger, digging inside their leather jackets. Marquis swept past his ex-legionnaires and walked down the corridor. The message was delivered. Marquis had other matters to worry about.
Yes, it's me, Mr. Marquis.
Yes, it is you.
I regret to tell you they have a problem.
Mack Bolan looked away from the scene of carnage as Hal Brognola took the remote and snapped off the picture.
Algerian state-sponsored news. Not exactly what I'd call 60 Minutes, but the CIA confirmed the reports. This little horror show was aired this morning across 4 different countries in North Africa. The FBI used a satellite intercept to pick up the transmission in France. Needless to say, the fundamentalist Islamic world is flailing about from Mecca to Morocco, railing about some Western conspiracy to do in their holy warriors in a campaign of genocide.
Bolan had already perused the intel package as soon as he'd slipped into the Big Fed's office at the Justice Department, and pieces of a sordid picture were coming together. He'd been standing down at Stony Man Farm, the ultra-secret covert ops nerve center in Virginia, when his old friend had called to inform him of a potential crisis situation. The man, also known as the executioner, studied Brognola's face, waiting for the justice man to lay it out. His old friend looked about as relaxed and rested as Bolan had seen in some time, but the soldier could spot the tension building in his eyes. Brognola was both liaison to the President of the United States and in charge of Stony Man Farm, handing out missions that were sanctioned by the man when national security was threatened. It was a responsibility that often dropped the weight of the world on the Big Fed's shoulders. Bolan had seen the man age 10 years in a few short days when Bolan, or any of the other Stony Man warriors, Able Team and Phoenix Force, were out there in the trenches.
I don't see the Algerians running to the UN and crying foul anytime soon, but this massacre is identical to 3 other slaughters that made headlines in Egypt, Yemen, and Morocco. Same M.O. Western commandos swooping down on remote villages suspected of harboring terrorists. Women, children, the family camels, these guys give new meaning to scorched earth. They've gotten in and out, bang, bang, clean getaways, which indicates to me a whole lot of palm greasing in the countries they've hit. Well, we know who they are and who's financing them. The bodies the Algerians are holding on to and parading before the cameras have been ID'd by the State Department and the CIA, and the buck stops at the doorstep of one Dante Marquis. He's a multi-billionaire entrepreneur who has acquired his own private army of international headhunters. He inherited his father's wine-making business, then moved on up, branching out and grabbing up chunks of this and that in various takeover deals. You name it. Fashion, magazines, his own publishing house, and a cable network. His bread and butter is manufacturing 3D video games, everything from arcades to CDs for Junior's computer and TV. Sex and violence stuff has made him one of the richest men in Europe. There's a sister company in San Francisco helping the man shape the minds of our next generation. On the surface, the guy looks clean, until you start digging around beneath the pond scum. When it came to the FBI's attention, the man was hiring former commandos, GSG-9, SAS, a few of our own Green Berets, and a bunch of ex-legionnaires. It looks like most of these guys were hand-picked. To a man, they were down on their luck and down to their last dollar. Needless to say, they whipped up a bad odor, especially when the CIA confirmed the identities of the commandos on their first Egyptian outing. When our people in Paris started turning up offshore accounts, numbered Swiss bank accounts, we wiretapped and monitored the movements of Marquis and his associates. The commandos have their own compound retreat in the French countryside. When they aren't shooting up the hills and the vineyards, every day's one big party, with booze and high-priced beauties from Paris. My people heard enough to know that Marquis is doling out $100,000 per terrorist scalp. Apparently, after each hit, the hunters film the carnage for Dante's personal viewing. Proof, I gather, that the mission was accomplished. I'd say the man's bounty hunters were doing the world a charitable service if it weren't for the fact that they shoot up every innocent in sight as well.
I don't see any altruistic motive on the man's part.
It's vengeance, plain and simple. His wife, son, and daughter were on vacation in Cairo. Marquis was supposedly locked up in a major business deal. He was about to join them when Egyptian riffraff snatched them off the street. They were tortured, the wife and daughter raped repeatedly. Then their throats were slashed and the bodies dumped near the pyramids. No ransom demand. There must have been some sort of in-your-face statement. I know, you're looking for the national security threat. Here it is, Stryker. A Syrian named Mohammed Hamad, who made his own bloody climb to the top of the terrorist dung heap. Sold Russian hardware, small and large arms, a mover and shaker in the heroin trade. And he was off and running, financing terrorist attacks, setting up camps across North Africa for the next generation of psychopaths. He was confirmed as the brains behind the Marquis incident.
And Dante's been looking to even the score.
We have it on tape. We also believe Marquis is getting assistance from Interpol. I've got names, a shopping list, contacts in Paris for you. I ran this past the man, and he'd like you to look into it. It's Hamad he wants. The guy finances, commands, and controls major terrorist organizations from Beirut to Algeria.
I've heard of him.
He's a snake. But he's a big one, pulling the strings from the shadows, and he's believed to be arming and financing Hamas, the PLO, and fanning the flames of the conflagration consuming Israel. Forget Arafat. Hamad, the CIA says, is the spearhead looking to land Syria on the map as numero uno outlaw nation, exporting terrorist slaughter machines. And Marquis has all the tools at his disposal to track the Syrian down.
And you're thinking I latch on for the ride?
Right. I don't know how you'd do it. Maybe you can go to Marquis, offer your professional services.
That's a thought.
So, you're in?
San Francisco. Jean-Claude Lapierre wanted this sorry encounter wrapped up as quickly as possible. It would take most of the day, he figured, to clean up the mess, drive to the city, and dispose of the bodies in the bay. And there were other matters requiring his martial skill. A critical situation regarding the Syrian had been brought to his attention, the primary reason they had been in San Francisco for 3 days. His security team was on it, rooting out leads to a suspected Ahmad cell, while he took care of the unpleasantness. 7 hard men with an arsenal at their command, back in the city, bits and pieces of intel outright stolen or borrowed from a Justice Department and Interpol stooge. The former Legionnaire frowned at the sight of the 3 luxury vehicles parked in the driveway. He mentally reviewed his investigative intel and figured all were present and accounted for. 1 lawyer, 1 accountant, 1 CEO, ordered to come alone without chauffeurs. Not all the king's men were waiting under the silver-domed roof of the estate in San Francisco's wine country, but these 3 would vanish without a trace. That would fuel rumors which, in time, would have to be addressed during some midnight call on the others. He would make sure their heads were right and their mouths shut. The place looked more like a spaceship than a retreat for the charter members of Dante Marquis' American branch of Marquis International Incorporated. He saw Vice President Gordon Martel standing behind the glass bubble of the viewing room, where the second-floor balcony was as spacious as any park in Paris.
Look at him, Montmartre. The sun barely up and Monsieur Vice President is already working on a glass of wine. Something to calm the nerves, eh? There, parked near the bottom of the steps.
Lapierre gave the bulge of the Glock 17 beneath his cashmere topcoat a pat with a black-gloved hand.
Bring the cleaning materials.
How come you get to have all the fun?
Stick with the plan. Work now, play later. Shall we?
You're in charge.
They climbed the stairs. LaPierre took in the scenery of the vineyards and the distant rolling hill country, and looked over his shoulder as Montmartre lugged the large nylon satchel. As he stood at the glass sliding door, he saw Martel, with glass in hand, strolling through the living room and throwing his partners in crime nervous looks. Bintin and the lawyer, Feinstein, were sitting far apart on a white leather couch. LaPierre stood at the doorway, irritation rising. He had expressly told them to be waiting in the conference room. With the three of them now lounging on expensive furniture, cleanup could prove a time-consuming chore. Montmartre grinned and gave LaPierre a soft shake of the head, obviously seeing sweat in his immediate future.
Yes, I know, it's a dirty job, my friend.
Perhaps you'll indulge me a glass of wine or two, eh?
I'll even take out the garbage for you.
You're all heart.
Smiling, LaPierre led Montmartre down the sitting room, nodding at each man in turn.
You care to tell us the nature of this emergency meeting? This is highly unusual. I would assume if there's some urgent business, Mr. Marquis would be here.
Instead of his flunkies? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. Let's get on with it.
But of course, I will waste no more of your valuable time.
LaPierre took up post in front of the teakwood coffee table.
It has come to Monsieur Marquis' attention that the three of you are behind a conspiracy to rob him blind.
The accountant leaped to his feet.
That's preposterous. Who are you? How dare you?
LaPierre had the Glock out, the air freezing around him with panic. The accountant was first, the Glock painting a third eye on the man's forehead. He shifted his aim to Martel.
No, please.
The glass slips from Martel's hand, spraying a red stain across white carpet.
Why did you have to do that? I have to clean that up! Idiot!
No, listen, there must be some mistake.
Yes, there was a mistake. Monsieur Marquis regrets his oversight in neglecting his American company.
But...
Shut your filthy lying mouth! I am not here to listen to your lies and your excuses and your rationalizations. We have discovered offshore accounts, a sizable gross income from our videos that your accountant pilfered, a bad magic act that made it appear we were losing money. He was not as clever in juggling the numbers as you had hoped. Your offices were bugged, your phones tapped, we know. End of story.
Look, we can fix it. We can make it right.
Too late. This is house cleaning. Goodbye.
No,
Colonel, quite a mess. Brains are not an easy matter to clean.
Get to work. We have a long day and much to do. If our sources are correct, I have only just begun making messes.
The International Criminal Police Organization, also known as Interpol, was the weight behind his sledgehammer of revenge. He needed all the intel and resources at their disposal if his commandos were to hunt down and slay the demon and his legions that haunted his sleep every night. Interpol was his personal CIA, but his eyes and ears could also wear the dirty shroud of duplicity, backstabbing shadow men playing their own secret games. It was the nature of the beast. Dante Marquis moved through the bank of monitors in his command and control center. It was located in the renovated hotel that now housed his multifaceted kingdom. He gave it brief consideration that it was always good to keep his friends close, his enemies even closer. Interpol had opened the vaults to terror havens like magic, putting his commandos on to the scent of blood. But Interpol could also prove a giant albatross around his neck, unless he continued balancing the high-wire act of cajoling, greasing, monitoring, and applying the right dose of intimidating heat when necessary. Cloaked in mystery, from its unorthodox formation in 1923 in Vienna to the present, Interpol wasn't controlled by any single government. It was a power unto itself, which meant the dark side of men could take over where good intentions weren't backed up by ironclad principle. Somewhat like the UN, it was a free-roving giant, but Interpol was no paper tiger. Its agents were lions with guns and badges, and sometimes men backed by the law could elevate themselves to the ranks of gods. In the beginning, Interpol hunted down counterfeiters. Later they tracked down and brought to justice Nazi war criminals who couldn't buy their freedom. These days it was skyjackers, terrorists, money launderers, every ilk of international crime, from the bank president who had pilfered seven-figure accounts to drug cartels whose vast oceans of cash were electronically gobbled up in numbered accounts. Interpol could now access any bank account in the world. It also didn't hurt his cause that Interpol's world headquarters was planted just outside Paris. Marquis found Anglaire in the rolling chair, his head swiveling from the satellite monitors to the situation wall map of the world to a ream of fax papers.
How many men are we down to?
36, and it would appear the good Colonel Ayoub sold us out.
Ahmad?
With our Colonel Ayoub.
Are you sure? We have been duped before by Ahmad.
Interpol's source in Tunisia confirmed it. Ahmad is there, but believed to be ready to flee the country now that he knows the hunt has resumed. I just learned Ayoub was funneling the Syrians' arms shipment to GIA cronies in Algeria. He intended to use our people to take back the arms shipment in the village. Then, I presume, he would have disposed of Worley and his team. And of course, your money would not have been refunded. A one-shot stab in the back, and Ayoub becomes a reasonably wealthy man by Tunisian standards.
Our intelligence has been sloppy. I am thinking I may have to send you back to have another chat with our friends at Interpol. Should this happen again...
It was ugly enough, Marquis thought. The Syrian bastard had engineered the abduction and murder of his wife and children. Now this latest treachery. Ayoub in league with the Syrian, standing beside Ahmad, caught on satellite, both of them grinning as if sharing a private joke. Just seeing the hawkish, swarthy features and those cold black eyes made him think of a dozen different torture scenarios he would put the devil through if he could cage him somehow, have him dumped in the remotest region of France where not even God would hear his screams. His hand trembled, and the sat pix tumbled from his grasp. His very soul seemed swallowed up by a raging vortex. Every time he thought he had the monster in his grasp, fate slapped him in the face with yet another failure. The hatred burned on. The shame welled to bubbling nausea in his belly whenever he recalled the way in which his family had been butchered like sick cattle, their naked bodies mutilated and dumped at the foot of the pyramids, his women having been repeatedly raped. He should have been there with him. Would have been had it not been for business, the mega deal that had landed him his own cable network. He often lay awake in bed, sometimes the entire night, wondering whether things would have turned out differently if he had been there. But how? What could he have done? Since there had been no ransom demand, he had to assume it was some sort of personal statement, directed solely toward him by the jihad monsters.
We also have the situation in San Francisco to consider. The house cleaning was a success, but there is the other matter of the latest sightings.
Only if they are confirmed as Ahmad's cell, and only if this devil manages to vanish from Tunisia. What is the status on Koch and his people?
Awaiting orders.
Call Koch. Nothing and no one is to stand in the way of their capturing Ayoub, even if they have to burn down half the Tunisian countryside. I want them unskinned alive if that's what it takes to pick up the Syrians' tracks. I want payback for Ayoub's treachery. In fact, I want to hear him scream over the satlink. And I want another team ready to fly out at a moment's notice for Tunisia. It's time to up the ante. $5 million to the man who can bring Ahmad back to me alive. We have lost 6 good commandos. How is your search for replacements coming along?
I have already combed the various files from our friend at Interpol. It could take time, finding the sort of individual who might fit our requirements.
Yeah, former commandos and legionnaires, turn on their luck with nothing left to lose? I don't have the time. I need to field another team. I'm thinking of launching several operations across North Africa at the same time. A net of blood and steel that Ahmad will not be able to slither through. Listen to me. I am closer than I have ever been to claiming the head of Ahmad. I will spare no expense, no amount of lives. God has given me the world, but he has likewise seen fit to rob me of the one thing I loved more than life itself. Now, it is up to me to play God's role. From here on, I want constant situation reports. I will decide who will live and who will die. The final days of either Ahmad or myself are upon us.
France. There was smoke, but no fire. Infiltration of the ranks would be the key that would lead Bolan to the flames of the Frenchman's vengeance machine. During the flight to Orly, Bolan had sifted through every piece of intel Brognola had handed over, putting names to faces, reviewing past failures and victories, and assessing the talent of the opposition. Plowing through all the mystery and speculation, backed up now by certain recent facts and solid intel, the soldier had devised a plan as old as the Trojan horse. He was a master at role-playing, using deception and subterfuge over the years to pave deep inroads into an enemy's camp, often insinuating himself as part of the opposition team. Of course, there was always great risk involved, wearing a mask of deceit that could get ripped off any moment. No risk, no reward. For his scheme to succeed, it was imperative that the executioner get close to the Frenchman. His martial skills were an asset that he planned to sell the entrepreneur. That way, he could hunt Ahmad while plotting the fall of the House of Marquis. Once it was thumbs up from Marquis, he would have to weigh each moment as it came. It was never that simple, gaining trust and respect of the enemy. Step onto thin ice, and it could crack wide open. Marquis had no military background, but he had money, clout, and motivation, which could make him every bit as dangerous as his most rabid terrorist hunter. The executioner understood vengeance all too painfully well. His own journey down the road of war everlasting had begun much the same way. He thought back to the young Special Forces sniper who had come home from Vietnam to find his family wiped out by the Mafia. Like Marquis, Bolan had his immediate family snatched away, except for brother Johnny, by cruel circumstance beyond his control. But there was one clear distinction between himself and the Frenchman. This guy didn't give a damn about collateral damage. If innocence got in the way of flying lead, too bad. Likewise, witnesses seemed to be a thorn in his side. When women and children became viable targets, just a lousy mess to clean up like the day's spilled milk. Then that fine line between justice and vengeance was crossed, and when the focus of revenge was shattered by white-hot passion and indifference to innocent life, then it was time for the avenger to pack it in and be held accountable to the blood standards of ultimate justice. The compound was just as Special Agent Hardin had laid it out. It was a large two-story country house, off the beaten path in the province of Champagne, tucked in a forested valley. Champagne, the next province down from Paris in the Ile-de-France, was a region bathed in more blood down through the centuries than any other stretch of real estate in the country. These days, it was wine-growing country, where old man Marquis had launched his business in Bubbly. That had eventually left the son wealthy to the point of obscenity and rendered him a soul tortured by his own past tragedy. Bolan's game plan had some holes in it, but he decided to brazen his way straight to Marquis, plug up any gaps with artful persuasion and cold logic when he met face-to-face with the man. After a 30-minute surveillance of the compound from the western hills, Bolan legged it to a roost on the back side of the compound. 15 vehicles were parked out front, everything from Renaults and Peugeots to a smattering of SUVs, as well as a limo that he'd seen troop in the party girls. He was togged in a black suit for this incursion, the war paint covering his face, neck, and hands. Enough light spilled from several windows, top and bottom, but the shadows thinned out the closer he chartered his course in from the hedgerows, vineyards, and shrubland. It could go to hell once he was inside their lair, but with any luck at all, a malingering stalk around the premises might turn up a roving commando, or he could slip through one of 2 bottom-floor windows he'd spotted wide open, each with a shock troop and professional girl earning her fee, going at it just inside the frame for his easy disposal of lovebirds. The soldier decided to hold on for that wandering commando to get it started, but he wouldn't stay put much longer. Bolan reviewed the setup and mentally walked himself through it again. Special Agent Hardin had scooped him up at Orly, a military flight arranged by Brognola, and the soldier's gear and heavier firepower were now stowed in the large nylon war bag in the trunk of the rental sedan. The vehicle was parked a good mile down a narrow trail in the woods north. Bolan had walked in, using NVD goggles, searching the blackness for sensors, cameras, tripwires, and whatever else might alert the commandos they had unwelcome company. According to Hardin, they were a wild bunch who partied the nights away while they waited to be rotated out for the next hunt. Nothing more than a sentry or 2 might be sent out for a walk around the compound. Apparently, the local police also collected their monthly envelope from a Marquis lackey, and with no one within 4 square miles of the compound, the commandos felt they could squander Marquis's blood money free of worry from trespassers or tourists traipsing around the countryside. Even with drunken orgies in full swing under the roof, these men were all professionals from elite special forces, and they wouldn't prove easy tags, sated from sex and rubber-legged from booze or not. If he could prevent it, Bolan wasn't going for the jugular when he went in to make his presence known. He was there to test the talent, leave a message, and sign on as one of the Frenchman's bounty-hunting help. Hardin, left behind in Paris with the Soldiers' Justice Department credentials and SatLink, stated half the commando force was housed here, with the newer additions to the killing elite given room and board in Paris. Here were the more experienced pros, Marquis blessing them with perks and privilege according to combat experience in either the past or on missions they'd already undertaken in North Africa. The tranquilizer pistol, a special request from the soldier to John Cowboy Kissinger, Stony Man's ace weaponsmith, was perfect for the occasion to get the ruse off the launching pad. Stuffed in a pouch on his hip, Bolan had 24 pairs of plastic cuffs and gags to leave them trussed up. There was pepper spray in a slit for some unforeseen situation, a sneak attack on his blind side perhaps if he was changing clips for the T-gun, where he could again avoid the use of deadly force. Just in case, though, the soldier had his trusty and reliable Beretta 93R in shoulder rigging, and the mammoth 44 Magnum Desert Eagle riding high in quick-draw leather on his hip. For the finale, the M79 grenade launcher was strapped around his shoulder, a 40mm tear gas curtain call down the chute. 2 more sense-choking bombs hung from his webbing, and 1 time-delayed canister dangled on his webbing for an inside plant. As he listened to the music from the farthest upstairs room to the west, the soldier palmed the T-gun. They were having quite the good old time. An occasional scoping of the shadows behind the rows of curtained doors told Bolan as many as 10 to 15 merrymakers swelled the far room. The soldier spied the hedgerow reaching out from beside the back patio. Trellises smothered in ivy stretched close enough to the first solitary window of orgy. It was time to test the talent, send a statement to Dante Marquis that maybe the big cheese needed a little tougher and smarter hunter on board to tighten up the troops. The executioner was 5 steps from cover when a shadow eased onto the patio. The commando lit a cigarette, and Bolan figured he was nailed before he even reached first base. Then the orange winking eye moved away in the opposite direction when the smoker turned his head from the stalking path of the soldier. Bolan lifted the T-gun, cutting the gap to victim number 1 in swift strides. Sweeping over his first victim, Bolan rolled him on his stomach, plastic cuffs binding his hands behind his back. A thick nylon gag with fat rubber ball was crammed into the mouth. Then Bolan dragged him to the hedgerow. It was a trifle more noise than he cared for, shoving the body into bushes, but the combined racket of music and lewd mayhem took care of the problem. The soldier was up and angling back for the patio, wondering if this was going to be too easy, when a Commando John and lady friend stepped through the doors, both of them looking up and straight his way. The sight of a black-painted specter boiling out of the night with gun in hand had the expected effect. Bolan was afraid the sound of the breaking Canadian mist bottle would reach the ears of anyone close enough beyond the door to send the cavalry running. A vented yap from the whore was a microsecond away from rifling the air when the executioner zapped her to sleep first. She was tumbling to the patio, the commando digging out his sidearm when Bolan drilled the dart into his neck. He was all over them next, relieved to find no armed figures charging out from what appeared to be a dining room beyond the open French doors. 3 trussed up and wedged in the bushes, and the soldier was at the love for sale window number 1 in 4 shakes. A check of the grounds, all alone, and Bolan found he was still just a rolling bogeyman, with 2 lovebirds inside the frame. She was straddling Mr. Love Machine facing the window. Bolan was close enough to reach and touch them as they went at it on the divan, and when the whore opened her eyes, her mouth going wide at the sight of an armed peeper, she nearly mucked the soldier's play. The commando was fast, combat instinct coupled with the abrupt end to the humping most likely telling him something wasn't right. Bolan almost lost both of them in the next eye blink, the arm whipping back, the commando starting to rise, when Bolan shot his arm out, wadding up a handful of the lady's bleached blonde hair before she could fully dismount. The commando was twisting around as Bolan rammed the woman's face to his skull. The love tap bought him a precious 2 seconds, Bolan hauling the couple out the window, dumping them on the ground, entwining them in anything but passion. 2 taps of the T-gun's trigger, and Bolan quickly bound and gagged them, put them behind to be discovered in their birthday suits. The clock was winding down fast now. the soldier deciding to pick up the pace, no longer concerned about hiding bodies. How many more could he take out before he turned the house into a gas chamber? He decided to push his luck. The fatter the scorecard, the better with which to impress on Monsieur Marquis that one Colonel Rance Pollock could deliver the winning home run when the team was behind. Moving on, watching his six, the executioner peeked in on the next union. They were on the bed, 15 feet down range, candlelight throwing dancing shadows over their quietly heaving shapes. Bolan put them to sleep, one dart each to the arm. He slipped silently between a thin break in another hedgerow, tallying the sleeping beauties down to 7 shots. Crouching beside a sliding glass door, Bolan discovered 6 commandos had hobbies other than hedonism. It was a sprawling entertainment room, 2 pool tables, a bank of video games with wet bar, and jacuzzi whirlpool for 12 or more. Everything a commando fresh off a killing expedition would need to wind down. The 4 commandos, Bolan observed, were sipping beer and shooting pool, the closest targets to entry. In the far corner, 2 more of the Frenchman's hunters had donned spaceman helmets and were working the mounted plastic ray guns in a frenzy from the arcade. Time to give new meaning to brazen, the soldier decided. Not surprisingly, he found the door unlocked, slid it open enough to squeeze through, the T-gun up and chugging. 2 were dropping, hands digging at the steel missiles impaled in their necks, when 3 and 4 spotted the big invader and went for shouldered Berettas. Surging ahead, the soldier pumped out the sleep projectiles, the helmets breaking away from the fantasy fun and games just in time to find their commandos heaped on the floor. Reality check for 2 more, and they were pitching next in tandem, heads wrenched from helmets, whatever 3D violence had them so engrossed, blinking out to the sleep of babes. Bolan sensed it was almost time to give it up, wondering if he should just let them lie and exit. He listened to the revelry, still in high gear above, checked the short flight of steps leading out of the playroom for incoming. The coast appearing clear, the soldier swiftly moved to bind up the 6, hoping his luck held long enough to fatten the scorecard. William Bull Dobson was beyond frustration, burning inside as he tried to put out of his mind the image of the whore upstairs. Was that suppressed laughter he'd seen on her face? Mockery? Loathing? Cooing out something in broken English, she recalled, trying to patronize him? Hell, it used to happen that way when he was married, too drunk and disinterested in the same woman and the same routine, always thinking he just needed something new and younger. Damn near a 5th under the belt, with the best-looking 20-something Parisian beauty he could have conjured up in his wildest fantasy, and there he was, seething and sulking, worried the bitch might spread the word to the other whores, who in turn would start the floating rumor. After all, he was in charge of the compound, with a rep to maintain. He decided to hit the game room, shoot a little pool, clear some of the whiskey sludge out of his head, and maybe he could try again later. Where there was a will, there was always a way, and he'd find it, whatever it took, even if she had to work longer hours. He froze, blinking from the top of the steps to the game room, wondering if he'd had so much to drink he wasn't hallucinating, one of the first sure signs the DTs were right around the corner. The big invader, camoed with black grease paint, was darting from the bodies of 6 of his guys. Adrenaline released into his blood and lifted the fog in his brain. The intruder was binding their hands with plastic cuffs, armed with 2 holstered sidearms, but obviously his commanders were still breathing from some non-lethal touch. The outrage, from whore to invader, was too much to bear. He went for his weapon, then found his hand grabbing at his shoulder empty of holster and weapon. Chalk up one more slap in the face. Just not his night, so far. But he felt the commando dagger nestled on his lower shin. It would be sweet, salvaging his rep, carving up this ballsy SOB head to toe, and getting answers while watching him bleed out and blubber for the pain to stop. Dobson bounded down the steps, the intruder rising from beside the pool table on full alert now, the sneaky bastard plucking a weapon from the floor. The ex-Omega Special Forces colonel felt all the frustration and rage burst in one lightning flash. There was enough raw, ugly emotion and bad memory to put speed enough to cut the gap in 2 heartbeats. Dobson told himself he wasn't about to lose this round. He went airborne, crashing into the invader, and he knew the night wouldn't prove a total descent into shame after all. The soldier was flung across the table on impact, falling over the rail, jarred to the bone, the T-gun flying from his grasp. Stars obscuring his sight as he hammered the floor on his shoulders, and waves of pain through every nerve ending. The human tornado seemed to fall straight from the ceiling next, 200-plus pounds of fury landing on him before he could roll away, stand and fight back. The executioner made out the ugly steel teeth on the serrated edge of the commando dagger, poised above the brute's head, and coming down, the snarling cyclone angling the point of entry for his shoulder, it seemed, looking to pin him like a bug to board instead of going for the straight kill. Bolan thrust up his forearm, blocked and swept away an arm that felt made of pure steel. One chance, a microsecond, was all he had, and Bolan made the most of it, the pepper spray can out and loosing a cloud that hit the human rhino square in the eyes, nose, and mouth at point-blank range. Blinded and burned, Dobson was rising from his straddle, lending Bolan one last window of opportunity. The soldier folded back a leg, then slammed a boot heel off the hard man's jaw. Dobson lurched upright, and Bolan jumped to his feet. The brute was surging back, blade out and sweeping, when the executioner scooped up the T-gun and chugged a dart into his adversary's neck.
What the fuck?
He wasn't sure the human tornado would fall, shuddering a second or two longer than Kissinger's allotted time frame. Then he wilted at the knees. Changing clips for the tranquilizer gun as he moved to the bottom of the steps, the executioner listened for any abrupt halt and laughter upstairs that would signal the racket in the playpen had sounded the alarm. Either they were still going strong, or they were pro enough to simply not alter the routine, slyly on the move to check out the ruckus in the game room. It was time to bolt either way. He put the canister on the floor, checked his watch, and set the timer for 1 minute. His head and body a swiveling compass, the executioner found the way out clear and regained his original roost with 10 seconds and counting to spare. The soldier took the M79, sighted on a set of double doors on the balcony, and sent the projectile flying. The impact fuse was touched off as it burrowed through glass, the noxious cloud erupting, sweeping the party room and creating a racket that was anything but euphoric. Bolan didn't linger, but spared a glimpse over his shoulder at the shadows flailing in stampede as the soldier melted into the darkness. André Duclos didn't appreciate being relegated to what he considered errand boy duty. He was a shooter, a killer, a legionnaire, not a messenger service. He was guiding the Mercedes down the main trail for the compound, kicking around resentful thoughts while getting the message from Marquis worded just right in his head. He wasn't happy. Marquis was enraged, and Duclos was coming out to fling some choice language at the commandos, remind them in no uncertain terms what they were getting paid for. Marquis holed up in his office suite all night, ranting about some conspiracy swirling dark storm clouds over the operation. Bogeymen, everything from treacherous Interpol agents to the American FBI and Justice Department, on the prowl and eager to swarm the Dark Citadel. The Algerian fiasco was the primary source of fear, and Duclos had been seconds away from asserting himself, warning Marquis it was perhaps best to lie low for a while, even slip the commandos out of the country, until they discovered the identities of all these shadows the entrepreneur was seeing all over France. Duclos believed someone else, such as a flunky on the payroll, should have been roused from sleep in the dead of night and sent out here to check on the commandos and tighten up the ship, instead of one of the man's top shooters. The more he thought about this inconvenience, the more it galled him. But Marquis was insistent in his demands, and Duclos knew better than to chomp the hand that doled out the fat paycheck. The all-night parties at the compound were notorious for their debauchery, something he could appreciate, since he wasn't above indulging in sins of the flesh. This night, Marquis wanted all whores sent packing from the premises. He wanted commandos with clear heads and bodies fit for duty in the morning. Marquis, as far as Duclos was concerned, might as well have asked these libertines to move to the Pyrenees. Still, he had a strong message to relay. The following day, a multi-operation would be launched, the most ambitious hunt to date. If there was so much legal heat on the scorching way, Duclos had to question the wisdom behind such audacity. He was guiding the Mercedes off the trail, out into open field, when he saw the pandemonium. He hit the brakes, the wheels sluicing over soft earth, his frame lurching in the seat as angry disbelief dropped over him like a wall. He couldn't hear the shouted words from the distance, but the manner in which the shadows of commandos and whores were stumbling all over the place, some kneeling and hacking their guts out around the motor pool, warned him the compound had been attacked. And why were perhaps 10 of the commandos staggering around with hands bound behind their backs? If this was a raid, where were all the flashing lights and lawmen? Duclos trumped on the gas. He was almost afraid to discover the truth, but sometimes not knowing was even worse and could get a man killed. Fear was a cancer. Once caught, the disease spread rapidly, eating a man alive, mind, body, and soul. He'd seen its ravages on rival businessmen who had conquered their respective worlds, only to lose them completely for one reason or another. For men of power, there were fates worse than death. He'd seen fear become terror, and terror turned to despair when the powerful fell and their worlds vanished before their eyes. Treachery could follow, as fear motivated desperate acts, or the terrified simply caved to despair and committed suicide. Fear by itself could be a killer. Dante Marquis wasn't there yet, but he could feel the level of fear rising all around him. The fear was starting to affect his mind, putting him on edge, making him wonder if he was seeing things, like shadows with guns, wherever he went. He couldn't sleep, and it was all he could do to try to get his thoughts in order, keep a lid on the boiling anxiety in his belly. He had enemies, he was sure of it. He wondered who he could trust, and who might be coming to take him down. And the phone call from Duclos confirmed his worst fears that the fissure was cracking beneath the foundation of his realm. As incredible as it sounded, the compound had been hit by one man, not necessarily a hit or even a raid in the classic sense of a covert military strike, but more like some message that his world could be toppled whenever the attacker felt like turning up the heat to a lethal touch. And whoever the attacker was, he was a ghost in the night, striking, then vanishing without a trace, which left more questions hanging still. He took the brandy from Anglaire, gulped half the liquid, then dropped into the leather chair behind his desk. He looked around his study, staring into the dark shadows of the corners, pondering the dilemma.
How is it possible? Are you sure?
You do not believe Duclos? Do you think he would exaggerate and spout foolish fantasy?
I did not say that. It just seems to me a wild fabrication from a bunch of drunken whoremongers. They gave the report. Duclos is just a messenger, receiving second-hand information. They are all elite commandos, so no one man, no matter how good he is, could have done what we are told.
Duclos was told one man snuck in, a big man in black war paint. Some stalking silent shadow, who it appears put down half of our commandos at the compound with some sort of tranquilizer gun. Trussed them up like cattle, then chased the rest out into the night with tear gas bombs. A professional.
Who?
How would I know? I have the Justice Department and the FBI snooping into my affairs. I am told my phones are tapped. Perhaps our business is bugged, even though we sweep the building and my chateau every other day. I have Interpol agents on my payroll who are not content with their lot and who may be seeking to undermine our operation, or seeking to talk and bail to save their own miserable hides. Perhaps one of the commandos has a past enemy he neglected to mention, who is hell-bent on dogging him to the ends of the earth, just as badly as I want my own enemy.
But if that was true, why put them to sleep, embarrass them?
Yes, I see what you mean. Why not just kill them outright?
If we were found out by the American FBI or Justice Department, if they had concrete evidence against us, there would have been a raid and arrests. What happened makes no sense.
Marquis looked up at the camera monitoring the lobby, half expecting a squad of armed FBI agents to storm the horseshoe desk and corral the security guard, another former legionnaire, into custody. He polished off the drink, held out the glass for Anglaire to fetch him another round. Anglaire headed for the wet bar.
Under the circumstances, do you think we should still proceed with the two-prong incursion? This is our largest and most ambitious operation yet, and with the San Francisco situation so tenuous...
You tell me! We have sightings of Ahmad in both Tunisia and San Francisco. Another Padre Pio act. I'm sure he's using ringers, aware he is being hunted. He's smoking out our men, laying ambushes, and turning our own contacts against us. Who can I trust? Well, this bastard Colonel Ayub breaking it off in my ass, and who knows how much he has betrayed me. We have nervous Interpol agents, and now we have some shadow threat in our own backyard, humiliating the best commandos money can buy. The whole world is suddenly against us. I ask you, Anglaire, are we men or are we mice?
Anglaire seemed to consider something, then poured the brandy, nodding.
You would risk everything, then, in your vendetta against the Syrian?
I believe I was clear on that earlier. What? You feel the ship sinking? You want off? You want a life raft?
No, I am with you.
And if the ship sinks?
I am sure we can both find a way to swim safely to shore.
With sharks in the water?
Sharks bleed too. Sometimes the predator has been known to become the prey.
Now what? More bad news? Yes?
I understand you're looking for a few good men.
Who is this?
I'm the man of the hour. I'm the man who just ended the fun and games at the compound. You know, those guys really need to tighten up. There's a time to play and a time for business. I had such an easy time of it, it makes me wonder. If they do find the Syrian, will they be up to the task of taking him out? I don't think you're getting your money's worth, Dante.
What do you want?
A job. Just so happens I'm in the neighborhood. See you in a few minutes.
Marquis leapt to his feet and stared at the hanging camera.
It was him, our mystery attacker. He says he's coming into the building. He says he wants a job.
Anglaire reached for his shouldered beretta.
No. Let's calm down. Let him come in. Go downstairs, meet him. Frisk him thoroughly. Bring him up. Look, on the camera monitor. There he is.
I'm on my way.
Marquis saw a big, dark-haired man in a black trench coat, the stranger going to the desk like some stalking lion, radiating confidence and control. Marquis took the remote and adjusted the lens for a close-up. The face was handsome in a menacing kind of way. Then he noted the eyes. There was death in those eyes, the same windows to the soul he'd seen on the other commandos who'd been in on the dishing outside of violence in combat.
There's something about the eyes. They are harder, colder than the other commandos. As if he survived the fires of his own personal hell and can't be touched by any power on earth.
Marquis International was tucked at the edge of Montmartre, in a ritzy quarter of the 18th arrondissement. The elder Marquis had made one stab at moving into the hotel business, and the single establishment to his credit had been redone by his sole heir, inside and out, top to bottom, every trace of French craftsmanship, all the trimmings to lure in the tourists, gone forever. It was now a 17-floor glass, steel, and granite monolith. The workforce, legitimate and otherwise, had easy access to any number of fine restaurants, clubs, bistros, museums, or, if so inclined, Place Pigalle, where the next Monet could be found, painting live nudes. The City of Lights was an hour or so away from rousing to an early morning swarm of cars and tourists, so Bolan hadn't had any trouble finding a spot to park his sedan near the Boulevard de Clichy, the Parisian version of Times Square. The soldier wasn't there for the sights, and his stay in Paris would only be as long as it took to hop aboard the Frenchman's killing machine. The executioner had been directed to an elevator after surrendering his guns. Now, as he exited, he was greeted by a lean, hard man who put him through a second, lengthy pat-down. He raised his hands as the man frisked him, clearly checking for wires, then digging into the pockets of his topcoat. The man pulled out the bogus Virginia driver's license and passport and examined them both in grim silence. Bolan was covered by an elaborate ruse designed by Stonyman Farm. It reached all the way to the State Department via some cyber planting with a little help from Brognola's contacts. His military background was created by Aaron the Bear Kurtzman and covered all the bases.
Colonel Rance Pollock, formerly of the United States Special Forces, and you are...
Anglaire, formerly of the French Foreign Legion.
I thought they went out of business when you guys got booted out of Algeria.
A smile was flashed, but Bolan saw in the eyes he'd touched a resentful nerve.
Come with me.
Anglaire kept the ID and silently led Bolan down the wide hallway, past the empty reception bay, and through a pair of massive double doors. Bolan found Marquis sitting alone at a round table in an office stripped of ostentatious trimmings. The Frenchman was a pencil-thin carbon copy of his hard man, but with a crop of wavy black hair, matching turtleneck, sans the hardware. Anglaire handed the ID to Marquis, who gave them a brief perusal, then dumped them on the table.
Says he used to be a Green Beret, Colonel.
Anglaire stepped off to the side, folding his hands in front of him. Marquis looked Bolan up and down, then nodded.
I'm listening.
I'll get right to it. I've been in and out of Paris for a few weeks, checking out the sights, hearing things, thinking about my future. I sort of like it here. Good food, nice parks, the women.
More tourists we hardly need.
I'm no tourist. By now you know that. You're looking for Mohammed Hamad, who murdered your wife and children. You've hired who you believe are the best commandos your money can buy to track him down and bring back his head for your mantle. Maybe they are the best. Maybe they aren't.
Maybe you are the best?
I didn't say that.
How do you come by all this information? Not saying it is even true.
One of your bounty hunters had a loose tongue. A German, GSG-9 commando, specifically.
Bolan watched as Marquis threw Anglaire a look.
I believe his name was Mack Schneider. Hey, your boys, they like to party. No secret there. Old Max, he got careless one night at a local watering hole. 20-something beers later, he's getting chatty. 100 grand, he said. You shell out for every terrorist they take down on one of your black ops. Bring back film for your private screening as proof they earned their francs. But you want Hamad. Only the Syrian keeps on ticking and keeps on sticking it in your craw.
And what is your story?
No story. I'm cash-strapped. Maybe I'm looking for my little slice of paradise for my golden years. What I did at the compound was my way of introducing myself.
Yes, I've heard all about what happened. Impressive, I must confess. It would appear I need to lay out some new ground rules concerning business and pleasure.
A little high-tech surveillance out there might go a long way in preventing any more incidents.
Yes, a matter I need to address. It's their compound. They have seen fit to do as they please with their own security.
Looks like you need some changes in the program.
And perhaps a changing of the guard is in order?
Something to think about.
Marquis tapped a slender finger on his chin, Bolan feeling the full weight of the man's stare as he mulled over his own thoughts.
I could sit here and say this is a trap, that perhaps you are FBI or Justice Department, looking, how do you say, to smoke me out and trap me.
You have my ID. The way Max told it, you can check out any potential recruits with one phone call.
Max had a big mouth.
No argument there. I'm not Max, Monsieur Marquis. I'm here to sign on. I need money, but I also like the action. No hard sale. I can get the job done, that's that. Whatever the deal is, I see no evil. Ask yourself this. You ever hear of any G-man who could pull off what I did?
This is all very interesting and very unusual. My associate and I will discuss your future.
Don't keep me in suspense. If I have to sit by the phone too long, I can always take my services somewhere they might be more appreciated.
It's not a question of appreciation.
Security, I understand.
Then you understand that if I hire you on and you are not who you claim to be, your apparent martial talent will not save you.
That's understood going in.
How can I reach you?
Bolan gave the Frenchman the number to an unsecured cell phone he'd brought for just this anticipated moment.
Like I said, I'm not the patient kind.
By mid-morning you will hear from me. We'll hold on to these IDs for now. We'll be in touch. You can pick up your guns on the way out.
Bolan nodded, unable to read anything beyond their cold scrutiny. They would discuss it when he left, and if they didn't bite his sales pitch, he'd find another way. A few hours on hold, waiting for the green light, and he needed to touch base with SAC Hardin anyway. The executioner left them alone to consider his immediate future. He had expected more grilling, but sometimes the direct approach, with as few words as possible, worked best. A man in Marquis's position wouldn't be impressed with long-winded sales pitches. One way or another, Bolan determined he was in the game. either on board or from the shadows. Marquis and his murdering commandos were going down for the count.
Just keep up the surveillance, Agent Harden. I'm hoping to be leaving town for a little while.
And that's it, huh? Just leave me in the dark? The Lone Ranger rides off into the sunset?
Bolan understood the man's frustration, but the usual legal channels weren't going to stand up against ruthless killers and a man who had the money and connections to buy or murder his way out of any indictments. And the French had proved they would fight extradition, homegrown criminals or otherwise. They had a recent track record for thumbing their noses directly at American authorities who landed on their soil and started demanding they hand over this or that fugitive on the lam. Clearly Marquis was tagged now as running his own dirty little war, and the list of criminal charges was adding up the more they learned about the man. And Harden had just stated the cold facts. They had enough to arrest Marquis and his commandos.
I'll be in touch, Agent Harden.
Yes, and you appreciate my help.
Look, you're not happy about being cut out of the loop. I understand.
Oh, now you're sensitive to my personal and professional feelings. Look, this guy's running an ongoing criminal enterprise, shipping out a team of murderers who could incite some international incident that might see Paris become ground zero for every terrorist export east of Pakistan.
Let's try it my way for now.
I don't even know what your way is, Belasco.
Hold down the fort and keep an eye on Marquis. I left my sat-link with you, which means there's a good chance I'll be coming back.
I can't wait. And if I have any problems with your hot dogging, I'll go and bitch to Brognola, and all my griping will fall on deaf ears.
I need you to watch the store.
Bolan checked his watch. Beyond the balcony of the apartment rental, a Justice Department safe house, it was a congested nightmare of drivers leaning on horns up and down Rue d'Arcole in the Latin Quarter. It was pushing 0900 hours, and Bolan was growing more anxious by the moment, willing the other cell phone to trill.
I've got problems on my end. Care to hear about them?
Shoot.
You know the world headquarters for Interpol is right here in Paris? The French have been using Interpol like it's their own CIA for years.
Meaning you're on to whoever's feeding Marquis what he needs to keep it going?
We're getting close. You know, without the Justice Department or the FBI's NCIC, Interpol might be just a small fish in the pond. Problem is, once they get their hands on our intel, it always seems to slip through their fingers to the bad guys we're looking to bag. So while you're doing your thing, whatever that is, I'll be here doing some weeding.
Gotta take that. It's business, Agent Harden.
Yours.
You said it.
And the less I know, the better. If you told me what you're really up to, you'd have to kill me, right?
Don't tempt me.
Is that supposed to be funny?
I'll be in touch.
Bolan severed the connection before Harden could grouse some more, scooped up his second unsecured cell phone, and punched on.
Yeah.
Meet me in front of the Church of St. Peter. Do you know where that is?
I'll find it.
1 hour.
The executioner received the silent treatment from Anglaire when he was picked up by the Mercedes limo. Just a driver and the former legionnaire for the rendezvous, but it was impossible for Bolan to tell who else might be up front, with black-tinted glass, stem to stern, shielding passengers. Bolan was blindfolded as soon as he was ushered into the well by Anglaire, relieved of his sidearms next, the ex-legionnaire taking his war bag. He heard Anglaire unzip the bag and rummage through hardware that Bolan expected to at least elicit a remark or skeptical grunt. Anglaire said nothing. The soldier let the silence drag. He skipped the regular routine of spookdom, which under similar circumstances dictated the hostage mentally mark off turns, gauge miles and time as best he could, to later retrace the route to wherever the abductee was taken. The soldier believed if they meant to kill him, he would already be dead. Or maybe not. Maybe they were driving him out to the remote countryside for some sadistic routine meant to make him sing long and loud before they shot him in the head. His hands were free, at least, a definite plus that kept hope alive. But if he sensed bad vibes during the ride, he would rip off the blindfold while going for Anglaire in one motion. End of game. If it went that way, the executioner would burn down Marquis' operation in Paris and storm the palace, an invading one-man army. 20 minutes or so later, he could feel them gather speed, somewhere now on open road outside Paris. Bolan whiffed the cigarette smoke as Anglaire fired up. Bolan sensed the ex-legionnaire was at ease, but kept the spring coiled in his guts. Anglaire directly across on the seat facing him, a 3-foot lunge to the man's throat.
You're awfully quiet, Colonel Pollock. I expected 20 questions, a show of righteous indignation you Americans are so famous for.
You've been dealing with too many tourists who can't speak perfect French in perfect French restaurants.
I deal with soldiers, Colonel.
I can assume, then, I passed the test?
With flying colors.
You make it sound like a dirty thing.
You checked out. Almost too good to be true.
Am I in or out, Anglaire?
I discussed the matter about bringing a new man aboard with Monsieur Marquis. Pros and cons. The brazen manner in which you appear to have ingratiated yourself to my employer. You have talent. That much is obvious. I also think you clever, perhaps devious, and to the extreme. Since I'm in charge of recruitment, I was against bringing you in.
Always good to know who my friends are.
You have no friends here in Paris. Let us get that straight. Understand, my employer is under a great deal of stress. I am concerned about his judgment these days.
Times are tough all over. I've got my own problems, and I told you, I'm not a patient guy. In or out?
Our background check hit a wall when our people traced certain operations in your dossier that were classified.
Black ops. Assassination and sabotage by operatives of a democratic government aren't sound bites you'll hear about over the evening news.
You seem to have all the right answers.
When you're backed up by the truth, the answers come easy. You never answered my question.
You have quite the array of hardware.
I'm a soldier. I came prepared.
Really? You assumed a lot. Mini Uzis, a Heckler & Koch MP5 subgun that can be fitted with a silencer, 3 dozen grenades in a variety of disabling capabilities, not to mention the assortment for the launcher you must have used on the compound. Garrote, and a rather nasty commando knife. I didn't even bother to count all the clips. I'm curious. How did you manage to slip into a country with some of the toughest customs in the world, with enough firepower to field a small army?
You're kidding, right, Anglaire?
I'm very sincere, Colonel. As head of security, you can be assured I am deadly serious.
I came in by Marseille, which, as you know, is one of the largest narcotics ports of entry in the world. For the right price, you could smuggle in a nuclear reactor down there. Marseille is a sieve for every pirate and smuggler who has the will to make the way. But I'm sure you know that.
Your passport was not stamped.
I came in by boat from Morocco, a friend of a friend. What's the problem? I did a lot of dirty deeds in a lot of lousy countries for the Special Forces during my Black Ops stint. I have a few CIA pals who owe me favors, one of which happened to be in Marseille. I arranged delivery through him, diplomatic pouch.
Which would require forged paperwork, evasive dancing around the usual legitimate channels.
So it would.
For now, I will accept things as they appear. To answer your question, you're hired.
How about the blindfold?
It stays.
I'm hired, but you don't like it and you don't trust me.
We understand each other. Just in case you turn out to be a hassle we do not need in the organization. Well, you're on a need-to-know probationary period. You will do what you are told when you are told. Are we clear?
Clear as ice.
Sit back. Relax. It will be the last time you will have the chance to unwind, provided you even return from where you are going. No, that is not a threat. We just lost 6 men in an operation, and despite what you saw last night, life for our commandos is not one big orgy of fun and games.
I know something about risk, and I'm not here for the good times.
You want money. You want action. The former is guaranteed only by performance and proof. The latter could turn out to be more than you bargained for.
I don't like repeating myself, Anglaire. Just once more. I didn't come this far to cut and run when the storm hits.
Anglaire didn't reply, and Bolan sat in silence, hardly relaxed. He was waiting for the lethal punchline, wondering if he wasn't marked already, lured in by smooth talk, all the brittle welcome to the team bit. Despite himself, he marked time while considering his own pros and cons. It was thumbs up, or so it appeared, which only opened the gates to a new hell. He would be working killing alongside professionals he had humiliated the previous night, but that was the least of his worries. There was only one commando who had stood in his way long enough to have gotten a good look, perhaps have filed away particulars that would betray Bolan as the party crasher. Even with black war paint, there were the eyes, the build, features that a seasoned commando would recall with all the discerning eye of a Gold Shield detective. Stung professional pride might unleash another dimension of grief, but Bolan was taking each second as it came, prepared to meet any threat with lightning lethal force. Wherever he was going, North Africa, he assumed, he would be cut off from any contact with Brognola, the farm, and Hardin. On his own, surrounded in some remote hellhole by a group of killers who might turn on him for any one of several reasons, there would be no one to watch his back but himself. This time, he had sought out and freely signed a pact with the devil, intent on proving his mettle soon in an undetermined killing field, and armed with a personal agenda that could turn around and blow up in his face any second. With the tentacles of his power reaching all the way to the top of Interpol or beyond, Marquis might have already smoked him out as a ringer. The soldier had been aware he would leave himself about as vulnerable as he could recall, but he was taking this ride to the end of the line, and Ahmad and his terrorist organization were the first prize trophy. 1 minute, one battle, one savage at a time, he told himself. Roughly 45 minutes later they slowed. After another short distance, they stopped.
You can take off the blindfold.
Bolan did, and the man handed him back his sidearms.
Grab your bag and get out.
The small airfield, he discovered, was cut into a forested valley. One large hangar stood at the far end of the lone runway, next to what appeared to be a small office. Camo netting was draped over the hangar, and Bolan took in their ride to destination unknown. It looked a scaled-down version of the American C-130, a black-painted turboprop, lighter load in terms of troops and equipment, but built for speed. Marquis, according to his intel, owned a private fleet of choppers, executive jets, and twin-engine planes, and an airport on the outskirts of Paris near an industrial park. But this was in covert country, the Frenchman's bastardization of the Hercules transport and clandestine airfield, a good place to dispose of problems. Bolan squinted as he adjusted his eyes to the bright lance of sunlight. He spotted the previous night's near-fatal encounter rolling his way.
This is, the fucking new guy.
Anglaire was smiling, but the mood felt wrong to Bolan as he stood his ground. Gaze narrowed, Mr. Friendly bobbing his head while checking out the FNG. The shoulder-holstered Beretta was a new addition since the party.
This would be Rance Pollock, one of yours from the Special Forces.
So you told me. Remains to be seen if he's one of mine, mister.
Meet Colonel Dobson. He's in charge, and he can fill you in from here. Bon voyage, and good luck, Pollock.
Anglaire's sudden departure put Bolan even more on edge as he felt his heart pounding. Dobson face to face now, drilling the FNG with a point-blank measuring. The file on Dobson out of Fort Bragg and State had all the T's crossed and I's dotted, which meant the truth was buried beneath all the praise and glitter of a sterling service record. There were commendations and medals, from Vietnam to the Gulf War, but the record vanished into limbo a few years back, a dark void with deletions all over classified material. The intel package from Brognola on Dobson filled in the blanks. The former Green Beret colonel had run a Black Ops assassination squad that specialized in hunting down major drug traffickers and smaller terror links in the chain to hydras like Ahmad. Head bobbing again, Dobson held out his hand. Bolan wasn't sure how to read the moment, wondering if the man recognized him. He half expected a sucker punch, but Bolan reached out and took the strong grip.
Let's go step into my office, Pollock. I'll give you a quick heads up. We're wheels up in 60 minutes, so you'll get the full brief on the way.
Silently, Bolan matched Dobson's long strides, closing in on the hangar. Suddenly, the hair stood up on the back of his neck. It was too easy, too soon. The soldier was certain Dobson was putting on an act. There was something in Dobson's march and his silence. Bolan was poised for an ambush as the ex-colonel opened a door at the hangar and beckoned him to go in first. Keeping up appearances that all was well, Bolan stepped into the hangar. The executioner was giving his surroundings a quick search, turning when the fist slammed into his jaw. Tunisia.
Scheiß! Der Schwanzlutscher!
Hermann Braun read the first few lines of the new orders from Paris. Leave it to a Frenchman, and one with no military background no less, to get cold feet at the 11th hour. They were going to be stalled, with sweet revenge thrown on the back burner. He skimmed the orders again, trying to focus on the words, but seeing nothing but the red haze of his rage. One of the Brits snatched the orders out of his hand.
In English, mate. We're all brothers in arms here. I know you're bloody good in peace, but we lost comrades too. We want to carve the camel jockeys up every bit as bad as you. Get hold of yourself. You're supposed to be a professional.
Skinning Ayub alive would not satisfy me.
The detailed SAT pics came off the fax modem of the SAT link next. Neves, Randall, and Midge, the ex-SAS half of the six-man squad, huddled around the two Germans. The wheelman, Metis, hit a deep rut, nearly tossing the SAT link to the floorboard of the canvas-covered flatbed. Brown was nearly dumped off the bench, and he wondered how much more insult to injury he could stomach. He had lost 2 of his GSG-9 comrades, not to mention the entire team in Algeria, thanks to Ayub's treachery and greed. Presently they were 20 kilometers and moving due south of Kasserine, jouncing across a barren steppe, staying off main roads. Metis used his map to maintain a course well clear of army outposts and villages. If they had stayed the course, Brown knew they would have been on Ayub's front steps before nightfall. He cradled the AK-47 so hard, his knuckles whitened.
Unbelievable. We've been out here dodging army patrols across half of this dung heap of a country. We're 3-4 hours away from paying back that bastard Ayub. And now the Frenchman wants us to stop in the desert and hunker down and sweat our balls off the rest of the day. The prick must think this is some picnic we're on. Napoleon, he is not.
Settle down, goddammit. Read the orders with your eyes open and your Nazi mouth shut for a second. Cavalry's on the way.
13-man backup. Odd number for a squad, don't you think?
Randall spread a grid map of Tunisia on the floorboard.
13 or 30. We're going to need all the help we can get once it hits the fan.
According to the latest word from our Interpol source in Tunis, Ayub and 20 or so of his soldier boys always stray from their outpost when the state-run Sentry tour bus pulls into this village. Another 10 of Ayub's finest are always on site to guard the goodies.
A tour bus. More complications.
Ayub's running a little scam on the side, milking the tourists for every last dollar he can get his paws on.
Witnesses. A bunch of foreigners traipsing around to sightsee Roman ruins who could end up having a very ugly story to sell to the media.
Collateral damage. End of discussion.
Let's get down to business.
Midge circled the area in question in red marker.
Sidi Tazmak, a rather large village, courtyards and souks, intersecting streets, alleys and a mosque. Roman ruins, underground villas. Good hiding places for the opposition, and a definite problem area if we have to go in and dig them out hand to hand. And yes, apparently Ayub doesn't like to be away too long from his personal armory. A plus as far as I'm concerned. He's a creature of habit.
A bloody arms dealer for Hamad, it turns out.
A thieving, backstabbing bastard is what he is.
Neves pointed at the SAT picture of the village.
This building here is what we're told Ayub houses enough explosives and ammonium nitrate fertilizer to blow up half of North Africa. GIA, FIS, Libyans, Egyptians, simply don't care which side he wheels and deals to or whose 30 cuts to fatten his wallet. Righto, so you're on call in on hold at the moment, mates? The orders say we perch here in this chain of hills near this chop.
Of what?
Salt Lake, Dumkov. It's going to be a straight blitz on the village anyway, gentlemen. Our orders state we will be contacted by the others before they jump. Their DZ aimed at the edge of the chopped. We link up, coordinate the attack, which I assume will be the encircling penetration after nightfall. We mine the main barracks with C4, silent kills on the way in, a little knife work to whet the appetite. We know where Ayub will be.
We think we know where he'll be.
We'll find his ass. Even if we have to leave bodies strewed clear to the Algerian border, he's history. So we have the armory, and if I may suggest perhaps torching the goodies to add a little bang to the fireworks.
We run it by the others when they contact us. Bottom line, shit happens, but it sure as hell won't happen to us. We have enough RPGs, warheads, grenades and C4 to blow the village straight to Allah if we have to. Braun, you calmed down enough to tell your comrade there's been a change in plans?
There's nothing but changes.
Brown plucked the TAC radio off his belt.
Won't be long, my friend, before we get the chance to return the grief.
It can't be soon enough.
France.
I owed you one. Actually, I owe you a few more, but I'll call it square.
The hammering blow had dropped Bolan on his back. Bell rung, he stood, a finger touching the blood trickling from the small split in his lip. Cold, the soldier watched Dobson. He wanted to handle it his way, retaliate, but he would take one on the chin for the good guys.
Special forces, huh? Black Ops, I heard. You want to bet I make some calls to Smoke Bomb Hill no one's ever heard of you?
It's a bet you'd lose.
Huh, that a fact. Okay, hotshot, I'll bite for now. Here it is. 12 of our best that Frenchie's money can buy. I'm leading the charge. You're along for the ride, but you'll earn your keep. Get you introduced to the team. Follow orders, you may come back here in one piece. But, turns out this is an acting job, meaning you're CIA, justice, whatever. You get my drift?
Angler already gave me the spiel when he welcomed me to the party.
Did he? Well, this ain't no party. This ain't no disco. And Frenchie's never been on one of our outings.
And the others?
What about them?
Am I gonna get clocked in the jaw every time I turn around?
You're an FNG, and I'm proven. It won't be any love fest, but I'm sure you'll survive any hurt feelings. And to answer your question, I'm the only one who knows, as far as I know. Maybe you put out their lights before they could take a look at you.
Dobson shrugged and grinned, striking Bolan as a Roman eager to toss him to the lions.
They're steamed about last night, embarrassed mostly. I already reamed them out as soon as the proverbial shit from the Frenchies started rolling downhill. I'm no bellhop, so pick up your bag and shake a leg.
Spitting out some blood, the soldier hauled up his bag and watched him walk out the door. Dobson might have thought the score was evened up, but the executioner had other dark ideas on payback as he made for the door, heading straight for the lion's den. Tunisia. The math was computed again, and there was no changing the bitter results. Twice in his head, 3 times on paper, and the bottom line looked far worse than Colonel Bori Ayoub originally feared. Each time he calculated gains against losses, it continued his agonizing journey up an icy slope of terror. It would be a long fall to the bottom, and he was one more stumble from losing everything he had worked so hard to earn. Desperation and rage fought inside him for control, both emotional wildfires telling him it was most definitely time to plot a new immediate future. He imagined his dire circumstances as a giant laughing demon hiding in a black hole. It was swallowing up his cash, bent on leaving him broke. It was casting him back to the past where he saw the urchin in the streets of Tunis, picking pockets and sneaking into hotel rooms to steal whatever he could from unsuspecting tourists. He had no desire to return to those wretched days as a starving, desperate petty criminal. That was before he decided to join the army, aware he had to change his ways if he wanted to live past his 20th birthday. Funny, he thought, how a man never really escaped his past. All his life he'd done it his way, wanting to be something more, better than what he saw surrounding him in the souks and mosques and apartment hovels of common Tunisians. And now he was left dreading a return to what he had escaped. He had been a nobody, broke and destitute, silently screaming inside, day and night, for a way out of his misery. He had never considered himself a devout Muslim. Far from it. Seeing himself as more Western than Arab, he didn't pray or practice the teachings of the Koran. That was for other Muslims. Shunning his religion had proven a way to get ahead in the world and savor the finer things in life. Truth was, he had unbridled contempt for his fellow Arabs, but he did his best to keep this knowledge hidden in his heart, lest the ones he needed to guard his kingdom took exception and turned their backs on him. Still, he believed his people's ways and philosophy should have been buried with Muhammad. If they weren't bowing and scraping to a God who in his mind had clearly forsaken them, as they existed in squalor and poverty, they were running amok across the planet, raving at the great Satan and holding the rich Westerners in jealous rage. They blamed the powers that be for oppressing them, confining the Islamic masses to impoverished misery, and leaving them in the dust of their enemies' ravishing quest for more of the world and all its wealth. It was better to join the devil and live for today. If the spirit of the Koran wasn't something Ayoub could eat, drink, or spend, why bother? He wanted money, and he wanted the good life the Europeans flaunted in his face in Tunis and abroad. Tunisia was a moderate Arab country, meaning it was minus the fundamentalist headaches and stringent dictates of religious leaders and suicide jihad killers that littered the two nations that hemmed in Tunisia, Algeria and Libya. There were no bombings and no massacres of entire villages by fanatics. Tourism was a flourishing trade in what was once Carthage, and Ayoub had carved himself a piece of that action. He pictured himself as something of a conquering Roman soldier in his own right. However, in recent years, Tunisia had become a fertile breeding ground for the Islamic terror machine as it branched out. It was a place to buy and sell weapons, erect terror camps, plan their holy war while hopping in and out of the country on their way to battles against the great Satan, which meant money in Ayoub's pocket. But it also meant the CIA, Interpol, and American law enforcement agencies were crawling like rodents all over the countryside, and not even his intelligence brokers had the complete scorecard. It had been a long, difficult day, losing money, fielding irate calls, dancing around certain figurative landmines planted his way, and he was hardly grateful the night had come. Darkness might have cut away some of the heat of the most ferocious desert on the planet, but the night could bring unseen dangers, lethal shadows rising in his presence out of nowhere, like the black magic of sorcerers. There were already reports of marauders on the prowl, ghosts lurking about in the desert that meant to do him harm, and with good reason. For the moment, the deep leather cushion of the couch in the upstairs quarters of his renovated villa, and a glass of French brandy on the floor within easy grasp were the closest things to paradise he'd known in days. He might as well enjoy the moment while it lasted. He wasn't broke, not by Tunisian or even European standards, but he had to do something to change the course he was on before it was too late. And he believed he had the answer. He could take what he had in terms of explosives, weapons, and cash on hand, and bail. He had buyers lined up in Egypt. Nearby in the desert, he had a personal transport plane, courtesy of the army, fueled and ready to fly. He had contacts and allies in Egypt, thanks to his dealings with Ahmad, and they were ready to fatten his account in Sicily for the chance to blow themselves up near American embassies and military compounds. How to go about bailing, though, and when? Restless, racked by anxiety and mounting paranoia, he hefted his bulk off the couch. He sweated in his desert-brown officer's uniform, despite the blast of cold air pumped out by his generator-powered unit mounted in the window. He glanced at the radio unit with all its supposed secured channels, tied into an assortment of operatives and lower-ranking officers on his own payroll. All news that day was bad news, and it didn't take the word of God to tell him the hyenas were slobbering at the jaws and ready to pounce. The GIA contact was making noise, a thundering bellow in fact, from clear across the border about how he was holding Ayoub personally responsible for the attack on the village by foreign murderers. His Interpol connection in Tunis had told him Paris had turned down his request for more money, another stinging slap in the face. Worse, his operatives in Tunis claimed they had lost the trail of the backup commando squad they'd been watching. They believed the foreigners had slipped out of the city and were heading his way. He did the math again, as if there had to be some mistake. He figured he was paying his operatives and intelligence brokers far too much for much too little. It was those weekly envelopes of dinars converted into francs which his underlings then ran up to Tunis. But he needed to grease the skids, from government lackeys on down, the feeding chain to the eyes and ears on the streets. They kept him up to date and tuned in to rumors when fellow officers or foreign agents were whispering of moving in on his operation. He had to dip into his own dwindling funds to keep tabs on who was doing what, discover what the following day's action would be. But now he wasn't getting the desired results. Yes, it was time to go when he couldn't trust his own money to buy him comfort and security in his own backyard. He went to the bar, poured another brandy, silently cursing the fact he'd spread so much so thin to cover his tracks. His men had already checked and rechecked the numbers of crates in the armory at the north end of the village. Buried in catacombs, he still had 12 tons of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, 600 pounds of plastic explosive, primers, detonators, and radio remote boxes. Factor in the crates of Russian large and small arms delivered by Ahmad's henchmen and meant to be sold to Algerian warlords, and he was still in the neighborhood of $4 million and change, U.S. currency. That would have to finance his relocation and his identity change, starting over someplace far away where his name would simply be a curse word to all those he had duped and left behind. He'd spend another $200,000 after he sold the load, factoring in the next round of greasing, so he could slip and slide on his way for tomorrow's horizon. Naturally, there would be no more deals with the GIA or FIS, since he'd had a bloody helping hand in arranging the raid on the village. Ahmad would help him regroup, he was sure. After all, he had personally guaranteed and seen to the Syrian safe passage in and now out of Tunisia, once word had reached him from Paris that a killing squad was once again cut loose to hunt down the man like some wild animal. Give a little, get a little. These days, he was giving far more than he could afford. He wanted to blame Ahmad to some large degree for his current state of fear, but he realized he would need the Syrian for sanctuary. The blood feud between Paris and Syria left Ayoub wondering how he got stuck in the middle of warring factions, but what was done was done. He had played both sides against each other, a slippery tightrope act in the dark, and if Ahmad became wise to his own treachery, well, he had only tried to better his lot in life. Who could blame a man for wanting to succeed in the world?
Colonel, the bus is arriving.
Ayoub turned, spotted Captain Murar in the doorway. He looked away, sipping brandy, staring through the double doors at the darkness beyond his balcony. If there was going to be an attack, when? How many? Algerians? The Frenchmen's commandos? Tunisian operatives of the government? An eradication squad marched back his way from Ahmad, who had learned the dark truth. If that was the case, he was ready to fight, or at least march out the troops. In this part of the world, violent confrontation was inevitable, and he had prepared to slip unnoticed into any winds of war that blew his way. From the beginning of his several business ventures, he had feared the end would come. A sudden flash of fire and bullets in his face meant solely to rob him of his own slice of heaven. Many of his soldiers had large families in the village, and more than a few of them kept the tenets of jihad fanaticism under their own roofs. The smallest of children had been indoctrinated for future service to the Holy War by fathers who openly despised the power and wealth of the West. They would commit themselves, as well as sacrifice their own blood, if it advanced the jihad. If they came under attack and he gave the order, they knew what had to be done. Of course, if the village came under assault, he would have to flee, leave the fighting and dying to others. There was a future to look forward to, after all, and nature dictated the rich and powerful lived to prosper and fight another day. In fact, there were a few more dollars to be plucked up at the moment. They were simply tourists, with mere pennies to hand over, but he would do what he normally did when the bus pulled in, which was take his nominal fee from them. He enjoyed the scam and the action as much as he looked forward to their helplessness and impotence in the face of circumstances beyond their control. They were on his turf, bottom line. Oh, they would squawk, argue, grumble about thievery, flap their arms, perhaps even mutter some bigoted remark about Arab fleecing. He would smile, explain they would be given food, drink, and shelter, all the creature comforts they were accustomed to at home. He would tell them if they wanted to sightsee around this region, very well, but there were bandits, even terrorists, and they would need his soldiers for protection. They never liked it, but they always forked over the cash, especially when they saw his men standing like statues at the gates of hell in the night, cradling AKMs. Ayoub patted the holstered Makarov, aware the hand would never stray far from the weapon when he launched into his spiel. He stepped past Murar and headed down the winding stairs. On the way out the door, he recalled the night's tally. It was the usual mixed bag of foreigners, 2 large Japanese families and a group of American students from the University of Maryland. There were elderly British and American couples, a few lone travelers who could be journalists or CIA. All told, 28 sightseers. Not a bad night's take. If he cut back on the portions of fruit and meat, 1 soda or 1 glass of wine per guest, the profit margin would be fairly decent. He walked through the courtyard, found the bus parked in the wide entrance of the stone wall that encircled his compound. He put on his best winning smile, the tourists disgorging, looking around at the contingent of armed soldiers, uncertain. It was the usual spectacle of cameras and tote bags, a flowered shirt here and there, sandaled feet, and a few broad-rimmed hats.
Greetings. Welcome to our humble village. I am Colonel Ayub, at your service.
File that fat fuck's face away. This sack of dung, too. Moving on, here's how it plays. Now listen up, I'm going over this one time. You don't pay attention, that's your problem. No questions when I finish.
They were in what Bolan assumed passed as the war room in the turboprop, gathered at a bolted-down metal table. The hatches were closed now to the passenger hold and cockpit, and the windows were down, leaving Dobson in pale yellow light near the screen and slide projector. There was a bank of screens behind the soldier, state-of-the-art radar, jamming, radio, and satlinks. A quick scoping when he'd entered the room told Bolan it was high-tech that rivaled just about anything Stonyman Farm used. Ironic, he thought, that Dobson insisted on briefing them using an ancient slide projector. Bolan was sandwiched between two of the commandos, having been told by Dobson where to sit for the briefing. Ashtrays were already overflowing with butts, and the soldier caught a whiff of whiskey-laced coffee in the smoke clouds, more than a few of the commandos working off the hair of the dog. It was a bad setup all around, slated for disaster and certain casualties. Discipline and military protocol were out the window. This crew was just a pack of killers, fueled to unleash their savage beast on whatever unfortunate victims were waiting on the receiving end. The transport plane was a little more than an hour in the air, and during that time Bolan had endured the chilly reception as the new guy. Dobson did the intros, no handshaking by the 11 commandos, but a couple grunts and nods thrown in. Then they'd gone back to checking weapons and gear and rigging chutes. FNG. No sweat. They were on his doomsday clock. They were known to the executioner as Alphas 2 and so on. Dobson announced that he was Alpha 1 and the FNG was Alpha 0. Bolan had already gone through the military jackets as part of his intel package, knew them by name and service record, and he recognized a few sleeping beauties from the previous night. No more haymakers had been launched his way, so he reckoned Dobson was keeping the secret. Or maybe the others weren't letting on, waiting it out for their own moment of retribution. In the flesh, they looked many years older now, some of them scruffy with half-grown beards. There was a meanness in every pair of eyes, which told Bolan they had aged badly. Desperation and greed and anger, their only true friends. A part of Bolan wondered where and why it all went wrong for them. But the bottom line on what they had become wouldn't see Bolan cut them any slack when the time came to punch their tickets. Elite commandos from SAS or GSG-9, they had once been part of units created specifically to save innocent lives, hostage rescue usually at the top of the list. Now they freely stood on the other side of the tracks, to a man, nothing more than mercenaries who would kill anything that moved for money. They were worse in Bolan's mind than Hakmad. At least the Syrian savage was motivated by twisted principles. Bolan was allowed to keep his own weapons, which had drawn a suspicious eye from several of the commandos, all of whom were bringing Israeli Galil assault rifles to the party. For sidearms, they had Beretta 92Fs, Russian fragmentation, incendiary, and flash stun grenades fixed to webbing, and Dwayne Dieter tactical folding blades for close quarters combat. It was an odd assortment of weapons, but Bolan didn't let his imagination run wild searching for the method behind the madness. Standard operating procedure for black ops on foreign soil called for the use of weapons that couldn't be traced back to the invaders' origins. It was SOP the executioner bucked on most missions, since he was at the top of the charts as an expendable deniable. But if he went down for the count, there was always Able Team, or Phoenix Force, to come in behind and silence any loose tongues who might flap about Uncle Sam pulling dirty deeds. The way he read the operation, it began to sound like a straight Wild Bunch play. The faces of Colonel Ayub and Hakmad disappeared, and Dobson flashed through sat pictures of the village in question. Dobson spelled it out. Link up with a 6-man squad already in position near their DZ 10 clicks from Sidi Tazmak. Pile aboard their truck, ride in, disgorge west of the village, then fan out in teams he would assign when they hit the ground and were rolling. Move in, burn it, shoot them up, capture and torture the golden calf that was Ayub. He informed the group he would take 5 men with him to Ayub's villa at the southern edge, grab the colonel, and either skin or burn the truth about Hakmad's whereabouts out of him. He skimmed over any specifics, but mentioned the armory at the far north end of the village was to be mined and blown by C4.
I suggest the teams in this vicinity make their way as quickly as possible to Ayoub's nest. There's ammonium nitrate, more than a few tons of it, according to our latest information. Oklahoma City multiplied by unknown math. If the numbers are even close to accurate, I expect half the village will be turned into a smoking crater, maybe more. Problem number 2. A tour bus from Tunis will be on site. Every man here knows what that means, but let me state the hard facts. Man, woman, or child, I don't give a shit if your favorite rock band or Hollywood bimbo is with sightseers. If it turns up, if you find it hiding under a bed, it is to be shot. We're looking at a little more than 100 bodies in this village, give or take. Scorched earth, you know the drill? Or most of you do. That's it. Dismissed. Everyone but Alpha Zero.
Bolan tensed. They stabbed out smokes, rose without looking at him. He was certain the others had already been thoroughly briefed, roles defined. If he wasn't being cut out of the loop altogether, he was being warned, felt out, and dangled over some building fire. Dobson hauled out a small metal bin from under the table. He took the slides, dumped them in the bin.
Alpha number 5, torch this, then dump it.
Alpha 5 shut the hatch behind him as he exited with the bin.
So, you don't like it?
Straight blitz, burn it down, shoot everyone. A little skimpy on details, if you ask me.
No one is. You're thinking extraction.
It came to mind.
Getting out of Dodge is my department.
I almost forgot. I'm on a need to know.
I hope I don't have to remind you of that again. You don't have a problem waxing women and children.
Whatever it takes. Even though Bruce Springsteen is touring CD Tazmak tonight, I'm along for more than just the ride.
You want money. You want respect from the others, maybe.
I can skip the pat on the back.
Okay. Maybe you want to be the one who nails Hamad. By the way, I forgot to mention, the snake is worth $5 million now. Alive.
Say we take him, kicking and screaming. That's a 13-way split.
Don't get greedy, Alpha Zero. The frog whispered in my ear before we left. Says he's paying extra for advanced screening of Ayoub under the knife. This outing, it's not going to stop in Tunisia. 50-50 we even make it back to Paris. But that's life. Shit can happen.
Dobson took a pull from his spiked coffee.
You get the job done, we get paid until Marquis can take this job and shove it. You're dismissed. Your chute pack is in the cargo hold. I'm thinking maybe you'd like to check it out, rig it yourself.
Way ahead of you.
I wouldn't have expected anything else. You're a professional. Now get the hell out of here.
Bolan paused at the hatch, hand on the handle, and glanced back at Dobson. The leader of the killing pack looked away, finished with the FNG. Something felt more wrong to Bolan the longer he kept up the ruse. The executioner heard the pounding of his heart in his ears and pushed through the hatch to join men who saw themselves as lions on the hunt, but in his mind were only hyenas. Tunisia.
And just what is your business here in our humble country, Mr.
Riddleson?
Whatever was happening, he knew none of it was good. He watched Ayoub scouring the passport as if he were expecting the mysteries of life to come burning up out of nowhere and clue him into the true identity of one Jack Riddleson. They were in a dreary, poorly lit room, no larger than the average jail cell of one toilet and one bunk for solitary confinement. There was the smell of urine and fear in the air, and dark stains of dried blood on the stone floor. Riddleson smoked, glancing at the guard boring daggers into the side of his head. The door was closed, and for that Riddleson was grateful. The others were still out there, squawking about giving up $50 for the good colonel's hospitality, a half-star as far as Riddleson was concerned on a scale of 5 for fine dining. The spread the colonel had laid out on a cracked and chipped long wooden table consisted of oranges, mangoes, and paper-thin slices of roast beef, a case of sodas, and 2 bottles of wine thrown in to wash down the big feast and the day's trail dust. There wouldn't be seconds, for damn sure, and Riddleson figured the portions of food and drink wouldn't even make it the first time around. Ayoub finally handed him back his passport.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Riddleson?
I'm a writer.
What do you write?
Travel guides.
Really? And what do you think of our humble country so far?
Oh, so far so good.
It wasn't Algeria, yet, he thought. But things weren't all they promised when they trooped them out from Carthage for a tour of the countryside. His traveling companions were tourists from a mixed bag of countries, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, with cameras galore to snap reels of film. What they found was little more than a godforsaken desert. Oh, somehow the village had been plunked down in an oasis on the world's anus, but beyond the palm trees and what little water allowed man and animal to survive out here, they might as well have been living on Mars. If he really did pen travel books, that would be his report. Pass Tunisia and go straight to Paris or Switzerland.
For a writer, you are a man of few words. Or are you choosing your words carefully?
Just a bit tired, maybe. Are we through, Colonel?
He watched Ayub, watching the AKM-wielding soldier, beady eyes nearly hidden behind slitted lids. Did they know, he wondered. God, but he hated these sorts of stints for the company. Going in unarmed, he might as well be naked. He was little more than a spy, an investigator, and if they discovered the ruse, he knew they'd take him out in the desert and leave him for the buzzards and the scorpions. The problem was how to go about learning where the ammonium nitrate fertilizer was located. Then there were reports of the elusive ghost that was Ahmad in the vicinity, only no one could absolutely state they'd seen the Syrian. Hell, not even all the combined eyes in the sky from NORAD to NSA could track the bastard. It was as if the Syrian could disappear into a sandstorm, ride the winds to the next country of his choosing. Forget Ahmad. Right then he was stuck, under suspicion, wondering how he was going to do what had to be done. He hadn't expected to be separated from the others as soon as he was off the bus, questioned and peered at like some common child molester. Now his mission might be a wash. He loathed the thought of traipsing back to the company's in-country ops, Berbers and the shadow agents from Tunis, and informing them he had no idea just how the colonel was doing, much less what he was doing down here at the edge of hell, the Sahara. He was already plotting his escape in his head. He'd say he needed to stretch his legs, and ask for an escort around the village. He'd cold-cock the SOB when he wasn't looking, grab his weapon, and go off for some sneak and peek. There were plenty of jeeps and trucks scattered around. A hot ride out of there and back to his contacts.
Very well. I believe I can accept that. I hope when you write your book about Tunisia there will be something favorable to be said about your stay in my humble village. Feel free to use my name. That's Ayub. A-Y-O-U-B. You may go join the others, Mr. Riddleson.
Riddleson ground out his smoke. It was all feeling wrong, and he wondered how he'd let himself get talked into what could be a suicide mission. Worse than stepping onto the cracking ice, there were reports of murderous commandos. They were the Frenchmen's rampaging killers, and they were rumored to be headed for Sidi Tazmak for payback. They had vanished while under surveillance up north. There was going to be trouble that night. He felt it. Riddleson would be ready if and when it hit the fan. He'd gone for broke in the past, Algeria and Yemen at the top of the list, and he'd survived to walk out on the other side, blood on his hands.
Thank you, Colonel.
Enjoy your stay in our humble village.
Brown wasn't buying the new guy's version of events, but there was very little he could do at the moment about him, since they were closing in on the village. At least he was back in the saddle with his own kind on an op, with Mueller and Metz part of his Alpha squad, good men from the GSG 9 days. He knew his back was covered, and he could trust them to help monitor Alpha Zero. Brown was poised to blow the guy away if he turned out to be something other than what he claimed. Through NVD goggles, Brown took in the targeted village, hand-signaled for his team to hold up and drop to get their bearings. They were spread out in a skirmish line, shadows falling now into narrow slashes down the side of the incline that led to the village. The truck was ditched in a wadi, 1 click or so west. Brown was grateful to be free of the cramped conditions once the others climbed aboard after their landing. It was good to be moving, pumped up to shed blood and take revenge in the name of his fallen comrades. The village mirrored their sat pictures perfectly. Domed mosque to the northwest, then the large block of stone to the north where another Alpha team would penetrate, mine the colonel's goodies, and light up the night. Panning on, the dirt tracks cut through 4 rows of stone hovels. There were breaks and sections that ran in half circles, archways, and courtyards. They might pass as alleys for these people. Meandering camels and goats could prove an additional problem, possibly sounding the alarm at the sight and smell of dark invaders on the prowl and waking up the neighborhood. It was to be a straight-on, silent march into the bowels. From there, all bets were off, since everyone except Ayub was fair game to go down hard. Dobson and his crew would take down the colonel's palace. Brown checked the illuminated dial of his chronometer. 3 minutes, 15 seconds and counting for all of them to get into position. He was about to signal for his team to move in when his comm link crackled. He keyed the frequency that tied him alone to Dobson.
I've been thinking about what you said about the new guy's story. How Snyder would have never run off at the mouth, no matter how drunk he was. How Zero duped the frog. Something's hinky with that new guy, so keep an eye on him. It's your call whether to smoke him. Check your watch. We're going in.
Brown glanced at the new guy. Alpha Zero had the look of a warrior who'd been there many times, could do the job. That alone troubled him. Factor in Dobson's entire report while the others were still in the air, and Brown smelled an infiltrator. CIA? FBI? Who knew, he thought. But he sure as hell cared. This wasn't only payback. It was payday. Time to rock. Brown keyed the frequency to his teammates.
Let's go. Alpha Zero, take point. You copy?
No sweat.
Bolan rose, a stalking shadow moving out from the tight wedge in the slope. HK MP5 leading them down to the row of hovels closest to the armory. The executioner knew the moment of truth was moments away from becoming grim reality as he made the edge of the buildings assigned to his team. 3 killers were on his heels. The tactic called for him to kick in the door, while one of the others pitched in a grenade, then go in firing. The whole operation was hardly based on sound surgical strike principles, but this was meant solely to be a rampage, all hands taking up position, and one mass eruption to begin the slaughter. They'd gone over it again while they'd ridden in by truck. They were forming a killing vice, clamping down on selected targets from north to south. Ayub was the prize, and Bolan was already planning his move to get to the colonel's abode. With 18 enemy heads spread out, the village would be turned into a raging battle zone of mass chaos, confusion, and killing. Bolan knew it would be tricky. They'd be navigating alleys and shadowing from door to door. It would be hand-to-hand in certain close quarters, with armed shadows boiling up out of nowhere. He would do everything in his power to see that non-combatants didn't get mowed down in the crossfire of the commandos. But when that armory blew its load of ammonium nitrate, at least half the village would be lost in a fireball he intended to be far away from. He planned to be in the deepest corner to the north, where Dobson and company would bag Ayub for questioning under the knife. The soldier checked the deep shadows down the street. The buildings were all dark blocks, with the exception of 2 open doorways, where kerosene light washed through the openings. A check of his watch, and he was counting off the doomsday numbers. Dobson was a professional, and he would make the time frame for simultaneous assault work like black magic. Flinging utter shock in the faces of Ayub and his soldiers gave them the edge, and Bolan intended to make his own play before the surprise and terror factor wore off and both sides were locked in firefights. Crouched, Bolan gave the street a final search. Clear. He glanced at his watch. 8. 7. He saw Alpha 14 pluck a grenade off his webbing and give him the nod. Bolan shed his MVD goggles in sync with the team. The door looked flimsy enough, but Bolan wouldn't know until he kicked it. The executioner lifted his subgun, then drove his boot heel into the door. It went flying in, and 14 tossed the grenade into the maw of darkness. Autofire broke out from inside the room, bullets flaying the edge of the doorway. If it was from a soldier guarding his nest, Bolan could only hope any women and children were covered somewhere deep in the home. He had to play it out the way he had mentally scripted it, and reeled the trio into committing themselves. Bolan rode out the grenade blast, smoke and fire shooting out the doorway, a searing taint of mixed stinks blown up his nose. His teammates were launching themselves off the wall when the executioner turned his death sights onto the trio of commandos and hit the SMG's trigger. In the main guest house, the explosion rocked the place from top to bottom. Riddleson stood beside the archway on the deep side of the banquet room. He wondered if more than one grenade had been unloaded on the living room, but the blast of white light from behind him told Riddleson the hitters had dumped in flash stuns. There was enough concussive force, even still, to knock the man off his feet, the glass of red wine and paper plate of roast beef flying from his hands. Whoever they were, they came in firing, bullets flying everywhere. Riddleson was lifting himself to his feet when 2 soldiers flying past him were chopped to bloody ribbons, dancing around in jig steps, spattering gore over the spread before they dropped like stones. This was manna from heaven, the diversion he needed to either locate the armory or blow town. He grabbed up a discarded AKM, checked the hall ahead, found it clear. The shooting, screaming, and dying appeared confined to the living room, but he wasn't counting on the assault to stay locked to any one piece of turf. Smart Money told him the commandos from Tunis had arrived, and they were there to have a few choice words with the good colonel. If it played out like the other killing rampages the company knew about, no witnesses would be left behind to talk about the horror show. Riddleson fled. They were in, a soldier named Patterson leading the charge. His assault rifle blasted at a trio of soldiers running out of what appeared to be some off-shooting chamber in the armory. They were right on time, in sync with Bull Dobson and company. But from there on, it would prove dicey, especially when the ammonium nitrate was primed and they were trying to beat their own time frame back to the palace. Most of City Tazmak was slated to become a smoking crater. 2 more Tunisian soldiers were framed in the kerosene glow of a doorway Patterson assumed led to the underground chamber. The 5 other commandos assigned to his team opened fire in unison with his own Galil, riddling Aroub's best head to crotch, flinging them out of sight and back to where they came from. They paired up, spreading out to check the circular room. Patterson and Neves bolted up a short flight of steps that put them on a landing that led to the doorway for the underground chamber. The satchels between their shoulder blades bulged with C4 bricks. Randall and Midge had been ordered to watch up top, while Patterson and Neves went below in search of doomsday. They descended the flight of stone steps. Someone had gotten the drop on him and the others the previous night, and since he'd been the sentry on duty, Patterson had been the unfortunate recipient of a dressing down by Dobson. Patterson felt that left him with something to prove, and redemption wasn't far off as he hit the bottom of the steps and froze for a moment at the sight of what they were supposed to blow. The underground chamber was huge, piled floor to ceiling with countless crates.
Shit. Bloody hell. We'll be lucky we don't blow ourselves up too, clear back to Paris.
Ammonium nitrate fertilizer was volatile enough, but Patterson spotted the drums of fuel in the far corner of the room.
We'll dump the barrels on the way out. That'll give Frenchie a little extra bang for his buck.
Yeah. Let's get busy and get the hell out of here.
Brown, Mueller, and Mintz were dying on their feet, not wanting to give up the ghost. Holding back on the SMG's trigger, Bolan stitched the line of commandos stem to stern and back, riddling their vests, driving them into one another, their assault rifles coming around, chattering for a brief, dangerous moment. The way in which they responded to his attack, quick and ferocious, told him all he needed to know about the others. Alpha Zero wasn't to be trusted. Alpha Zero wasn't one of them. They went down in a heap, finally, and Bolan took a second to get his bearings on the street, aware the storm had just broken over Sidi Tazmak, watching to see who came running, who did what. The easy part was over. 3 gone, 15 more professional headhunters to go in search of. If Dobson called for a sit-rep from these 3, the ex-SF colonel might send out a hunting party, his radar screen already blipping where Alpha Zero was concerned. But Bolan intended to meet any prowling threat head-on. They were all going down, in 1s and 2s, in the street, or at Ayoub's compound, or however they showed up. By now, the armory would be mined, primed to turn half or more of the village into a smoking crater. No way could he make a house-to-house sweep for evacuation of innocents. Everyone was on his or her own, good or bad. He saw a shadow barging into the light down the street. The Russian assault rifle was up and swinging his way when Bolan tagged the shadow, crucifying him in the doorway with a lightning stutter of SMG fire before he folded into a boneless, rubbery mass. The war for Sidi Tazmak had only just begun. He had no idea which way the demo team would chart its course to Ayoub's compound. Charge down from the east or west. The map had shown him the straightest line was down the middle of Sidi Tazmak, through an alley, across a courtyard. It would most likely be the heart of the village then. The executioner hugged the faces of the hovels, flying past doorways swirling with smoke, alert for armed silhouettes. Another armed shadow was barreling out the next door down when Bolan nailed him with a 3-round burst to the chest on the fly, racing past the body wilting at his feet, spinning in a 180 next, but finding no takers on his heels. Facing front, the warrior darted into a break between hobbles, taking in the street, planning his next move. It was utter chaos now. Women cradling small children to their breasts, villagers being rounded up by a half-dozen armed soldiers. Shadows flew past Bolan, linking up with the other Tunisians. The executioner decided to stick on the heels of the crowd, which was moving westbound out of the city, then make a straight run for Dobson and Company. If on the way he bumped into the demo team, he'd wax them on the fly. Patterson and his crew were hot-footing it through an alley that led out to the mob exodus. He calculated 300 yards at least to clear ground zero. There would be a massive shockwave, reaching out for their backsides, heat so intense it could melt gunmetal. There would be flying and raining rubble, and they needed both distance and shelter before the world blew up and the sky fell. That much ammonium nitrate, and he figured they were looking at Oklahoma City times 10, maybe more. He hadn't seen any tombs when he'd been below, but he'd spotted any number of archways leading to chambers that could house tombs. He started to have visions of mummies and shattered skeletons raining down. But any dead Romans unearthed and blown around in the firestorm would have plenty of company soon enough. According to his watch, they had less than 4 minutes before the big bang. He wasn't looking for any praise from Dobson when the fireworks went off, but after the previous night's reaming, a quiet job well done in front of the others would suffice. They were sweeping out of the wide alley, Patterson leading the hard charge, weapons up and ready to cut loose, when they saw the mob of villagers. Patterson knew immediately they were fleeing. He gave the signal to hold up, 2 3-man teams splitting to take up positions on each side of the alley.
Let them run?
Hell no! 30 to 40 marks, soldiers, women, and children, a nice tight mob of flesh? It doesn't get any better than this. Do 'em! Do 'em all!
The executioner saw the demo team, 20 yards down, 6 assault rifles opening up on the unsuspecting mob in chattering unison. Innocent victims were spinning, a few runners breaking out of the falling wall of shredded flesh, when Bolan made his decision. Hug the face of the hovel, drop a frag bomb into the pack, and mop up whatever was left. It was always destined to be run and gun anyway, so why bother with any finer details as far as tactics were concerned? It was straight slaughter all around. The executioner was heading out when he spotted a small boy rushing the killers. There was something in his hand, and an armed soldier shielded the boy, a Russian assault rifle blazing for a moment before the 6-man execution squad nailed the man. The boy dropped next, a dark finger of blood shooting out of his shattered skull. Incredibly, the downed soldier rose and grabbed up the lifeless body, clutching the dead boy to his chest. And Bolan knew what the Arab Lazarus was holding as he bowled into the flying storm of bullets. His son was a suicide bomber. Patterson saw it coming and retreated, firing his Galil on the back pedal. The stubborn bastard wouldn't go down, fueled by the mindless rage of jihad, even as 6 Galils were turned on him, chopping him to bloody bits. He was holding the limp body to his chest, the remote box in his hand, still going strong, coming on.
Fall back!
They either didn't hear him or weren't aware of the danger. In a stroke of blind luck, Patterson spotted the side door in the corner of his eye and launched his shoulder into the flimsy wood. His comrades were lost in the roaring blast. Smoke boiled in the doorway, Patterson wincing as scorching heat blew by the opening. He stood after what seemed like an hour, breathing in the stink of blood and men gutted by a blast that he was sure had all but vaporized them. Galil in hand, he stepped outside, peering into the swirling smoke, checking for any signs of life from the mangled bodies, but knew he was all alone. Then he saw the tall shadow rolling his way. He was lifting his Galil, then froze, recognizing the new guy.
Zero?
Yeah.
Something in Bolan's eyes changed in the next instant, but Patterson wasn't quite sure what he saw. There was something about the new guy, his mind wanting to tell him he'd seen him somewhere else.
Where are the others?
Same deal as here.
How's that?
They became less than 0. Just like you.
Patterson felt the hot lead tearing into his chest. Just before the lights winked out, he realized this was the second time the bastard had gotten the drop on him. Bolan saw what appeared to be a tourist suddenly race into the courtyard towards an APC. The figure leapt into the open cab. The explosion was so strong that Riddleson felt the APC shake as if the very earth were splitting open beneath the wheels. He looked up, momentarily blinded by a rising mushroom cloud, all but turning night into day. It was climbing from the north end of the village, an explosion so brilliant it hurt to observe the blazing mountain of fire. Riddleson knew it meant only one thing. They had found and ignited the armory. It looked like his mission was accomplished. He might even claim credit later for torching Ayoub's armory, a career move that would advance him out of the ranks of a mere spy marched out on lonely suicide missions. Riddleson was about to hit the gas when the sky came crashing through the ceiling. Bolan had raced under a thick archway that led to a courtyard behind the colonel's compound. He hit the deck, threw his arms over his head as a tidal wave of rubble, whole rows of hovels, obliterated no doubt by the explosion, flew for his backside. The sky was falling, a meteor shower of lethal stones in all shapes and sizes pounding everything in sight. Bolan saw the chunks of stone begin the comet pounding of the APC, crushing the roof to crumpled tin. The roof stopped being hammered by the raining debris that had been launched over the village. So far, the mission had gone too easy. Whenever that happened, Dobson became disturbed. It had been a clean takedown, top to bottom. Ayoub's soldiers, except one, littering the premises never to rise. The lone exception was lashed with rope to a chair next to the colonel. Gasoline, meant to refuel the tourist bus, had been found down the hall. It was about to be used for a more sinister purpose.
Douse his ass!
Ayoub's soldiers squirmed against the ropes as Heidler emptied the can over his head.
Save some of that for our host.
Dobson glanced at the tourists, who silently cringed. The tourists were the first in a series of problems for Dobson. According to the driver's count, one of them was missing. Dobson didn't have time or the men to spare on tracking down one AWOL sightseer. To get them to shut their mouths, he had assured the tourists they weren't going to get hurt. It was a promise he had no intention of keeping. Dobson had tried to get a report from both team leaders, but no one had replied to his repeated calls over the comlink. Suspicious, he keyed the call button again.
Alpha Zero, this is Alpha One. Sitrep, now! Shit. Weiler, Jackson, and Sims, go check it out. Something's wrong.
It occurred to him the missing commandos could have been either shot down by soldiers in the village or incinerated by the blast. Either way, he needed answers, but his gut was getting that knot that usually warned him it was going to hell due to unforeseen circumstances.
Okay, Colonel, one time only. Where's Hamad?
I don't know.
Dobson nodded at the soldier beside Ayoub, then looked to his commando holding the gas-soaked rag.
Light this one up.
In the courtyard, Bolan sprinted for the pulped APC, taking in the courtyard on the run. He wasn't sure what he'd find inside Ayoub's abode, but he was going for broke, prepared to bull his way across the finish line if that's what it took to wax the rest of the enemy. Half of the commando force was 86th, the odds looking better all the time. He figured Dobson had his hands full between watching the tourists, assuming they were still alive, and grilling Ayoub. Bolan had to believe his chances were better than 50-50 to nail it down. The executioner had his sights set on the open back door of the APC. The screaming from inside the compound told him the hardball Q&A was in full swing. He thought he saw motion from inside the cab's shell, but then 3 of Dobson's finest came running out the door. The soldier stepped out and raked them with a long burst of SMG fire. It wasn't quite the way he wanted to play out the encore, hoping for silent penetration until he was right on top of the others, but the hideous wailing he hoped would mask the firing of his subgun. They never knew what hit them, and better still, they never got off a shot. As soon as the diced human dominoes toppled, Bolan wrenched open the driver's door. The would-be runner was a bloody mess, wedged beneath the steering wheel, a hunk of rubble the size of a Godzilla testicle having landed and missed him by inches.
Can you move?
I don't think anything's broken. You're one of them, aren't you? Go ahead and just shoot me, then.
Wrong. I'm not one of them. I'm with me.
I just heard shooting.
That was me shaving the odds.
You're after those bastards?
I don't have time to explain. Are your tourist friends still alive?
Last time I saw. And I'm no tourist.
Then what the hell are you?
CIA.
That took Bolan by surprise. But questions were on hold. He checked the door and the courtyard in both directions.
Can you give me a hand?
Let's make it quick.
The CIA man squeezed and squirmed his way out from beneath the crumbled dash, then dumped on his haunches.
Stay put. It's almost over.
Not a problem, guy. Good luck finishing off those animals.
Bolan nodded, fed his SMG a fresh magazine, then resumed the hunt.
How can I tell you what I don't know? Please, I implore you, for the love of God, let me go. I will forget I ever saw you.
Stop sniveling. You're supposed to be an officer, a leader of men. We're professionals here, Colonel. You're embarrassing yourself. I ought to light you up just for cowardice.
It was a nightmare beyond Ayub's worst fears and comprehension, and he'd give anything to stop the pain. They were only slapping him in the face, of course, trying to revive him as he kept passing out after they'd torched his captain, but it hurt just the same. Stinging lashes that rang his bell so hard it felt as if hot needles were being lanced into his eardrums. He didn't like pain or fear, especially the fear of the pain of being burned alive. There was shame, too, as he smelled the vomit and urine soiling his uniform. He licked his parched lips, hoping to find his voice, if only to implore them to be reasonable.
Where's Hamad, Colonel?
Please, I told you!
The black-clad commando held up the lighter in one hand, the gas-drenched rag in the other. The stench of charred flesh was cloying the colonel's nose, swelling his brain, nauseating him. Everything was turning hazy. There was bile like fire in his chest, and his rear was glued to the seat where he slimed his trousers. Why wouldn't someone help?
You did business with the man, right?
Yes, but the ammonium nitrate fertilizer, it came from Libya.
We know that. Your precious cargo is gone, Colonel, up in smoke, never to find its way into the hands of some jihad flunkies who might run a suicide truck into an embassy or U.S. military barracks. What we need to know is the how, when, and where on Hamad.
He is not a stupid man. He does not inform me of his comings and goings, his secret routes or his cutouts who help him slip in and out of other countries.
One last time, Colonel.
I told you.
Hamad may not be a stupid man, but you certainly are, Colonel. Not only that, but a few of our comrades were stabbed in the back by you. Algeria, remember?
That's not entirely true. They knew the risk.
Light him up.
No, wait! I have money!
We don't need money.
Wait!
Light his ass up!
No! No!
The executioner had padded into the banquet room, sub-gun up, and death sights laser-locked on the trio of commandos gathered around Ayub. It was too much for the tourists this time around, and several tried to break and run for the front door. Any other time, and Bolan would have spared a mercy burst for Ayub, but a commando picked that moment to check his six. A microsecond of recognition of Alpha Zero registered in the commando's eyes, but it was swept away by pure menacing intent next, as instinct warned the hard man he was faced with a clear and present danger. The Galil was stuttering, a burst of 5.56mm lead hornets buzzing past Bolan, but the soldier was already stitching the commando across the chest, the SMG chattering on, tagging two more commandos as they sidled into view, then snuffing out Ayub. Dobson saw Bolan and snatched up a Japanese girl.
You rotten, traitorous son of a bitch! I fucking knew it!
The stampede was underway, tourists bowling into two commandos. Dodging runners, the commandos returned fire, driving Bolan to cover inside the archway.
Hey, Zero! I'll waste this girl!
The slugs stopped chewing up the archway a second later, as Bolan made out the chatter of an assault rifle from the direction where the tourists were feeding their exit out the front door. Bolan figured a new shooter had joined the party. The executioner went low around the corner, saw the girl's father grab at Dobson's arm. The commando leader swung his weapon toward the father, and Bolan tapped the SMG's trigger, going for exposed leg. Hot lead sheared off a hunk of Dobson's thigh. The girl broke free. Dobson was shimmying on his good leg when the executioner sprayed the commando leader, throat to crotch, with a swarm of 9mm death. Down and gone. Bolan stepped out into the living room, SMG trained on the front door as the CIA man entered, his AK-47 wandering in the direction of the littered corpses.
Well, I guess the show's over. I don't believe we were ever properly introduced. I'm Riddleson.
Alpha Zero.
What?
That's what this bunch tagged me. Call me Bob.
Okay, Bob. Besides good, what are you?
We'll skip that for now. I think we need to make tracks.
I agree. There's got to be a few of Ayub's soldiers on the loose still. And I don't think the natives are too happy about seeing their village blown back into the Stone Age.
You could most definitely say that.
Bolan checked the stairs, the banquet room, and looked to the front door, listening to the night world outside. Riddleson moved and began tearing through a pile of nylon pouches and satchels in the corner of the room.
Any chance you can get us out of the country?
Way ahead of you. We're covered.
Riddleson stood, checking out what looked to Bolan like a camcorder.
I need a secured sat link.
You want a lot.
The soldier gave the abattoir one last look. The tourists had fled, the last of the group bounding onto the bus. A lot of innocent people had died this night, and it burned Bolan to know there was very little he could have done to prevent the slaughter. If nothing else, the savages responsible would never kill again. Riddleson held out the camcorder and smiled.
One secured portable sat link at your service. There goes the bus. Now, this is one vacation I don't think they'll forget anytime soon. Not one for the scrapbooks. And speaking of transportation, I saw a motor pool over towards the east wall.
Good. Let's blow this pop stand.
Riddleson told Bolan how to unlatch the camcorder, assuring him whatever numbers he punched in wouldn't be cracked by his team. It wasn't the first time Bolan had worked with the CIA, and he wasn't about to take anything Riddleson told him as gospel truth. The CIA man had the wheel of the Land Rover, heading them in a northeasterly direction. They had the lights out as they rolled over the barren plain, Riddleson navigating with the aid of Bolan's NVD goggles. Behind them, Bolan saw the few straggling shadows of villagers milling about in the umbrella of firelight. A mountain of smoke rose for the sky where the earth was cratered from the blast. At least Marquis was losing killers at a furious pace, but there was more to do, and the butcher's work had only begun. Bolan needed to touch base with Brognola, put their heads together, and figure out where it went from there. Paris could be out for the time being, unless the soldier wanted to blitz his way back into the City of Lights. He'd no doubt risk the wrath of French police, who weren't exactly American-friendly, and who were most likely in the entrepreneur's pocket. Marquis would eventually learn about the disaster in Tunisia, and with any luck, Alpha Zero would be presumed dead. Perhaps that would open a back door the soldier could slip through and nail matters down.
By the way, to answer your question back there, I'm with the Justice Department.
Uh-huh. Bob from the Justice Department. And this is where I spill everything and you give me squat?
I'm sanctioned to take down Marquis and his bounty hunting operation.
So, you want to ride back to Paris? Collect all the heads for JD's mantle?
I'm not sure yet.
Just get us out of Dodge?
You got it.
I guess you'd like to know what I was doing tagging along with those tourists.
You want to keep me on a need-to-know basis, that's your call.
Riddleson seemed to consider his next words, his gaze scanning the vast darkness. Bolan let him drive in silence, both of them watching their surroundings for army patrols.
The CIA has a lead, or thought they had, on Hamad. They sent me down here to take a look at Ayub's operation, smoke it out and report back. I know. One man, you're thinking. Well, the geniuses running the show in Tunis thought maybe I'd troop into that village on my lonesome and catch him out arm in arm with the late colonel, since the two of them were doing business. I'd phone home, they'd fly down a Black Ops team and bag Hamad. Thing is, Hamad's long gone. I knew that, but my so-called superiors are keeping hope alive the bastard's still in the neighborhood. My guess is he's in Libya or Egypt by now. Anyway, Hamad, I'm sure you know, is one of the most wanted terrorists alive. The Israeli Mossad is on the hunt too, and those guys do more than bang on the war drum. Word is they've mounted a first-class Black Ops team to burn down Hamad and his jihad troublemakers.
That was news to Bolan, but he kept his expression neutral, let the CIA man talk.
Hamad has an operation in Lebanon and marches out the suicide troops with greater frequency these days. This thing is going to get ugly if the Israelis start landing a bunch of Black Ops in North Africa or Syria, or wherever they think Hamad is holed up.
It's already ugly.
Right.
Riddleson lapsed into hard silence. The soldier stayed quiet and alert, eager to get out of Tunisia. It was hot all over the desert, and Bolan was certain the heat was still on, looking to scorch him before he was on his way out of the country. The hard drive brought Bolan to a series of tents in a wadi. 4 armed shadows, Berbers, he assumed, were Riddleson's in-country contacts. From there they hitched a ride on an ancient Bell Huey, piloted by an American who Bolan felt sure was not giving his real name. The plan was to fly to a CIA outpost south of Tunis, where a waiting Gulfstream jet would fly Bolan back to the States. With any luck, he'd be on that jet within the hour, saying goodbye to Tunisia. It had been a nightmare run, but the executioner knew the worst was just over the next horizon. He had already filled in the big Fed and listened to what Brognola had waiting in the wings. Bolan had told Brognola he'd call back when he was on his way out of Tunisia.
Guess when we make the next taxi stop, we'll part company, Bob.
Riddleson held out his hand, and Bolan shook it.
I don't know who you really are. Suppose it doesn't much matter. I'll tell you this, though. If you hadn't shown up and did what you did, there'd be a whole lot more innocent dead people right now. You're all right, Bob.
Back at you.
This thing shapes up the way my people think it might. Well, you never know. We might run into each other again.
You never know.
France. Dante Marquis was normally a wine man, but the moment called for something stronger, and lots of it. The whiskey went down the hatch again, harsh and burning, a little smoother, though, the 4th or 5th time around. He moved to the bar and built another double. He nearly topped the glass with straight whiskey, then splashed some ginger on it. He could feel Anglaire, perched on his stool, watching him, waiting, wondering, no doubt, where it all went from there.
If you have something to say, say it. Do not sit there like a piece of stone, afraid to speak up.
Perhaps you should take it easy on that stuff.
18 more men, either dead or captured? My world about to go up in flames, and you want me to relax?
Not relax, but think. We need a plan. There is trouble, a lot of it.
Tell me something I don't know.
They were alone in the game room of the club, the nightlife beyond the doors gearing up with each round of drinks. Marquis walked to one of the 2 billiard tables, picked up the cue ball, tossing it up and down in his hand. He was feeling very strange, very alone these days. He was torn between mounting paranoia and hot fury, unable to calm himself, and the whiskey wasn't helping to take the jangle out of his nerves. On all fronts it was set to spiral down the toilet. Business was also suffering. Marquis neglected his daily routine at the office, dodged phone calls, and barked at subordinates to handle routine affairs.
How could this have happened? And now even our contacts in Tunis have pulled up the drawbridge, all but disappearing into thin air. Not even our Interpol people are returning our phone calls. This is disastrous.
That is not quite true. Lasserre said he would call us as soon as he learns what happens down there.
What do we know? Chabot did a flyover of the village. They shot pictures of the carnage. Dead men all over the place. And with the explosion of the armory, all the debris and rubble. There's no way of telling who is who or what is what. We don't know if Ayoub is alive or dead. All we know is they did not make the pickup site. We must assume the worst.
We must concentrate on San Francisco. As you ordered, I flew out another squad of men to shore up our forces. They have arrived, and Lapierre is waiting for your order to move on the targets.
We are losing good commandos so fast we will soon be without even a security detail.
I am presently correcting that situation.
By going to the street and hiring common murderers and rapists and pickpockets?
It will be handled through the usual channels. The men I recruit to replace our lost commandos will be professionals, I assure you.
Marquis sipped quietly on his drink. He glimpsed his reflection in the bar mirror and had to resist the sudden impulse to shatter the image with the cue ball. He detested what he saw staring back. He looked old, tired, and frightened.
Do they understand what they are to do in America?
Yes. They are looking at 3 separate Syrian families. Should they be forced to kill or torture most of them, they will make sure 1 adult male prisoner is taken. However, I must caution you on any optimism regarding a prisoner leading us to Hamad.
But the link has been established.
Yes. The trouble is, we know the Justice Department is wise to the Syrian cell.
And?
A run-in or a shootout with American authorities would only make our troubles worse. A few of our men over there are sort of using the San Francisco office as a base of operations.
Sort of. Either they are or they aren't.
They are. And with 3 dead VIPs in the company.
Missing.
But of course, missing.
Do you know something, Anglia? I no longer care about my business in America. It can go to hell. I'm not sure I even care any longer about the company at all. If it survives all of this, so be it. If not, I'll leave the country, go into exile. A modern-day Napoleon. The walls are closing in, and I am suffocating on anxiety and fear in Paris. There are rumors of justice agents traipsing all over Paris. I am losing confidence by the hour in our Interpol men. You want a plan? Here it is. No more disasters. I want Lasser to set it up through his people in Egypt. That is where Ahmad hides when it gets hot.
Or Syria, or Beirut.
We call Egypt first.
We?
Yes, damn it, we! Our next operation will see myself in charge, from the trenches, so to speak.
But I had...
Marquis threw the glass, which missiled over Angler's head and shattered the mirror, his right-hand man flinching, looking at him as if he'd lost his mind.
It is so ordered. Arrange it. A weapons drop, set recon, Lasser, and some clue, even a rumor where Ahmad is currently hiding in the darkness like the cockroach he is. Shake some trees, kick some ass, fasten our Interpol people, pay them more, I don't care. We leave as soon as it is arranged. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Then what are you waiting for?
California. South of Market Street, there stretched a vast neighborhood of warehouses, industrial parks, and factory outlet stores. There were also the bungalows where the free spirits holed up, doing whatever they did to help lend San Francisco its image of artistic tolerance and self-indulgence. It was also where Bolan planned to start the next leg of the campaign. Having run it past Brognola, both men agreed it was time to crank up some serious heat, send a message of doom back to Paris. The soldier had flown into the States and then jetted west. The big Fed got Special Agent Velasco out to the West Coast and planted as the man in charge of the Justice Department Special Task Force. Bolan was anxious to jumpstart this outing. It was burn and blitz on the menu. The Justice Department agents were ordered strictly as backup for Bolan, his eyes and ears. He could tell that didn't sit well with a few of them, but the kind of action he was prepared to bring to the city went far beyond SOP in the Justice Manual. Rumor was that Ahmad had landed a terror cell in the city by the bay, 3 families of Syrians, most of them male and of fighting age. According to Justice surveillance, Marquis had a shadow army that was aware of the terrorist nest too. Men tagged as Marquis' ex-legionnaires had staked out the targeted Syrian homes and businesses. If it worked out the way he envisioned, Bolan planned to bag 1 prisoner from each camp. He intended to make somebody sing long and loud enough to steer him back overseas, to resume the hunt for Ahmad, or wherever Marquis's next round of headhunters would land. A war was heating up in San Francisco. A lot of waiting and watching was going on at the moment. Brognola's people were monitoring the target sites from Marquis' American office to the Syrian hiding holes. The executioner was going for an end run at Marquis, and he was starting with the Frenchman's warehouse. The idea was to start toppling the man's kingdom from the outside, torch his merchandise, make the security henchmen sweat and wonder as they did their drive-bys of the Syrian homes. If it blew up before he was ready to make his final move, Bolan had left orders for Special Agent Bangle to call on his cell phone. He found a parking space in front of a chain of stores, boutiques, cafes, and restaurants, 2 blocks down from the Marquis warehouse. The loose-fitting windbreaker would hide his standard sidearms, plus conceal the mini-Uzi and special shoulder rigging. The pockets held 2 incendiary grenades. The small nylon pouch slung around his shoulder carried a block of C4, meant to get the firestorm started. The large war bag was locked in the trunk, bulging with other hardware and fire-starting goodies he would need to give new meaning to urban warfare. He was out and moving double-time toward Marquis's warehouse, his blood racing. He was moments away from serving notice to the Frenchman that he was no longer welcome in America. Justice had the warehouse under surveillance, but Bolan had spied it on an earlier drive-by. There appeared some questionable activity, lean, grim men in dark suit jackets, with visible bulges emerging from the warehouse with large nylon satchels, barking orders at the workforce. Bolan's gut told him he might find more than just video games and CD-ROMs on site. If the Frenchman had landed a small army in America, then the warehouse could double as an armory. One way to find out. The armed guard was out of the booth, stepping up to the chain-link gate, when Bolan drew the mini-Uzi.
Open up.
The gate slid open at the touch of an electronic button.
Lose the piece, then beat it. I'm shutting this place down.
You're making a big mistake.
Am I? Won't be the first time.
The guard did as he was told, tossing the 9mm Glock, then scurrying past Bolan. The executioner rolled on toward the 18-wheeler, where 3 men smoked and lingered, while a forklift driver rolled a pallet of crates into the belly of the rig. When the foursome saw the big man with the mini-Uzi marching straight for them, the smoking stopped, and eyes bugged.
You guys are off the clock. In fact, you're unemployed as of today.
They remained frozen until the executioner hit the trigger of the mini-Uzi and drilled a burst of 9mm slugs into the wall of the tractor-trailer. LaPierre had temporarily inherited the late vice president's office suite. He had passed the word on to lesser-ranking VIPs that the errant threesome were on vacation, that he was sent by Monsieur Marquis to handle business in their absence. If anyone had a problem with that, he was to feel free to call the man personally. No takers. What a surprise. Naturally, he didn't intend on hanging around the posh suite any longer than necessary. Marquis had just called and given the green light to proceed against the Syrians. It would be nice to get out in the field, start kicking ass, not hang around the office catching suspicious looks from the workforce. He tired of their eyes darting over the noticeable double bulges of the shoulder-rigged twin 9mm Glocks beneath his suit jacket. The orders were clear. Bag a Syrian, then phone Marquis when the task was completed for further orders. The man did tell them they were on their way to Egypt, and that made LaPierre wonder for a moment just what the hell was going on. Marquis sounded unusually stressed, on edge, in fact, as if he was intoxicated out of his gourd and going off the deep end. Marquis was becoming more fixated to the point of obsession on his quest for Ahmad's head, and LaPierre wondered about the man's sanity. Not only that, but the man was letting business slide down the tubes. If the books LaPierre had perused were any indication of the thievery going on behind his back in the States, well, he wasn't any businessman in a suit, and 3 thieves would never be heard from again. He rose from the deep-cushioned leather swivel chair to check out the view of the skyline of the financial district.
LaPierre?
This is the security guard at warehouse main gate. There's a guy here shooting up the place with a machine pistol.
What? Slow down. Run it by me again.
Sir, a man with a mini-Uzi forced entry at the warehouse gate. He's shooting up one of our tractor-trailers right now.
LaPierre nearly toppled back into the chair. If it was a raid by Justice or the FBI, they wouldn't just roll in one shooter.
Do not call the police. I'll handle it.
He punched off, then rang up Montmartre's number.
Yes?
We have a problem at the warehouse.
Out! Move it, now!
It took a full clip, winging around the swarms of 9mm Parabellum Hornets over their heads. But Bolan had the Stampede in high gear. He was 10 steps into the warehouse, with a fresh magazine in place, cocked and locked. He let the workers beat their exit through the open rolling door, then gave the sprawling warehouse a look when the place was clear of bodies. Thick plastic was wrapped around videos and pinball machines stacked on pallets. There were crates labeled computers, other boxes he found choked with DVDs. Then he spotted 3 large wooden crates in a deep corner, sitting apart from the rest. Finding a crowbar on a workbench, he went and pried off the lid. Inside, he found Uzis, Glocks, and spare clips.
Bingo.
The soldier went to work, placing the C4 charges at strategic points around the warehouse, opting for one meshing blast that would consume all merchandise, legal or otherwise, in a firestorm. He primed them with a radio-activated detonator, all the blocks tied into one frequency. Beyond the open door, he heard engines coming to life as the workforce vacated the premises. Someone was sure to phone the Home Office in San Francisco about the armed incursion, but Bolan was counting on the alarm being sounded about a lone madman on the loose. The first stop on his shopping list was nearly a wrap. So far, no resistance, but armed force would show up soon enough. Of course, word would reach whoever was in charge of the armed guard in America, and that news would go searing overseas to Marquis. The Frenchman would wonder who in the world was raising his operation in America, and why. The idea was to make them nervous, get them running, scared, and flushed out into the open. Then he could pick them off one by one, in groups, however they showed up on his gun sights. And there was the Syrian terror cell waiting in the wings, under watch in the mission district. The soldier was wondering how long it would take to get the enemy troops scrambling his way when he saw the black Lexus lurch to a halt in the mouth of the doorway. Doors opened, disgorging 3 men who came out firing 9mm Glocks. Montmartre didn't understand what was going on, but he had his orders. One crazy guy was inside the warehouse, having driven out the entire workforce with subgun fire for reasons unknown, and LaPierre wanted the ballsy bastard nailed. Any questions were on hold as the big guy inside the warehouse opened fire on them with his mini-Uzi, the stubby SMG flaming from around the corner of a crate. Montmartre flinched, ducking for cover behind his door, and triggered his Glock wildly as the spray of lead washed over the Lexus, blasting out windows and lethal flying glass shrapnel. He glimpsed the man toppling back, Glock tracking skyward, blood spurting from his chest. Who the hell was this shooter? They had only just left the warehouse not more than an hour ago, the latest round of soldiers from Paris, having been armed from the stash, marched out to take up positions where the Syrians were hunkered down. Someone had to be onto them, aware of the deadly game about to go down, but who? This was no ordinary law enforcement officer blasting away as if he knew what he was all about. This was a soldier, a killer. It didn't matter either way. He needed to get busy, down to just himself and Chasson on the other side, trading fire with the bastard who had them outmatched in firepower. He was looking up, wondering at the sudden lull in the shooting, when he saw the steel egg bouncing under the front end of the Lexus. Montmartre dashed to the side, away from the coming blast. The brilliant fireball lifted the Lexus off its wheels before it bounced down on fiery rubber, while angry flames boiled out from beneath the chassis. It was a waste of a good thermite bomb, but Bolan couldn't spare the time, getting bogged down in a standoff. SFPD sure to come flying onto the lot in short order. Besides, he was loaded to the gills as far as ammo and grenades were concerned. Plenty to spare in the firepower department, with no shortage of enemy numbers on the menu between the Frenchman's army and the Syrians. He was racing for the edge of the doorway, peering around the corner, when Montmartre scrambled to his feet. Bolan needed a live one, but number 3 wasn't destined to be his pigeon. The guy stood, wobbly from the concussive force of the blast. Somehow he triggered his Glock in a rapid-fire spray and pray, eyes wild. The executioner marched a line of slugs across his chest, knocking him off his feet. The tough part would be clearing the scene without SFPD swarming him. Brognola would flex some muscle on his end to get Bolan cut loose if the police grabbed him, but it would be time-consuming, raising too many questions about justice operating procedure. The executioner sprinted across the lot, palmed the radio remote box, and thumbed on the red light. It was past the gate and clear back to his ride when it blew. Bolan knew that would incinerate everything inside the warehouse. Dante Marquis was on short notice. The arcade was located between Montgomery and Sansom Streets, planted in an area that was, at one point in the city's history, awash in brothels and saloons. It was Marquis' contribution to American culture, the arcade chock full of his 3D video games, banks of pinball machines, everything catering to simulated violence with busty semi-clad women painted on the score banks for the pinball wizards. The soldier could have skipped this round altogether, but it was on the way to Marquis' office, where the soldier planned on paying the armed guard on site a courtesy call. They were mostly teenagers. Bolan wondered why they weren't in school at that hour. He spotted some gangbangers on the way in from the back door. They had raiders' jackets open to display semi-automatic pistols. Their mean eyes glanced his way from beneath the standard do-rags. Life in the big city, Bolan thought, and marched up to the fat manager who was hunched at his upraised cubicle, peering at a skin magazine.
Yeah? Clear the place out. There's going to be a fire.
Now the guy looked up, attentive as hell, in time to lose the scowl when he found himself staring down the muzzle of Bolan's mini-Uzi.
What? Who?
Bolan turned toward the players.
Everybody clear out. The fun and games are over.
The gangbangers hesitated. Bolan watching them as one of them reached inside his jacket.
I wouldn't, asshole.
The soldier loosed a long burst of subgun fire over their heads, the auto fire drilling into the ceiling, raining plaster and dust on the stampede.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
The soldier adjusted his aim and put the manager in flight with a short burst that blew apart his change machine. All clear, and the soldier primed his thermite bomb. He retraced his steps for the back exit, then lobbed the incendiary egg into the deep corner of the arcade. It blew as he hit the door, spewing hungry flames that would bring the place down in minutes. Bolan was just getting warmed up to show Marquis what he thought of his contribution to American culture.
What the hell is going on out there? Who is this bastard?
How should I know?
Describe him.
The arcade manager did. It matched the description of the bastard who had blown up their warehouse.
Merde.
This was the second horrifying report to reach LaPierre within a span of 30 minutes. La Mare did a drive-by of the warehouse and found the place in flames. Montmartre and his crew were dead. One of them was burned to a crisp, as if the attacker was armed with incendiary grenades. The backup team had just cleared out when SFPD and an armada of fire trucks rushed onto the firestorm. Now this latest report of the same lone gunman rolled in, clearing the arcade out before he torched it with another thermite grenade. Forget the millions of dollars in merchandise, equipment, even weapons lost. LaPierre knew when he was being hunted. Whoever was after them was clearly military issue of some sort, a stone-cold professional with a track record.
What should I do?
Do not talk to the police. You know nothing.
LaPierre clicked off. It was time to do the job he was sent to America for. His team was in place at the apartment building, prepared to storm in and hopefully snag a talking Syrian head. He stood frozen at the horseshoe desk for a long moment just the same. There was no way the late trio of VIPs could have some lone avenger on the loose, looking to even the score. The bodies had been dumped in the bay, and it was too soon for anyone to start thinking foul play as far as the missing VIPs went. Then who? The feds didn't operate with such brazen violence. Whatever was happening, it was utter insanity. The ship was sinking in America, and it was time to bail, but not before the mission was accomplished. It should have been done sooner, but there were feds prowling about. Easy enough for his men to mark on their own stakeout of the Syrian's apartment complex. Marquis, thinking he couldn't do the job himself, had ordered they hold off until he beefed up the forces. Trouble was, the force was already thinned out by 3 shooters. They were looking at 21 Syrian males of fighting age when they crashed through the doors. Then there were family members to contend with, cops and feds who might drop the net, forcing them to fight their way out of the country. The madness had clearly begun, and it wasn't even by his own hand. LaPierre flew out into the reception bay, ignoring the bustle of executives and secretaries flying around, glancing at him with startled eyes. Whatever was set to go down, he was sure they would all be out of a job soon. Marquis was finished in America. The police were sure to come knocking on office doors, throwing around questions, digging into their business. He was licensed to carry a weapon, as were all his men, but he could hear the litany of questions already. Cops, suspicious as hell, wondering why the office needed armed guards lurking about. And that was just for starters. He was sweeping past the receptionist's desk when he spotted a big figure captured by the camera monitoring the lobby. A dark guy, all grim business, flashing something in the guard's face, then marching on for the elevator. He couldn't be positive, but there was something in the big guy's manner that warned him the madman on the loose had just entered the building. LaPierre hastened his stride for the elevator bank, watching the lights as they flashed, and the big guy made his way for the top floor. He wasn't about to take any chances, searching the corridor, finding it clear at the moment of any watching eyes. He reached inside his jacket, wrapped a hand around one of the Glocks. The office building in San Francisco wasn't quite the same setup that he'd found in Paris. Only the top 2 floors belonged to Marquis, so he couldn't burn down the building, but Bangle's men had the parking garage and front lobby under surveillance, and they had filled him in on the comings and goings of strange faces. The latest face on the premises had been tagged as belonging to an ex-legionnaire by the name of LaPierre. Unless the man was completely insane, going for hardware in full view of the workforce, Bolan hoped for a fairly easy snatch of a prisoner. Of course, the man could have heard by now how the firestorm was spreading his way, driven by confusion, panic, and fury. Then there was the security camera at the guard's desk, an itch going down Bolan's spine that warned him he was made coming in. No sweat. He'd take it as it came. The heat was building, the justice teams were in place, and it was time to push the envelope. He wanted LaPierre in the net, alive and thrashing. Paris might have been watched by justice agents, but with disaster dropping on Marquis all over the map, he figured the man would get nervous, perhaps even want to vacate Paris for a while, regroup, and add to his depleted force of commandos. Maybe he'd light another fire to the seats of his headhunters and ship them off for another stab at Ahmad. At this point, Bolan needed a prisoner, someone he could turn the screws on, find out what Marquis had on the back burner. The executioner watched the lights flash as the car climbed. He wasn't sure what it was, but paranoia flared to life, warning him it might have been smarter to sweat out a long haul up the stairs. He didn't think LaPierre would prove himself a desperate, cornered animal. As soon as the doors parted, Bolan read the silent communication in the man's eyes. One heartbeat, and the former legionnaire told Bolan he knew he was the fire starter come to burn him down now. There was also respect, fear, and pure menace staring back at the soldier. Heartbeat number 2, and there was body language to back up the look of murderous intent. The Glock was snaking free of its holster, coming out and around for target acquisition. The former legionnaire nearly had the weapon drawn on his chest, but Bolan was charging ahead, clamping a vice-like grip over the wrist. The two lurched backwards into the elevator. The problem was the gun was free and clear, cracking out a 9mm round, the soldier glimpsing his reflection lost in a spiderweb as the slug shattered the mirrored wall of the elevator car. Bolan slammed a headbutt off the Frenchman's nose, squelching bone and loosing a faucet of red gore. When LaPierre didn't buckle or even lose his grip on the Glock, Bolan knew he was faced with a raging bull of an opponent. The knee speared Bolan in the side. The wind punched from his gut. The free hand came out of nowhere next, a fist that hammered off Bolan's jaw, adding a light show to the knifing pain in his side. Somehow he held on, coming back right away, matching the Frenchman's tenacity even in the next instant after he nearly faltered from the punishing blows, aware they were going the distance. One lost step, one extra blink of the eyes, and someone was down for the count and not getting back up. The Glock roared twice as Bolan thrust the gun hand up. The mirrored roof came down in sheets of glass, LaPierre exploding a forearm up and through Bolan's stranglehold. If he let go of the gun hand, the soldier knew it was over. They spun, glass raining off their skulls, LaPierre reaching out with a clawed hand, fingers seeking to gouge out Bolan's eyes. Swatting the hand away, Bolan shot another headbutt into the face of rage. His forehead slashed the man just above the eye, opening a gash like a burst pipe where hot blood instantly ran into the orb. With the eye stung, he was half blinded, and Bolan felt his opponent faltering for a moment where he might turn the tide. Grabbing a handful of shirt, the executioner, fueled by adrenaline and driven by his own fear into decisive action, lifted LaPierre an inch or so off his wingtips. A cycloning pirouette, and Bolan slammed the Frenchman into the remaining sheet of glass. The car shuddered as if the building were about to topple from one of San Francisco's famous quakes. Blood flew into Bolan's face, but he wouldn't give up the gun, which rang out another round, the slipstream of hot lead tearing past the warrior's scalp, his ears ringing so loudly now he nearly couldn't hear the retort of the next shot. He spun the Frenchman again, 2 charging steps, and rammed him into the other wall. The gun came free, falling, crackling into a bed of glass. Fury flared in LaPierre's eyes, and he brought back the demon as he slammed an uppercut off Bolan's jaw. The executioner staggered back a step. He glimpsed the blurring fist, a roundhouse on the way, flying for his jaw through the fractured light, and slipped under it with a microsecond to spare, knuckles scraping the top of his skull. The miss was all the soldier needed to retaliate with a fresh burst of adrenaline-powered might, and Bolan put a pile driver into his adversary's guts. If the man's stomach hadn't been like steel washboard, the blow, Bolan knew, might have scraped spine and started a slow, agonizing death from internal bleeding. The ex-legionnaire dropped to his knees, and Bolan found himself grateful it was over, and that he was still standing. The guy was a gladiator, a demon. Bolan drew the Beretta. He took a moment to suck in some air and shake some of the cobwebs out of his ringing skull. Suddenly, he noticed the car had stopped at another floor, and a crowd of horrified onlookers were gawking into the gladiator arena.
You folks wouldn't mind catching the next elevator, would you?
Oh, no, that's all right, definitely. All right.
Bolan punched the closed doors button. LaPierre nearly made it to his feet when Bolan clobbered him over the back of the skull with the Beretta. The soldier pulled the plastic cuffs. Cop-style, he pinned the Frenchman face down and eating glass, with his knee across the back of his neck. When the hands were fastened behind his back, Bolan stood and punched the button for P2. The executioner expected some form of welcoming committee when he hit the parking garage. He entered the parking garage, dragging LaPierre with one hand, while the soldier's Beretta in the other hand fanned the parked cars and concrete pillars. He was surprised that so far the route looked clear to his rental, but no way would he drop his vigilance when the toughest part could be vacating the garage. If Special Agent Bangle's last report was accurate, then the French hitters were circling the Syrian's apartment, scoping out the scene, and probably waiting for the green light to start crashing doors and blasting people. But there could be SFPD on the way to intercept him on his way out, and angry cops to deal with. And with the firestorms he'd left behind and witnesses, no point in dwelling on what hadn't happened yet. Bolan keyed open the passenger door, checking the garage, listening for squealing tires, looking for shadows. Clear. LaPierre was a little wobbly, but he was coming around now. Bolan slung him onto the shotgun seat. Keeping the Beretta in hand, he scanned the garage and the doors leading up to the lobby. The witnesses to the head-banger's ball in the elevator were either too shaken up to call cops or security, or else the search was just getting underway.
Hey! Hold up!
Bolan saw the security guard charging toward him, gun drawn. Bolan pulled his bogus Justice Department credentials.
Special Agent Belasco, Justice Department. Get that gun off me, or you're gonna have a problem you won't be able to handle.
Let me see that, Chief.
Lose the gun.
The guard did, shoving it into his holster. He came up to Bolan, then peered through the windshield. His eyes went wide as he scoured the battered face and red ruins staring back at him. Finally, he gave the ID a lengthy inspection, as if he were thinking Bolan had printed it up himself.
It's real.
That may be, but...
No buts. This man is under arrest. If SFPD shows up, you handle it. Tell them to contact Special Agent Bangle at the number on this card if there are any questions.
Okay, I'll bite.
Bite and swallow. Have a nice day.
The guard stood slack-jawed for another moment before he pivoted and marched back for his post. Bolan hopped in behind the wheel.
Okay, here's how it is. Marquis is finished in America. He's going down at some point for good, and that will include any of you mercenaries he has on his payroll who are looking to carve up some Syrian hide. You help me, maybe I can get you a deal.
And if there's blood on my own hands?
You want to spell that out?
I'll think about it.
How did you know the Syrians were in town?
Hackers.
How's that?
Marquis has a team of hackers. Your Justice Department computers have firewalls, but they are dated. They're like a giant sieve. We knew about the Indonesian freighter, how Hamad used his Indonesian Muslim connections. We knew of your suspicions, your operation, and your surveillance of the Syrians. The freighter was how Hamad smuggled in their weapons and the explosives. Hamad had a cell planted in San Francisco over a year ago. The Syrians were funneled in on student visas, one by one.
True enough, Brognola had agents who had suspected the freighter in question was one of Hamad's hot boats, and the first suspected terror cell had landed on American soil in the time frame LaPierre mentioned. The whole operation to take down the Syrian cell struck Bolan as too little, too late. There could be any number of reasons why the feds hadn't moved in on them before now, but the fuse was lit, and Bolan intended to be the point man when the war blew.
And who knows? Someone in the Justice Department might also be taking an envelope in the middle of the night for information. All I know was the information I received from Marquis came from hackers.
It was plausible enough, and given what he'd heard from Brognola, anything was possible. These days, even the so-called good guys were going for themselves, usually for quick, fat cash. The list was endless, and Bolan knew there were still plenty of snakes out there hiding in holes. There were CIA guys on the take. Hell, there was that one FBI guy who'd been living the high life while he marched other agents to their deaths. Bolan despised few things more than a traitor. They were one half step above a child molester.
And your troops, what's the story?
No story. They are ordered to go with or without me. My men tell me the Syrians appear highly agitated. They are peeking out their windows. Others have marched into the one apartment carrying large nylon satchels. The war for Hamad may have already begun.
Bolan stowed the Beretta and keyed the ignition. If that was true, the shooting had already started. Bangle and the other agents would go in behind the hitters, or maybe the SAC had jumped the gun and bowled in ahead. Either way, Bolan needed to get to the target site. He gunned the engine, one hand on the wheel, while punching up Bangle's number on the cell phone. Mahmoud Husseif had feared this day would come since he'd first arrived in America. They had been discovered. The worst part of it was that he and the others might never realize their dream of martyrdom now, unleashing holy war on the hated infidels. Their enemies were out there, everywhere, and coming for them. For 2 hours he had been standing near the window overlooking the alley. He had alternated between giving out the orders to his 20-strong jihad force and watching the alley and the next apartment building. 4 of them were now walking time bombs, wrapped like mummies with C4. All of them had armed themselves with AK-47s, 5 RPG-7s passed out to the designated rocket team. There were women and children in the other bedroom, including his wife and 2 sons. Husseif told them all to stay put, no matter what. They knew why they had come to America, and they understood he would see them someday again, in paradise. Husseif dwelled on the possibility of disaster and personal failure. It galled him that none of them may even make it out of the building. He looked out the window again, staring down at the 3 black luxury vehicles below. He was sure they were American law enforcement. The same cars had earlier made 3 drive-bys down the alley. Mustafa informed him that he'd spotted a veritable armada of unmarked Crown Victorias and sedans across the street when he'd come into the building with the remaining soldiers of the cell. And Husseif spotted the armored snipers, hunched and moving across the roof of the apartment building across the alley, taking up positions to be able to shoot down at the row of their 3rd-floor windows. They were being hit, and he was angry with himself for having malingered in America. He should have acted on his own, instead of waiting for word from Ahmad on what the targets would be and when to move. As if it mattered, since downtown San Francisco was a veritable wealth of prime kill sites. It had been easy enough getting into America and setting themselves up in various apartments. They were Arab families looking for a better way of life, a part of the immigrant scenery. Getting their hands on the weapons smuggled in by the Indonesian freighter had gone off just as Ahmad promised. But now this, the end of a dream before it was ever realized.
We have police out there.
He turned, looking at the camera which monitored the hallway. The minicam had been the sole high-tech gift from Ahmad. It had taken considerable effort to install, and he thought maybe it had been pointless to expend such time and sweat and worry when the building manager might possibly spot the glass eye above the door jamb. Now it gave him an edge.
Ali, this is what you are to do.
Jacques Lemaire passed the word on to the other former legionnaires over his TAC radio.
We go. Back entrance. Stick to the plan.
Lemaire couldn't wait for LaPierre any longer. His orders were to hit the Syrian's apartment, and according to his watch, it was now the exact time LaPierre had designated for the green light. Given the mysterious rash of trouble sweeping across the city, their businesses getting burned down, their men getting shot up, Lemaire was nervous. He wanted the mission wrapped up. If their leader didn't show, it meant there was trouble on his end. No need to specify. LaPierre was either in police custody or the mysterious one-man army had taken him down. There was the not-so-little problem of what to do after the hit, getting out of America safely, but he'd worry about escape and evasion after he'd earned his payday. Blood first, flight later.
All right, gentlemen, let's do it.
Lemaire and the 4 men exited the Lexus. Uzi submachine gun in hand, he stepped out, the pockets of his windbreaker filled with grenades. The plan was to place a glob of C4 on the door of the targeted apartment, blow it, lob in a few grenades, then go in shooting after the blasts did their gruesome work. They would mop up, and with any luck, bag a hostage or 2 for interrogation later. Chances were the Syrians would go down fighting, but he bore in mind they were all getting the same 100,000 per terrorist head as any of the commandos on the other hunts. He checked the grim faces of his troops. 12 shooters against 20. With grenades and the element of surprise on their side, it should be quick and easy. Lemaire picked up the pace, heart racing as he knew he was moments away from leading his troops into the slaughter.
I don't give a damn if you're 2 seconds away, Belasco. That French hit team is armed to the frigging teeth and they're heading in. I can't wait any longer.
Special Agent Jim Morris softly shook his head. Whoever Special Agent Belasco was, he was sent out here by Washington as the man of the hour. He was in charge, and his word was supposed to be taken as if it were written in stone. Now Special Agent in charge Bangle, for reasons Morris could only guess, was going to bull ahead, call the shots on the spot. There was some sort of underlying envy of Belasco, he supposed. After all, the ongoing operation, culminating now in a raid on the apartment, had been Bangle's puppy for months. But they should wait for Belasco, if for nothing else, than not to buck protocol. Going against procedure, leaving out the head man at such a critical moment, could mean paperwork, lots of it, and explanations to superiors to boot.
You disappear, leaving me watching the store, and now you want me to sit on my hands?
Morris looked at the drab apartment building on the corner of Guerrero and 18th. Earlier they had seen 12 Syrians, casting suspicious glances at their unmarked vehicles, toting nylon satchels, and he had done the math even before the last arrival of alleged terrorists. Their Justice Department task force was 15 shooters against 20 Syrian shooters. Add the women and children, and he figured 30 bodies were in that apartment. It was a tall order. A raid through the front door, 15 men against 20. If the Syrians were as heavily armed as they believed, it was going to get ugly. And now the French hit team was joining the hootenanny, stacking the long odds even higher against them.
I'm gone. Yeah. I'll alert our guys you're on the way.
Bangle signed off and hooked the TAC radio to his belt. He looked down the line of parked vehicles where the other Justice shooters were waiting.
Let's go. There's going to be shooting, so don't hesitate to start waxing the bad guys. French, Syrian, whoever shows up with a piece.
And they were moving, surging across the street, angling for the front doors of the lobby. Morris reading the fear and anxiety on the faces of civilians as the armored shooters closed on the building. It was going to get ugly indeed, Morris knew, and he had to wonder how high the body count would climb. He feared more than a few of the home team were going to get zipped up in rubber bags before it was over. He wasn't sure what Belasco would have done, but at least he was another gun. They should have waited. Hasif saw them on the camera monitor. There were 12 men creeping down the hall, stacked up, Uzis in hand, and hugging the wall.
They are here.
One of them was pulling out something, and Hasif knew it was a glob of plastic explosive after a second, longer look. Their own charge was already primed to the door. Hasif checked his troops as they hunkered down for cover behind the couches, pulled to the far corner of the room. Hasif took up the radio remote box, waiting on the raiders for what felt like agonizing eternal minutes, but was only a few seconds. He smiled to himself. He knew he was about to give them the shock of their lives, and hand them their tickets to hell. Beyond the blast, the orders were to move out of the building and take their holy war to the streets of San Francisco. He was going to die soon anyway, perhaps within the hour. But somehow, some way, he would make it outside, find something, a cafe, business, anything where he could shoot up infidels while his human time bombs blew themselves up. Hasif thumbed on the red light. Lemaire nodded for Beaumain to place the charge. He fell back a few feet, his troops lined out in front of him against the wall. He watched as Beaumain made the door. The hallway was clear for the moment, but that would change soon enough. It could prove a plus if he was forced to grab some other resident on the way out, or use him or her as a human shield against any cops who came flying onto the scene. Lemaire lifted his Uzi, 2 of the frontline troops palming frag grenades. He heard his heart thundering in his ears. Then... It was impossible for Hasif to tell how many raiders the blast had eliminated, since the camera lens was lost in the fireball, the screen winking out.
Now, Ali! Fire!
He watched as Ali raised the RPG-7 over the top of the couch, aimed his impact point for the wall on the other side of the hallway, and loosed the warhead. The second blast again rocked the floor beneath Hasif. They had won the first round, but it wasn't enough. It was far from over, and victory was hardly assured. The snipers on the roof had to go next. The rocket team was up and punching out the windows with the butts of assault rifles.
Move out! Move out!
Hasif himself lagged behind as 6 or 7 of his jihad soldiers bolted for the jagged maw of the front doorway and forged into the billowing smoke, Kalashnikovs out and searching for fresh kills. Suddenly, a grenade came bouncing out of the smoke wall and rolled up at the feet of his men. Hasif ducked as steel bits and wet strips of shredded meat blew over his head. Victory in the name of God was hardly guaranteed. Bolan put aside his rage that Bangle didn't hold on until he arrived to lead the charge. There was no sense in second-guessing his detour around town now. Time had been eaten up while he did his damnedest to heap more misery on Marquis' life, and now someone else might pay the price for his personal blitz. Despite that, it wasn't wasted effort. The upshot was he had a prisoner, and if any blame was pinned on anybody, it was Marquis, his Merc Legion, and the Syrians. Bolan burst out the door. He locked LaPierre inside before he rushed to the trunk, keyed it open, and took the HK MP5 subgun. He shoved a few grenades into the pockets of his windbreaker as he charged for the doors of the front lobby. He had the setup mentally marked. 2 ways in and out, front and back doors. 3rd floor was where the action was, the killing field in high bloody gear from the sound of it. 12 French shooters, an equal number of justice agents moving on the hall from the opposite direction, and the Syrians caught smack in the middle, human sharks fighting for their place in the feeding frenzy. He looked up at the rooftop of the adjacent apartment building and spotted the 3 justice snipers. In an instant, they were gone, vaporized. The Syrians had massive killing power. Bangle had no idea what he was up against. The executioner slammed through the apartment doors. He raced for the steps. He knew the home team had taken casualties in the opening rounds, and the soldier felt his blood boil for a moment over the loss of a few good men. Then he steeled himself to do what had to be done. Lemaire was on his feet, Uzi up. Around him, bodies and body parts strewed the path that led to the door. At least 4 of the others had survived, 2 more writhing about and holding in their guts, one of them clutching the mangled limb where an arm had been sheared off below the elbow. The auto fire roaring from down the hallway told him the cops had arrived. Lemaire fired his Uzi at the helmeted figures arriving. He wasn't sure if one of his men had added to the firestorm that just tore through the apartment, but he was damn glad one of them had the good sense to dump a frag bomb in the direction of the cops.
Hold back!
Morris had thought it was a bad move, Bangle leading the men to roll out into the hall and open fire. They were exposed, even as they managed to cap off a few rounds and nail a couple of the French hitters. He was pouring on the auto fire himself when he saw the French hitter toss an object their way.
Grenade!
Morris saw 2 of their own jerking as slugs slammed into body armor, but he was part of a human domino effect next as Bangle, retreating from the grenade, bowled into it. Bangle's momentum carried Morris backwards, knocking him down the stairs.
Oh, shit!
A domino effect was created as Morris tumbled into the next agent in line. He tried not to get his neck broken as he was rolled up in a tangle of arms and legs, windmilling out of control. Hasif had no intention of getting pinned down in the close quarters of the apartment, while brazen raiders perhaps pulled it together for some bull rush charge.
Rocket team, once we're down, cover the alley. Blow the luxury cars to hell. Now follow me. We go for the streets. We go down to a man if we have to. Kill as many of the sons of whores as you can before we go to guard.
He stopped at the doorway, auto fire seeming to come from 2 separate directions in the hallway. 2 groups of raiders then, one side shooting at the other? What could this mean, other than they had more enemies than he had originally imagined? He grabbed one of his human time bombs, jerked a nod toward the street end of the hallway.
Do it!
Aldabij nodded, eyes fired up with the glow of knowing he could score a victory against the infidels before he blew himself up to paradise. He was gone and running down the hall. Hosif decided it was time to bolt, escape on the heels of the 4 dogs he saw moving on shaky legs for the alley end of the hallway. They fired as a foursome, driving him to cover for a moment. But with the coming wrath of martyrdom, Hosif knew the way would be cleared to take the holy war to the streets. Bolan shouldered and shoved his way through the wave of tumbling bodies. He needed to get to the top of the steps, get a read on what sort of fiasco they were staring down, and start turning the tide of battle somehow. 2 wounded justice agents were down, twitching on the landing of the hallway. They were crawling over the lip of the steps, Bolan reaching out, grabbing them one by one, and slinging them to cover. They were in bad shape, he saw, faces chewed to raw burger by flying shrapnel, and he doubted they'd make it. Subgun out and ready to blow away the first hard man to show in his death sights. Bolan punched low around the corner. The replay of the horror show he'd witnessed in Tunisia was running straight for their position, the remote box in hand. Bolan held down the trigger, and the spray of lead turned the face of fanaticism to pulpy mush. Then he flung himself away from the corner, aware it could be too late to keep the bundle of human explosives from lighting up if death throws flared out final electric impulses with a finger on the button. He was bounding back down the steps, tripping over an armored body, when the blast seemed to rip apart the entire floor. Lemaire was very much afraid. The mission was a total failure, a disaster beyond his wildest nightmares, and he would have to make an accounting for this fiasco sooner or later. Of course, he might never get the chance to hand off a litany of excuses and rationalizations to Marquis. Right then they were under fire by the Syrians, a whole pack of rabid wolves chasing them down the stairs. They would have to make a savage fighting withdrawal then, as he triggered his Uzi, clipping 2 of the Arabs off their feet before he began his descent down the steps. There was no way they could make a stand. 4 guns against 15 or so crazed Syrians who were prepared to go out in a blaze of glory for Allah. Lemaire hit the alley, wheeling around the corner, his survivors on his heels. He was looking back, sure the Syrians would be right there, tensed and waiting for the bullets to begin siphoning into ribbons. Lemaire hit the alley floor on his face. Looking up, he silently cursed the garbage dumpster that had dropped him. He realized his own men were darting past him, hell-bent on making the cars. What the hell were they going to do, leave him?
What the hell are you going to do? Leave me here?
Lemaire was on his feet again, gathering momentum, when the missiles began sailing down from the third-floor windows.
Bangle, get the wounded help first. Split the unit up to cover my back and march a team to the mouth of the alley on the street end. Under no circumstances is any agent to follow me.
He left Bangle to his shock and confusion, forging up the steps, subgun leading the way. Quickly but cautiously, Bolan charged into the cloying smoke clouds, glimpsed the ceiling and walls riddled with gaping holes, doors on other apartments blown in. Bits and pieces of gory flesh and blood dappled the walls. He made the shattered mouth of the targeted apartment. He wheeled around the corner, took in the threesome by the windows, and held down the trigger of his SMG. They were turning his way, chucking aside spent RPG-7s, when the executioner hosed them down with a long burst of subgun fire, left to right and back, nailing it down. Standing in the ruined doorway, the soldier gave the carnage a hard perusal. No more shooters came running. The executioner moved out to hunt down the surviving savages. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and Lemaire was sure at that point he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Death was preferable to running from combat, and thus being branded a coward posthumously by his employer. Lemaire grabbed his Uzi, plucked a grenade out of his pocket, and primed the steel egg. Time to return a few grim favors in spades, in blood. Evac was definitely out the window. 3 expensive luxury rentals were up in flames. Wreckage littered the alley. Screw it. It had all gone to hell, and so was he. But he could take a few of the Syrians along with him for the ride into the fire. And he discovered he wasn't alone. Incredibly enough, he saw 2 of his teammates had somehow survived the explosive wrath from above. Crimson scarecrows staggering out of the conflagration. Their Uzis searched for targets, something on which to focus their pain, shock, and horror. He couldn't make out their features, since their faces were bloody masks, so he couldn't call out their names, tell them it was time to do or die, and most likely the latter. But they seemed to understand that concept. Warriors rolling on their way, eyes wild with a mix of agony and anger. They came charging around the corner as a group, AK-47s already up and spitting flame and lead. Lemaire chucked the grenade into the heart of the pack, glimpsed a few pairs of eyes going wide as the steel egg rolled up at their feet. He felt the hot bee stings digging into his flesh, tasted the blood smeared across his lips, but he was hosing them down, holding on to the last bitter breath, hell-bent on going out with a roar. If he wasn't in so much pain, fire torching his insides up, head to toe, he might have howled in glee at the sight of 3 or 4 more dropping under his barrage. Bolan had been on their 6 as the Syrians surged as a group of 12 around the corner of the alley, firing for all they were worth at what he assumed were the surviving French shooters. The executioner figured he could knock out half the pack with a well-placed frag bomb and lobbed a live one onto the jihad troops. At the same instant that Bolan deposited the grenade into the hard force, Lemaire's grenade went off. The executioner rode out the blast, hugging the wall of the apartment building. Then he stepped forward to mop up. No mercy, no prisoners. The executioner didn't know for sure if he had them all in his death sights, but a quick mental tally of the body count, coupled with the Syrian numbers provided by intelligence, and he believed what he saw before him were the last survivors. A full clip up the HK MP5, and the executioner unloaded on the mangled savages, a cyclone of lead tearing into them, sweeping around from all points, locking them in a long dance of death. It was like shooting rats in a barrel, which was exactly how the executioner saw them. They were all history after the warrior burned out his clip, a quagmire of corpses and running blood. A fresh magazine locked home, and Bolan moved for the corner of the alley. Near the fiery hulls of the wreckage, Bolan took in the strewn corpses. Lemaire was the only French shooter left, barely standing, but turning the Uzi in Bolan's direction. The soldier waxed him off his feet with a 3-round burst to the chest. Slowly, the executioner moved up the alley, taking in the carnage, alert for possums. He towed the dead on the way out, saw nothing but blank stares fixed on the sky. Heat from angry fire stung his face, and the stink of blood and emptied bowels and bladders swamped his senses. It was time to fly, leave the mess for someone else to clean up. The soldier had what he'd come for on this particular leg of the campaign, a mouthpiece to take him to wherever Marquis' bounty hunters would turn up next. And from what he could see, all martyrs were present and accounted for, gone to the great beyond to receive their just reward. He headed for his rental car, thinking that his orders hadn't been followed to the letter, and he had to wonder about Bangle. Something smelled where the justice operation here was concerned. There was a leak somewhere, a traitor in the ranks. The fact the French hitters knew about the justice operation, where to find the Syrians. There was a definite stink in the air. Bolan watched as SAC Bangle emerged from the building and crossed the street. The big buzz-cut agent had 1,000-yard stare in his eyes.
Velasco, I understand. Well, we did a head count and all the Syrians are dead and accounted for. No loose time bombs looking for a place to go off. Same thing for the French.
I'm out of here, Bangle.
What? Hey, hold on a goddamn second. You see all those cops around here? You know the shitstorm that just blew in our faces? You know how much...
Deal with it. I'll touch base with Washington once I'm in the air, try and smooth the waters for you guys.
That's it?
I came here to do a job, Bangle. It's done.
Bolan searched the man's eyes, wondering if Bangle was the leak. There was that silent communication again. The executioner certain there was a wolf lurking behind the official mask.
So I get the big favor of mopping all this up? What am I, a fucking janitor?
I may be in touch.
What's that supposed to mean?
I may be back this way.
Bolan hopped in behind the wheel. Bolan and LaPierre were aboard the Justice Department's Gulfstream jet on their way back to Washington. Alone in the cabin, Bolan spelled it out for the former Legionnaire. The soldier had fixed the Frenchman a glass of whiskey, given him a smoke, hoping the quasi-courtesy would help loosen the man's tongue. When Bolan was finished telling LaPierre what he wanted him to do, the man stared into his empty glass.
Another, if you don't mind.
Bolan hesitated, saw the ghost of a smile dance over the man's lips, LaPierre making a show of wincing next.
Hey, come on, I'm in a lot of pain here. You smacked me a few real good ones.
The soldier relented and built him another from the wet bar.
You make a nice drink, my American friend. Good and strong. Thank you.
Bolan handed the man the cell phone.
Do it.
I'm not sure about this.
Do it.
Let me tell you something first.
The call.
About our deal.
Only if you work with me.
I have no problem with that, but I need to come clean with you about something.
Quickly.
And Bolan heard about the executions of the 3 executives, the bodies dumped in the bay. LaPierre insisted he was only following orders from Marquis, that the Americans had been stealing money. Surely Mr. Justice could understand.
Does our deal still hold?
I'll think about it.
I see. I have blood on my hands. You want to consider me a murderer, toss me into prison.
I might be able to work around that.
Mitigating circumstances?
Something like that.
Marquis. He'll become suspicious. Your plan has holes in it.
Every plan has holes in it.
I think I understand. No risk, no reward.
You got it. The call.
LaPierre punched in the overseas number.
Duclos, get me Marquis. I need to reach him immediately. Get in touch with him, Duclos. Tell him it is urgent. No, it is for his ears only. There is trouble in America, but I have what he wants. Yes. Yes, I will call you back in 20 minutes. I don't give a damn. Make it happen.
What's the problem?
It would appear Monsieur Marquis is unavailable.
Word games won't score you any points.
He's left Paris. That was his second in command of security and recruitment. I am to call back.
That much I got. You don't perform. You don't come through. You're gonna wish you were simply going to prison.
This is all most peculiar. Every time we speak, there is more bad news on your end. Why is it everywhere I turn these days there is nothing but bad news?
Marquis paced around the situation table in the war room of his transport plane. He wasn't sure what to make of LaPierre's sitrep. They had left in the dead of night, and he hoped to have his new team of hunters in Egypt in place at the enemy's door well before dawn. Not even 30 minutes in the air, and already he was hearing about more problems. It wasn't so much what LaPierre said, as much as it was his tone, edgy and nervous, and what he wasn't saying. He glanced at Anglaire, who looked up from the maps spread around the table.
Let me get this straight, LaPierre. You are telling me that you lost every single man to the Syrians and the police?
Yes, to a man, all of them dead.
Yet you made it.
Lucky, I suppose. I managed to escape with only a few scratches. With a Syrian prisoner, I may add. I am presently booking a flight to Paris, unless you wish me to bring the man directly to you. This prisoner, he claims he can contact Hamad.
Interesting.
Marquis didn't like it. Something smelled rotten. He had a man in the Justice Department on the west coast of America, and it would be easy enough to check out LaPierre's version of events. He already knew about the strikes on the warehouse and the arcade, and that smacked of trouble enough. LaPierre could be setting him up. Perhaps he had been arrested by the police and was now cooperating with the Justice Department. Perhaps he was in league with whoever had so brazenly attacked him in America, raising his business and costing him millions of dollars in property.
Monsieur?
Egypt. I will be in Egypt. Arrange it so you can get to Cairo. I will send a team of men there to pick you up.
Cairo is a big city.
Go to the pyramid. Call me back when you're in the air. Goodbye.
What is it?
LaPierre. He says he has a prisoner, but they lost every single man during the attack.
Oh, really?
Yes. My sentiments exactly. It doesn't sound plausible that he somehow managed to escape. Well, yet another group of my commandos were completely butchered.
Call our man in San Francisco.
I am considering it. We have 4 oversized customized Land Rovers aboard. Getting to Cairo, should I do that, wouldn't be a problem.
And you're going to spare the men and the time for a detour to the pyramids?
I am not sure. LaPierre may have to wait. If what Lasserre told us is true, Ahmad has been sighted in Egypt at this village El Dok.
It's more than just a village down the Nile. It's a terrorist training camp. However, we are supposed to find this contact in Egypt first, the one arranged by Interpol. He is to have confirmation of Hamad.
Yes, a contact. Pharaoh, is it? This magic man, the eyes and ears of all Egypt? And yet he's hiding in a Roman quarry in the desert.
Marquis saw Anglaire scowling at the maps.
What is it?
You needn't do this. This is dangerous work. We have passports and visas, but we will be in Egypt illegally.
And I have 3 duffel bags stuffed with 3 different denominations of cold hard cash. We have guns and 20 professional soldiers. If Hamad is in Egypt, he is dead.
And if he isn't?
Then we go straight to Syria, or Lebanon, or wherever he runs.
Do you understand there's a good chance that none of us may make it out of Egypt?
And?
You are more valuable alive than dead.
My good friend, you need to understand this. I have been dead for a long time.
The executioner didn't like the way LaPierre's conversation went with Marquis. Listening in on the speaker comm, Bolan read Marquis as suspicious, nervous, and paranoid. At least Bolan knew where the next foray would take place. LaPierre was working on another drink and smoke, shrugging off Bolan's dark look.
I tried. He said to go to the pyramids.
Bolan dialed up Brognola on the sat link and put the headphones on for privacy.
Yes?
It's me.
He gave Brognola a quick update on the San Francisco front, and the big Fed filled the soldier in on what he had.
There's a Black Ops CIA team ready to move on Egypt. Riddleson checked out, and I managed to pull a few strings to get you on board for the company op.
And it's definite Hamad's in the neighborhood?
So I'm told. You'll be flying to an American air base in Italy, where you'll get the full briefing. The C-130 is set to go, but I managed to stall the wheels up until you get there.
Hell, we're still talking another 10, 12 hours in the air. The shooting could be over by then.
They'll keep. Word is the company's pleased with the way things turned out in Tunisia. The way I hear it, Riddleson came off like the man of the hour. All of a sudden, he's a hero in their eyes, and it sounds like he has some pull with his team. What do you want to do with your boy, LaPierre?
I'll hold on to him for now. Who knows, I might need him when we get to Egypt.
Next, Bolan ran down the conversation LaPierre had with Marquis.
My problem is this, Stryker. Say Marquis has a man on the inside at Justice in Frisco like you suspect. It wouldn't take much effort for Marquis to find out LaPierre's story is bull. They got their information from somebody, and I don't give a damn what he said about hackers. The whole operation out there only just came across my desk about 2 weeks ago, which means Bangle, for reasons I have yet to determine, was sitting on all the intelligence. It was only when I started digging around about Marquis' business out there that I learned about the Syrians.
I may be going back that way if you find or even think there might be skeletons in Bangle's closet. For now, we let Marquis keep running, and maybe he'll run me right to Hamad this time out.
The farm borrowed an NSA satellite, and they found that airfield where Marquis' custom warbird was parked. It left about an hour ago. We're tracking it, and it looks like Marquis is en route for Egypt.
Sounds like one big party in the land of the pharaohs.
And rumor has it a Mossad Black Ops team may be in on the hunt.
I'll deal with them if and when they turn up.
Well, I'm sure you know Egypt isn't Tunisia, meaning they're a little more fundamentalist than their Carthaginian brethren. The sad pictures the farm got show a massive terrorist training camp in the Arabian desert. I'm hearing anywhere from 70 to 120 or so bad guys. I don't know the particulars for the proposed strike, but I was told the CIA might get a little help by way of air fire support from the Egyptian army. Seems the powers that be in Cairo don't much care to have a jihad army in their backyard.
Yeah, bad for tourism.
I hear cynicism.
I'm going into this with my eyes wide open.
Trust no one.
The usual.
One more thing. Just in case Hamad doesn't turn up, Bear compiled a shopping list of bad guys and contacts Hamad is believed to use in Cairo.
Send it.
Will do. You know, Stryker, this guy Marquis, he's out of control. He's a savage. The fact that he sends these commandos out to kill anything that moves makes him a priority to waste.
In due time.
For my money, it can't be soon enough.
Marquis felt his nerves tweaking out, his adrenaline racing, and his skin clammy. He wondered if it was fear or anticipation. They were in Egypt. They had deplaned and loaded up the Land Rovers. Now they were rolling, Marquis himself using the GPS module to guide them across the barren sea of rock and sand. Beside him, Angler had the wheel. He could see the first dirty light of dawn breaking over the Arabian desert. Angler had mentioned the problem of a daylight strike. It irked Marquis to think they might have to hole up, malinger the day away, then raid the camp at night. In the distance, the transport plane was vanishing to the north. When he'd first begun the vengeance hunts, he had bought up patches of real estate, erecting private airfields for hopping off points and refueling. There was one in Malta, and another airfield in Crete. The plane would land this time in Crete, the shortest distance between the two airfields. His pilots would be on standby, and the plane refueled and ready to fly back for pickup. Marquis didn't plan on leaving Egypt without the head of Ahmad in a satchel. In fact, he had told himself he would die in Egypt rather than continue to feel the cancer of his hatred and rage eating up his guts.
9 kilometers. Old discourse due northeast.
He sat back, felt his heart pounding like a jackhammer. This was the land stained with the blood of his family. This was where he would finish it. He was prepared to dog Ahmad straight to the gates of hell if that's what it took to hunt down the bastard. He didn't care if they violated airspace or engaged Egyptian soldiers in combat. He didn't care if they all went down in blood and thunder. He had armed himself with a Glock, nestled in a shoulder holster. When the time came, he would pick up a Galil assault rifle himself. He was no stranger to weapons, having often worked out with the commandos on the firing range at their compound. Only this time he would be shooting at live targets. It was good to be out there with warriors in the hunt, leading men into battle. The Imperial quarry loomed in the distance, a terraced heap of granite rising against the gray smudge of a dawned sky. The Pharaoh would be waiting, according to Lasser, on the Wadi side of the quarry. Dante Marquis felt his anticipation rising and became aware he was eager to begin shedding blood. Egypt. General Abu Said didn't like the fact that his country was crawling these days with human parasites. There were terrorists, arms dealers, even drug runners using the ancient land for nefarious purposes. The way of the criminal world, he thought, wasn't the way of the Muslim. For a Muslim to resort to crime was a sin punishable by death. And then there were the so-called information brokers, greasy little men who played all sides for profit, not caring who got killed as long as they fattened their wallets. They swarmed Cairo, hustling, lying and cheating, buying and selling information and selling out. They were worse than mere criminals in his mind, since they never had the backbone to do the dirty work themselves. They were a disgrace to all Muslims, and he would just as soon kill them as look at them. Nasir Ghani was the information broker in question at the moment.
So, they called you the Pharaoh. I see very little that is majestic about you.
The tall, lean, swarthy general ran his hands down the front of his uniform, staring down at the bearded, portly Ghani. Said had undertaken this particular mission on his own, bypassing usual military protocol and channels. Cairo didn't know he was down there in the Arabian desert, nor did Cairo know of the 30 soldiers at his beck and call, the APCs and the jeeps with mounted .50 caliber machine guns at his disposal. Whatever was going to happen in the coming hours, he would be there, prepared to clean up the mess that this information broker and the foreign commandos intended to make. And then there was the reported sighting of one of the most wanted criminals on the planet. He had been hearing about this Pharaoh for years, how the man always had his ear to the ground, learning things about this individual and that. He even bartered military operations intelligence with the fundamentalists, a people who were giving Egypt a bad image with their murdering of tourists and their mass slaughter of simple peasants who worshipped in mosques. Now he had him, this snake who sold lives as easily as any vendor would sell fruit in a souk. He was lashed with rope to the tent's pole. The chill of the desert hadn't been quite burned away as the sun rose, but the man was sweating, nervously licking his lips.
What is it that you want?
I, like you, also have my own sources of information. I have learned some interesting and disturbing things the past few days. I hear you have been in contact with a cutout from a group of Frenchmen who are on their way here to meet with you about one Mohammed Hamad, the same Hamad who is presently hiding in a camp for terrorists nearby. I hear that this Hamad is planning some major operation to be launched in Cairo and other cities across the Middle East. I understand you have sold him out to these same commandos who are on their way to meet with you. How much are they paying you to take them to Hamad?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Saeed didn't have time for games and lies. He stepped up and slapped Ghani across the face.
Ah!
Then he draped a hand over the 9mm Makarov pistol holstered on his hip.
If I have to repeat myself again, I will start shooting you from the feet on up.
You needn't do that. I will talk, but only if you give me your word I can keep the money when they arrive. I have gone through considerable trouble and risk to stage this hunt for the French. $250,000, American cash.
It was a hefty, round figure, and even Saeed considered helping himself to some of that money. He was looking forward to retirement soon, and it was time to start planning the golden years before it was too late. Perhaps it was better to be a fairly wealthy Muslim by Egyptian standards than a poor worshipper of God.
When are they arriving?
They should have been here by now. Well, do I have your word?
When they arrive, I will talk to them. Perhaps we can renegotiate the price for your treachery.
If the numbers on the terrorists at the camp in El Dak were even close to accurate, Angler feared they were headed for the same disastrous end that had consumed the two previous hit teams. But Marquis seemed flatly unconcerned. There could be 20 guns against perhaps 100 heavily armed fanatics. Certainly they had law rockets and C4, but even with the element of surprise on their side, he couldn't envision anything remotely close to a clean sweep. There was going to be a massacre, all right. It was simply a question of who would do the slaughtering.
There, down the gorge. Another quarter-mile.
Angler drove through the gorge. He looked up at the terraced face of the mountain wall where, centuries ago, the stones had been carved out by prisoners of Roman penal colonies.
If I may, we have not even discussed a plan of attack yet.
In due time. First I need this pharaoh to get us to the camp. I will take a look at the enemy and decide then how to proceed. It will be full daylight soon, and I think your suggestion to wait until nightfall would be the wisest course of action. What do you suggest about an attack plan, now that you mention it?
Go in under the cover of darkness. Any sentries become silent kills. Then we mine the camp with plastique. I recommend 4 5-man teams. They close in from all points, then swarm whatever survivors there are.
An excellent plan!
Angler cut the wheel, bounding over uneven ground and guiding the mini-caravan into the wide mouth of a bisecting wadi at Marquis' directions. Right away, Angler knew something was wrong. There were more APCs and jeeps with mounted machine guns than any mere intelligence broker should have had on hand. He was supposed to be alone in the wadi. If Marquis was concerned, he didn't show it. Angler feared an ambush. He was beginning to wonder if Marquis had a death wish.
Park it here. Let's get out. There he is.
Angler watched as a short, chubby man in a white tunic stepped outside the large tent. He fit the description of Pharaoh, based on intel they had received from Interpol. Taking up his Galil, Angler opened the door, checking the jagged slope of the gorge. Something felt terribly wrong the longer he looked up the slopes on either side of the wadi. About the only upshot he could see on this hunt was that he was surrounded by professional soldiers. This time they were all French, no Brits or Germans to play ego games with. If there was trouble, they would shoot their way out, no questions.
Pharaoh?
Before the man could answer, Angler saw a dark man in a brown uniform festooned with medals sweep out of the tent. There was a pistol in his hand, aimed at the Pharaoh.
Put down your weapons!
Angler saw them rise, armed wraiths from behind boulders up the slope. They were Egyptian soldiers, 15 on each side of the wadi. They were training assault rifles on them, and they looked antsy to cut loose with a volley that would drop Marquis and his commandos.
I am General Abu Said. There has been a change in plans.
Said walked up to the Pharaoh, stuck the muzzle of his pistol in the man's ear, and blew his brains out. The company man in charge of the Black Op called himself Hardball. He was 50-something, with an obvious military background. Bolan was thinking Special Forces, Delta, Rangers, with combat experience to back him up. Lean and mean and buzzed cut, he was nearly a carbon copy of the 20 younger shooters who were destined to kick terrorist ass. Sitting in the webbed harness that passed for a seat, Bolan was once again the odd man out. It could have been a replay of the briefing given by the late and unlamented Colonel Dobson. They were decked out in combat black suit, which told Bolan they were going for a night hit. The weapon of choice was an M16 M203 combo, and the executioner had taken one for himself. He held on to his standard sidearms, a combat vest with pouches fitted with an array of grenades and spare clips. Surprisingly enough, nothing had been said to him by Hardball about one Colonel Rance Pollock holding up the show in Italy, nor was there any mention about Bolan's prisoner coming along for the ride. By his calculations, factoring in the air miles to Egypt and the C-130's top speed, he figured they should be landing at the CIA outpost near the Nile River within 3-4 hours tops. The briefing came complete with slide projector and remote clicker.
This is a keep-it-simple surgical strike, people. When we land, we will be transported by chopper to the target site. Gunships will soften up the playing field, then we drop down, 4 or 5-man teams with our Colonel Pollock going in with me. Red, green, blue, and black teams, a swarming attack. Pinch them in from all sides and hit them with everything we have.
Bolan glanced at Riddleson. The CIA agent was chain-smoking. He needed a few words alone with the man at some point, and had already hinted that they needed to speak. Beyond the terrorist camp, as Bolan watched Hardball click through the sat pictures of the target, the executioner had a shopping list for suspected hot mod cells and terrorist lackeys hunkered down and doing business in Cairo. As long as he was in Egypt, he figured, why not slay a few more snakes?
We're looking at a little over 100 terrorist scumbags. I'm hoping our flyboys can knock it down to less than half that number by the time we go in.
It looked to be a sprawling camp, with dozens of tents draped with brown camo netting. Hardball went a little too fast for Bolan's liking, so there was no way to count up the machine gun nests, APCs, and jeeps.
It's all to train the future jihad prospects in this little corner of the Arabian desert. The village itself is believed abandoned, and they use the hovels for training exercises. We have an obstacle course. We have generators and fuel bins that will be knocked out in the opening moments. We have an armory, which we believe is loaded with various chemical and bioagents. A hazmat team is on standby in Egypt. Snipers will be placed on this ridge, and they will drop any jihad scumbags who make a break for the armory. The Egyptians have given us the thumbs up to do whatever's necessary to wax these bastards. If this scumbag, Hamad, should turn up, he is to be captured if possible. Seems the situation is something of an embarrassment to Cairo, since they still need Uncle Sam's wallet and military presence in the region to maintain the status quo, whatever that is. And for Christ's sakes, don't ask me. Gentlemen, Egypt ain't what it used to be. They're friendly with Saddam, for one thing. During the past few years, we've seen an infiltration of fundamentalists who want to use the country as a springboard across North Africa, spreading the word of fanatic Islam. Bottom line here is, kick ass and take names. Whatever is left standing after our gunships drop the hammer, we go in and mop up. Any questions? Good. Colonel Pollock, I need a word with you.
Bolan rose out of his harness and trailed Hardball up the fuselage.
I can't say I appreciate being held up, waiting for some hotshot from justice, if that's what you really are. I heard what you did in Tunisia, and that's the only reason I agreed to letting you on board. I could use the extra gun.
Hey, I'm here to help. It's your show.
I'm glad we can agree on that much. What you don't know is that there may be a Mossad Black Ops team ready to move even as we speak.
I heard something to that effect.
I'm no politician. I don't handle diplomat bullshit.
Sounds like I'm in the right kind of company.
That you are. We're soldiers, and that's the way I read you. What's the deal with the prisoner?
No deal. Maybe you've heard about Marquis and his bounty hunters.
Hardball glanced past Bolan at LaPierre, who was once again cuffed.
So that's one of them?
He's leverage, maybe. A way for me to get to Marquis.
If this Marquis wanders into the game, his ass is grass.
No problem. I want him myself, if possible. But whoever gets to him, he's history.
And Hamad?
First come, first served.
I caught you talking to Riddleson earlier. You want to share?
There's a few snakes up Cairo way I'd like to see trampled. The way Hamad operates, he seems to be able to cut and run when the heat is on.
Yeah, vanishes off the face of the earth. Means he has escape valves.
And plenty of help.
And plenty of money. Did you know he has connections to some big-time moneymen?
I've heard.
Which is why I'd like to bag the SOB breathing. He's a gold mine of intelligence. Cut out their operations and which traitorous vipers might be in bed with him, helping to keep the terror machine running.
I can understand that.
But you won't take a bullet for him.
Not my style.
Okay, Pollock. Fair enough. This time, let's try to keep that armory from getting blasted clear to the Mediterranean. Oh, yeah. I know. You weren't responsible. But we can't go in lumbering around in NBC spacesuits.
What's there?
Nerve gas. Botulism. Supposedly made to order for a suicide charge. Backpack stuff. It goes off, catches a good wind.
I've got the picture.
So let's do this one by the numbers.
If he couldn't get what he wanted, then Dante Marquis was prepared to throw his life away in a final moment of insanity. He pulled out the pistol, locking target acquisition on the Egyptian general.
You wouldn't.
I would. Drop it.
I see that you are serious and insane. Perhaps we can come to some arrangement and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. I know who you are.
Do you?
You are Dante Marquis. Your wife and children were murdered by this animal, Ahmad.
And you stand there making it sound as if you're so much better. And after killing my contact in cold blood.
He was a thief and a liar. If it's help you want, perhaps I can give it to you.
And I can trust you?
For a small fee.
Or you kill me and my men.
You are surrounded. We have you outnumbered. You will all be cut down before you get off the first shot.
Marquis looked up both sides of the Wadi at the small army of Egyptian soldiers. Then he glanced at Anglaire and read the same grim intensity that told him the man would go the distance. If they engaged in a shooting war, well, he realized he would never taste his revenge.
How much do you want, General?
You were prepared to give this snitch $250,000, American. I want twice that.
And for all that money, you are prepared to do what in return?
I know where the camp is. We can provide escort.
30 or so soldiers. A known terrorist and murderer in your own backyard, and you're going to stand on the sidelines and let us do all the dirty work of killing and being killed.
Perhaps I will do more than stand around and watch the show.
Yes, for $500,000 I would think so. I am looking at 6 jeeps with mounted machine guns. I'm thinking perhaps we could use 2 or 3 of those when we hit the camp. Maybe some extra rocket launchers.
It can be worked out.
Dax, get some money. 2 bags, the black ones. All my commandos, lower your weapons.
Company, stand down.
So, when do we leave?
It will take several hours just to reach the camp. There is a gorge from the top of which you can have a look at this camp for yourselves. Determine how you might want to proceed.
Marquis watched as Dax walked up beside him with the 2 large nylon satchels.
Give me a few minutes to count out your money. I warn you now, if this is a trick, if you are leading me and my men into an ambush...
No tricks. If this Ahmad animal is among the terrorists, I wish to see him dead as eagerly as you do. He's a blight, a scourge, and I want the stain of this animal removed from Egypt.
He's far more than just that.
The gunship armada consisted of 2 Kiowas, 2 Blackhawks, and a lone Apache AH-64. As he trailed the CIA men from the parked C-130, Bolan took in the air firepower. The Apache alone was a known tank killer, but with the miniguns and Hellfires and tows he saw fixed to the other gunships, he was beginning to think the terrorists didn't stand a chance. Of course, once the shooting war erupted and the element of surprise was erased, anything was possible in the chaos and confusion of battle. Bolan marched on, M16 slung across his shoulder. Rotor blades were already spinning to life, and all hands were claiming the Blackhawks. It was showtime.
Riddleson, did you think about what we discussed?
Let's get this one in the bag first. I can hash it over with Hardball and maybe work out some arrangement to get us in and out of Cairo in one piece.
You look dubious.
Nervous is more like it. The names you mention are protected by more than just some mindless street thugs.
Telling me they've got clout with the local authorities?
Bolan forged into the grit whipped up by the rotor wash. He gave the makeshift airfield a quick search, wondering if any of them would be back this way. It was a fly-by-night company outpost, arranged with the Egyptian military. It was a big, bad desert out there, and he knew that soon enough the sands of Egypt would turn red with blood. He saw 2 tall brown suits with HK-33 assault rifles with attached scopes rolling from the large tent. Snipers.
I'll help you, Pollock. Fact is, I want to be there when you start kicking down doors and blowing away the bastards. The CIA's been after them for years. Besides, every time we get together, it seems like my career moves up a notch.
Bolan let that slide as he bounded up into the Black Hawk. Career advancement was hardly his goal, but whatever worked for Riddleson to get the job done was all he was asking for. Egypt was alive and crawling with human vipers. The executioner wasn't going to leave until more than one nest was burned down. Bolan was wondering about the sudden sense of urgency to make the camp and start dropping the sky on the terrorists. It appeared a night hit was out the window. Going in to strike during full daylight, they might as well paint a bullseye on the back of their black suits.
Hardball just gave me the word. An Israeli Black Ops team, IDF, but Mossad-sponsored, is ready to move on the camp. We just learned about it. We're trying to reach our Mossad source now to find out who's in charge. Last thing we want is to start tripping over each other, shooting each other up in the crossfire.
Bolan kept his expression neutral. This surgical strike had all the earmarks for disaster. Colonel Ari Shaib of the Israeli Defense Forces had given the order for his men to saddle up. His 24 Black Ops soldiers had been sweating out the morning in the Sinai. They didn't have to be told twice to grab up their galils, move out from the tent, and board one of the 2 armed Black Hawk gunships. Shaib looked at the 2 Apache choppers, hoping that between the fighting birds and 24 of the best-trained guerrilla fighters on the planet, there would be enough to slay the terrorist demon Ahmad and his savage horde. According to his Mossad contact, the CIA was right then en route to raise the terrorist camp across the Red Sea. He checked his watch. Factoring in their jumping-off point at the southern edge of the Sinai, he figured something in the neighborhood of 90 minutes before they started shooting the camp up themselves. If the CIA was on site, he'd deal with them. Intelligence had it that Mohammed Ahmad had been picked up by satellite at the camp. Shaib wanted to take Ahmad alive and torture him about ongoing operations, but if the Syrian got wasted in the coming apocalypse, it was simply one less butcher his country would have to deal with. Shaib despised Arab terrorists of any nation, but the Syrians had some of the deadliest and, in his mind, most cowardly butchers in the Middle East. Syria had troops and terrorists spread out and hunkered down all throughout neighboring Lebanon. They practically owned the country for their own military and terror exports across the border. Lately, the attacks against Israeli citizens and soldiers were escalating. There was a disco bombing the previous week, 2 more suicide bombers in the streets of Tel Aviv, and a bus of school children blown up by a Syrian linked to Ahmad's organization. There had been rockets launched on Jewish settlements, toppling entire homes and killing whole families. It was time to take a stand and make a statement against the Islamic savages. Shaib hopped into the belly of the gunship.
Lift off!
Mohammed Ahmad needed the big one. Only massive and multifaceted blows against his enemies would put him at the top of the Islamic world as the #1 freedom fighter for all oppressed Muslim peoples. He'd come a long way since dealing heroin. He was now in the business of mass destruction, both selling it to his freedom-fighting brothers and carrying out operations himself. The lean, muscular, bearded Syrian stepped out of his tent to check on the surrounding desert. There had been some sort of trouble with the Algerians and the Tunisians. Whispers were floating his way via cutouts that the GIA and the FIS were holding him responsible for the attack on the village in Algeria. He had lost merchandise, contacts, and a springboard across Algeria to Morocco, if he had indeed been branded a backstabber by the Algerians. Which was why he needed a big victory. Better still, a series of astonishing blows against the infidels to put him back in the game. He needed to grab world headlines and shine in the spotlight of jihad. These attacks were in the works. He had several planned strikes against American and other Western embassies in Egypt, Tunisia, and Morocco. He even wanted a twin-build suicide run at the American air bases in Egypt and Italy. He looked to the armory, a low-lying stone block stuffed with the fruits of his labor. They were called backpacks and could be strapped to a man, a jihad soldier who was willing to martyr himself for the cause, and set off by remote control. There was nerve gas and botulism, the deadly agents capable of being dispersed for several city blocks when the explosive was touched off by radio frequency. With a strong wind whipping around a targeted city, he envisioned thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, dying agonizing deaths. Like most of the weapons he sold to various Islamic fundamentalist groups, the backpacks were created by the Russians. He had no problem dealing with the godless pagans of Russia, since they always went deaf, dumb, and blind whenever Americans were attacked overseas. He strode away from the tent, watching as in the distance black-clad warriors jaunted around the obstacle course, climbing ropes and swinging down the monkey bars, showing stamina and tenacity even under the broiling noonday sun. In just a few short hours, he was prepared to select a group of 12 martyrs. Some would be transported to Egypt after he worked out the final few details of attacks on embassies in Cairo. Some would fly with him back to Syria in the Learjet that was parked and hidden in the chain of golden brown hills to the east. There they would get assignments to penetrate Israel and set themselves off in glory. Gas and bio clouds would sweep over the streets and settlements, bringing in a new age of jihad. Glory in the name of God and all that was Muslim was just over the next horizon. Of course, there were other rumors flying about Egypt. He tried not to be disturbed by reports that the camp may be attacked soon. Instead, he envisioned future triumphs over his enemies. It was, however, confirmed that Western commandos were again hunting for him. They had been identified as belonging to the private army of a man whose family he'd kidnapped and killed long ago. He thought about that day now, when the woman and her children had been marked and abducted off the streets of Cairo. He had been in Cairo at the time, but had played no active role in the abduction. As usual, he had given the orders, then waited out the mission from a distance in a safe house in the old Islamic quarter of the city. It had not been a senseless or barbaric exercise in futility as far as he was concerned. It was a message to a rich Westerner that he was not above and beyond the reach of jihad. No amount of money could insulate or save him or his family from divine Islamic retribution. So he had enraged this Frenchman. It was war, after all. Let him march out his commandos and try to hunt him down. He had far greater matters to concern himself with. He strode back to his tent. He heard his primary Egyptian contact inside ranting over the radio.
This is incredible! Why have we not heard about this sooner? If we survive this, you can believe you will be held accountable. I will skin you alive personally. You are paid good money to watch our backs. Now you warn us?
Gizerah charged out of the tent and abruptly stopped when he saw Ahmad.
We have a problem.
I gathered as much.
General Said had given the orders to park the vehicles in the gorge and climb the trail by foot to the top of the mesa. They could have driven up the weathered spine in its sloping western face, but a cloud of dust billowing from the mesa would have signaled his hated enemy they were coming. He had come this far, so the hard way from there was no problem. It was a 15-minute hike to reach the top, and sweat drenched Marquis. It was hotter than Hades, but his insides matched the furnace beating down on his face. Marquis, his commandos, and the Egyptians jogged across the mesa.
Low! Stay low!
Marquis again followed the Egyptian general's orders, crouching as he neared the edge of the mesa. And he saw the sprawling camp, a quarter-mile or so to the east. He raised his field glasses and took in the terrorist camp. He tried to will his breathing to slow down, but his adrenaline was racing too hot, too fast. He could feel it now, sweet, blissful revenge, right below him, in his hand for the crushing. Still, it was going to be tough, he knew, for a mere 20 men to go down there and take out what he believed were at least 100 terrorists. A large contingent was working up a sweat in the obstacle course, while more black-garbed terrorists were shooting up the target range. A few were milling around the tents, when a smallish figure swept out of the largest tent, flailing about with one arm, then firing his AK-47 in the air. And Dante Marquis felt his heart freeze to a block of ice in his chest. He would know that face anywhere, had seen it in his nightmares every night.
He is there. Go! Go! Wait!
Marquis scowled at Said, who was surveying the camp through his own binoculars.
Wait! For what? Keep your voice down. It carries in the desert. I do not want to be surrounded and trapped by these animals on this hill. He is looking north, issuing orders. I do not understand. He's agitated.
Could he know we are here?
No, and I resent the implication. If he knew, he would be looking our way or sending out his killers in this direction.
Marquis looked to the burning sky to the north. He couldn't see anything but a cobalt sky, more hills, more desert. How could anything, man or animal, live out here, he wondered. He went back to scoping out the camp, watching as the terrorists began surging in large groups from the tent range and obstacle course.
There! Gunships!
Marquis looked from Said, who was pointing north, and whipped his head in that direction. They were black specks at first, then grew into winged flying warbirds as they lowered, skimming the desert.
They're being attacked! By whom? I don't know.
You don't know. Angler, move out! Go! Go!
Remain here. I suggest you radio our pilots and have them fly back immediately.
Go and get that bastard!
And you, General?
Take 15 of my soldiers. I will remain here for the moment with Marquis. Take the jeeps.
Good luck. And good hunting.
You may regret those words and your tone of voice later.
I doubt I'll be around later.
Marquis had no problem staying put for the time being. Those gunships were going to unload the works on the camp. He feared Hakmad would get vaporized by missiles, and he'd never see the man die with his own eyes. But with any luck, the bastard would only be wounded, crawling around in his own leaking blood and guts. That would be a sight to relish. Marquis watched as the gunships streaked on.
We've got company on the mesa, so we're out the door on the north end, right out the storm. Here's the deal. 2 squads, blue team and black team. We disembark and split up. Blue hustle east and come down from the north. Black team, Pollock, that's you. You're the other half of the scissors.
It was going to hell, Bolan thought, and the first shot in anger hadn't even been fired. Factor in a Black Ops Israeli force, which no one on either side had bothered to alert the other side about. Bolan took up his M16, glanced at Riddleson, who shook his head as though disapproving of the plan. The unexpected always happened in combat, but this sudden shift in the whole game plan was probably about to give new meaning to snafu. The executioner felt the Black Hawk lower, the Black Ops up and moving for the door.
Go!
And they were gone. The lightning attack on the terrorist camp by an unknown force filled Marquis with rage. It struck him as wrong beyond reason, nothing short of a disgrace and insult to his vengeance. All he had endured was about to go up in flames right before his eyes. Someone else was about to steal his thunder. The missiles streaked away from the Apache, minigun on the nose turret cutting loose with heavy metal thunder next. There was nothing he could do but watch as the explosions began ripping apart the terrorists as they scrambled for cover inside the tents or raced for the motor pool. Some stood their ground, dying on their feet, shredded by the black choppers as more blasts scythed their ranks, hurtling torn scarecrow figures in all directions. It was a massacre, and he had to wonder how his own men would fare under that kind of killing power.
This can't be happening! Who are they?
Who knows? CIA perhaps, a Delta Force.
They're not yours?
No.
How could this have happened?
It is a mystery.
It's more than that. It's a disaster.
Marquis went back to his desperate search for Hakmat and spotted the Syrian scraping himself off the ground. Another terrorist grabbed him by the arm and pulled him inside the tent, as if a tent afforded escape from the hellfire that was raining down from the sky.
Come on, come on! Where are my men? They need to get the hell into the combat zone! Grab a man!
The choppers began scissoring back and forth over the terrorists, taking small arms fire. But the warbirds were armor-plated, and nothing short of a SAM would bring them down. Then a few of the terrorists raced out of the tents, lifting RPG-7s. North, Marquis saw the black-suited commandos charging toward the tents. 2 groups, it looked, one farther west and going for a pincer's lock on the enemy. A search of their faces and he could tell they were Westerners. The mystery force took their first casualties as a pair of rockets winged skyward, vanished inside the fuselage, and a ball of fire blossomed out the doorway.
Good. One less gunship to fear later on.
Marquis would see how the next few minutes panned out. He'd let them savage each other. Then he would decide whether to venture down there in search of Hakmad. He was scouring the faces of the mystery commandos again when he came across a familiar face.
Colonel Pollack. Why am I not surprised?
Whoever Pollack really was, the man had duped him, and Marquis could be fairly certain now the bastard had played no small part in the annihilation of his men in Tunisia. First Hakmad, then he'd deal with Pollack. Hakmad figured it was better to live to fight another day than to get spread in 100 chunks of bloody flesh across the Arabian desert. There was a future to think about. If he died, a lot of dreams would die with him.
We need to get to your jet!
The trouble would be finding the pilot. He was supposed to be in the next tent down. All around Hakmad, his warriors were dying, firing AK-47s at the monster birds for all the good it would do them. A few of his men had the good sense to bring one of the winged demons down with RPG-7s. Bolting out of the tent, Hakmad ran for his life. The canvas behind him was chewed up by minigun fire, slipstreams of the big steel-jacketed projectiles searing past his ears, the radio console disappearing in sparking ruins. The deafening barrage told him the gunship was hovering just outside, riddling the tent with hundreds of rounds of heavy minigun slugs. Hakmad turned in time to find Gezerah had unwittingly saved his life. The man was a crimson shield in his wake, gouted and blasted open by minigun fire. On the run, Hakmad scooped up an AK-47. He had no intention of going back the way he came or engaging their attackers. Best to leave the fighting and the dying to others. But he didn't know if he'd need a weapon. A leader had to live on in order to lead the devout followers of Islam to glory and victory. He prayed God would carry him safely from this madness. A moment later, as he charged for the flap at the far end of the pilot's tent, the world blew up in his face. He was flung off his feet, the hammering nosedive filling his mouth with grit. He was sure he was dead. Then, a few eternal moments later, the lights came back on, and he found he was, incredibly, still in one piece. He checked his limbs. All there, just a few scratches on his face. God had blessed him. He saw a dozen or so of his freedom fighters bouncing off one another in a pell-mell dash for the motor pool, the pilot among them.
Abuza!
The pilot peeled himself away from the stampede, another gift from God. Surely he was meant to live to fight another day.
No! The monster's getting away!
Marquis watched as Hakmad joined the race for the motor pool. It was too much to bear. Why weren't the gunships lowering the boom on the motor pool? Or maybe they would, waiting until the rats were running, easy targets crammed into vehicles. Marquis watched as Anglaire led the charge of his commandos, the 50-caliber machine guns opening up on the terrorists as the jeeps bored in from the western edge of the camp. He realized Anglaire couldn't possibly know the Syrian was fleeing, but he hoped that one of his commandos bagged an important prisoner for questioning later. If there was a later. There was a good chance none of his commandos would survive the coming hour. It was going to be a day of fury, a day in hell. Marquis had the sudden, burning desire to do something other than stand around and watch the massacre. He began running across the mesa.
Where are you going? To do something more than spectate, General. Unlike you!
Marquis had his man down there, and he wasn't about to let him just drive away. He snatched an assault rifle away from a soldier and kept on running. They charged into the fire, and they got busy, killing the enemy. Bolan joined the other members of Black Team, opening up with his M16 on the terrorists as the enemy vaulted a low retaining wall near the hovels. Tapping the trigger of his M203, the soldier blew a fireball downrange, and 2 more blasts from other Black Team rocket men decimated another dozen or so terrorists. More terrorists kept coming, one wave after another. Hardball was looking skyward when the Black Hawk turned into flaming junk, its fiery hull floating to earth.
Pull back! Pilot, circle wide and come back on the motor pool! I'm not losing another stop at these assholes!
Bolan claimed the far outside left flank of the skirmish line as Black Team rolled across a wide stretch of no man's land, triggering M16s on full auto slaughter. Black Katyas vanished in hunks of shredded cloth as still more terrorists tried to leap the wall and intercept their attackers. For every 10 or 12 that were mowed down, Bolan figured they were replaced by an equal number of shooters. By now, Bolan figured the other team would be in position, coming up on the blind side of the surviving terrorists. It was impossible to take a head count under fire, but Bolan had to figure at least 40 to 50 terrorists were still standing, and it sounded as if a fair number were opting for flight. Feeding his M16 a fresh magazine, the executioner gained the wall with his teammate, shooting 2 more terrorists off the edge. Looking up and over, he saw the first of 3 jeeps spooling dust and charging for the desert. He wondered if Ahmad was in the group.
Take the gunships down!
Ahmad figured he could at least bellow a few orders, hoped the freedom fighters could hear him over all the shouting and racket of auto fire. The gunships seemed to concentrate long, sustained bursts of minigun fire on the tents, a few missiles erupting fireballs and adding to the ravenous barrage of lead hellstorms. It was impossible to tell how many of the terrorists were dead, or how many were left, but a few came running out of the tents, raising RPG-7s, locking on the gunships.
Fire! Bring down those top-level choppers!
Ahmad hung back, instinct warning him the gunships were going for the motor pool. He hit the ground when the first wave of missiles vaporized a half-dozen jeeps and APCs. Torn bodies sailed from the fireballs. Things that were barely recognizable as humans shot through the air in all directions, minus arms and legs and heads. He rode it out a few more moments, the wreckage winging around his head. Then he was up and running, looking back over his shoulder and smiling at the sight of yet another of the enemy's gunships turned into a roaring mushroom ball of fire. He made the jeep, Abuza claiming the wheel. Ahmad kept waiting to be incinerated, and when the missiles never struck, he silently praised God. It was only a few short miles to the jet, but it was far enough to keep him praying for a miracle of deliverance. Hardball had just ordered the gunships to fall back, forget about the runners. What passed as a narrow street between a line of hovels was now littered with corpses. There were pockets of shooters hunkered down in the doorways of the hovels, and Bolan knew the dicey part was on the table. They would have to move out, a door-to-door weeding of the savages. The executioner saw the commandos of Blue Team taking up fire points at the far end of the dirt strip, their M16s flaming.
Suggestion!
Yeah, what?
We need to get this up close and personal.
Load up your grenade launchers and let these sons of bitches have it good!
A 40mm grenade down the snout of his M203. And Bolan lurched up over the wall, triggered a round that sailed on, joining about 6 or 7 other missiles on the fly. Bodies were lost inside the line of fireballs, but that didn't mean all armed resistance was crushed. The executioner was up and over the wall when something to the south caught his attention. The Frenchmen's commandos had made the scene, and the uniforms of Egyptian soldiers didn't exactly inspire Bolan with confidence that everyone was on the same page. If Marquis was getting aid and comfort from the Egyptians, to hell with it, Bolan told himself, and charged ahead to the first row of hovels. At the moment, he had a full plate of problems. Terrorists, ex-legionnaires, or Egyptian soldiers, he'd take them all as they came. Angler already feared the worst, and he hadn't even fired a shot yet. It was a losing proposition, hopeless to even think he might live to see another sunrise. A sweeping tri-burst of 50 caliber machine guns ripped into isolated packs of scurrying terrorists, chopping them, gory human dominoes, off their feet. From the shotgun seat of the Jeep, as Martineau held back on the trigger of the 50 caliber man-eater, turning still more terrorists into dancing sieves up and down in front of the tents, several of which were being eaten up by flames, Angler took in the slaughter zone. The mystery commando force was in the village, surging out as a team, moving in on the stone huts for some hand-to-hand combat, with any rats hiding from the wrath of total war, or dug in for some final suicide stand. 2 gunships were still hugging the skies, but they had flown out to the north. The commander of the mystery force, obviously not too keen on the idea of losing any more choppers, faced now with the possibility of getting stranded. Understandable, he thought.
Driver, slow down!
Angler keyed his comlink.
Fall out! I want a prisoner, if possible. Either side. They're all fair game.
Angler leaped out, Galil up and tracking. He tagged 2 wounded terrorists. mauled by shrapnel and bleeding profusely head to toe, out of the gate, forged on into the swirling smoke, hot, dancing flames pasting him in sweat in seconds flat. The 50 caliber rounds kept chewing up live ones, and that was the good news. For as far as he could see, the camp was littered with corpses, a sea of dead and dying. He came upon a wounded terrorist without a left arm. He could have left him to bleed out, but Angler spared a mercy round to the chest. He saw figures darting inside a tent at the far edge of the row of camouflaged terror nests. Khalil chattering, Angler zipped a barrage through 2 terrorists, flinging them into a wall of flames, consuming some of the motor pool wreckage. The stink of roasting flesh, emptied bowels and bladders, choking smoke and burning fuel was a poisonous cloud, swirling nauseating fumes up his nose. He couldn't get an accurate fix on the numbers of the mystery commandos, but if he could avoid engaging them, so much the better. They were pros, and the numbers he'd so far seen left the opposition ahead by a few guns. Not good, he thought, none of it. Then he told himself it was a good day to die. Marquis slammed on the brakes. He was behind the tents, most of which were on fire and coughing out thick plumes of black smoke. Several armed figures came running from breaks in the walls of flames, searching wildly for a ride out of there. He could provide one. The price, of course, would be steep. But it was time to do or die. It was a dangerous moment just the same, hurling himself into the fray. He knew he was no soldier, but that didn't mean he couldn't pull the trigger on the assault rifle. Marquis leapt out of the Land Rover, holding back on the trigger, remembering how he was shown to start firing low since the weapon tended to rise. He nailed 2 of the bastards, watching as blood spurted from fist-sized holes in their stomachs and chests. It bolstered his confidence to draw his first blood. Ahmad, he knew, was gone, but the knowledge his hated enemy was beating a hard escape across the desert provided fuel for his fury. There had to be a Syrian somewhere in the vicinity. If he could bag one, make him talk. He'd have to round up Angler and the others somehow, risk chasing Ahmad across open terrain, worried the whole time one of those gunships would blow them off the face of the earth. 2 went down under another raking burst of his auto fire, and he was jogging toward them. One of them was still alive, thrashing around, holding in his guts. Marquis shot his face to pulp.
No more!
Marquis couldn't believe his eyes. A terrorist was stepping from the flames of a tent, hands held high.
I surrender!
Are you Syrian?
What? Yes.
Do you know where Ahmad is going?
Yes.
Then you live.
Bolan hugged the edge of the doorway, heard scraping sounds from inside the hovel. He primed a frag grenade, glimpsed Blue Team taking the row of stone huts, a door-to-door sweep, coming down from the west end of the village to link up. Bolan whipped his arm around the corner as auto fire blasted the stone off the door frame. The grenade cleared the way, but from the doorway, Bolan saw a shredded figure staggering in the far corner, lifting an assault rifle. The executioner nailed him with a 3-round burst from his M16. He saw 3 more down, stretched out in pools of blood and leaking guts.
Hey, Pollock! You saw the new players?
That would be Marquis' bunch.
Yeah, it would. They're sticking to the tent end of the camp. I'm seeing Egyptian soldiers helping those bastards clean it up.
You're asking how to play it?
I'm thinking we're going to have some problem getting out of here without the Egyptians having something to say about it.
I think diplomacy went out the window as soon as we hit the ground.
I think you're right. I think diplomacy's going to come out of the barrel of our guns. Problem is, I'm down to 2 gunships and they pretty much blew their loads.
We're on our own.
No shit. Let's rock.
Ahmad kept silently praying to God to spare his life. The mountains of the Arabian desert were looming in the distance. In the gorge, the Learjet was hidden, fueled and good to fly. A few more minutes and he would be in the air, on his way back to Syria. It looked as if he would have to stay out of Egypt for a while, but he had contacts and jihad soldiers in the Egyptian Islamic Front in Cairo who could carry out his plans. The dream of a massive jihad strike on different fronts had to live on. He had to live on. He searched the desert and the skies behind them, and felt his eyes bugging out of his skull.
We are almost there.
Azuba gripped the wheel, knuckles stark white, driving them fast and furious over the hard-packed earth. Behind them, Ahmad spotted 3 jeeps from the camp.
They are ours.
Ahmad nodded. He had an idea. He could use those men to cover his escape. Let the enemy chase them down. The problem would be getting safely in the air, but there was no sign of the gunships. Yet. It felt like an agonizing wait, but minutes later he saw the mouth of the gorge. Just as they were rolling at an even harder pace for the finish line, almost vanishing into the gorge, Ahmad looked north, felt his heart skip a beat. More black gunships came streaking over the ridge of the mountains, flying low and hard toward the camp. The same sort of gunships he'd seen raising the camp, and it made him wonder exactly who they were. One team came from the north, this latest mystery force flying in from the northwest. Israelis, perhaps.
Faster!
Shaib nearly shouted in rage when he saw the camp in flames, under attack by a large force. He was standing in the doorway of the Black Hawk, fairly certain he knew who was down there, shooting up the terrorists, having pretty much blown the camp to hell. Someone had already seized center stage, stolen the show. He moved toward the cockpit hatch.
Can you find the frequency to those gunships?
If they're CIA, I believe so, sir.
Do it, and fast!
Shaib searched the battle zone through the cockpit plexiglass. Black-suited commandos were tackling the terrorists in the village end, lobbing grenades through doorways, then barreling inside to mop up any wounded or armed resistance. Crows. There were brown-uniformed soldiers and more black suits attempting to clean up the terrorists in the flaming ocean where the tents and motor pool had stood. Egyptian soldiers. If nothing else, they had come here to clean up a terrorist mess in their own backyard.
Drop us down in the middle of the west edge of the village.
He needed to alert the commandos he was there to assist in the killing end, without seeing himself and his soldiers getting tagged by friendlies. CIA or whoever, they had the same goal in mind. Destroy the camp and waste every last terrorist. That was good enough for him. It would be a tall order, searching out Ahmad and the carnage, assuming the Syrian butcher was still alive. Either way, Shaib was ready to dig in and join the fight. Angler led 8 of his commandos into the one tent that was only just beginning to burn. He saw 4 terrorists on the move, charging for the back flap, dark figures swathed by black smoke. Angler took the lead, cutting loose with his Galil, while his men chipped in with a long fusillade that tore up the foursome, skull to buttocks. Angler was stepping back outside the tent when he saw Marquis manhandling a prisoner toward the Land Rover, an assault rifle in his hand.
Hold up!
We're leaving!
Angler was surprised for a moment at what he found on the man's face. There was a wild and savage look in Marquis' eyes, the man having obviously just killed, tasting his first blood in combat.
We need to talk about that, sir.
Quickly, sir! Time's wasting.
What do you mean?
Ahmad's gone. We're going after him.
Angler indicated the men near him should follow, and led them toward the Land Rover. Searching the motor pool, they found that one lone APC was still intact.
What do you want me to do about the others?
Do? They stay and fight.
Angler didn't like it. Leaving his men behind to fight and die while they fled galled him. But there was a look of insanity in Marquis' eyes, and he knew better than to challenge the man.
And guess what? Our Colonel Pollock is on the other commando team.
The bastard!
Get in that truck. We're out of here.
Surrender! We give up! No shoot! No more!
Then come out! Hands up!
From his perch beside a doorway, midway down the row of hovels, Bolan saw the latest batch of gunships landing on the western edge of the village.
$100. Those captors are Israelis.
A trio of terrorists shuffled outside, but Bolan knew there were still problems to tackle. There was auto fire from the burning ruins of the tents as the Frenchmen's commandos and Egyptian soldiers were hosing down the surviving terrorists. It wasn't over by a long shot.
You prisoners, down on your knees, hands on top of your heads!
A lean, hawk-faced man in brown camos, Galil in hand, was leading the new arrivals from the grounded gunships.
I heard you might be joining us. Colonel Shaib?
Yes, IDF. Looks like we're late for the party.
But we gotta clean up and we've got prisoners here to interrogate. The bad lady ain't singing yet.
I see Egyptian soldiers.
Yeah, and some commandos hired by a vengeful Frenchman named Marquis.
I've heard the name. I also saw spectators up on the mesa.
We need to nail this down, Colonel. If you want, I can coordinate a flyover of the shooters. They shoot at our birds, we wax them.
Sounds good to me.
I'm glad you see fit to share some of the leftovers.
Hey, maybe if our side and your side didn't try to cowboy the action.
I understand. I am not here as an adversary or looking to steal anyone's thunder. Our Mossad and your CIA sometimes don't understand the need for communication or honesty.
You're here to help, okay. But I was told they were runners who made it out into the desert.
Really? We saw no one on the way in.
And Ahmad may be gone. Where does he bolted?
You have prisoners to question. However, Mossad has a line on Hamad's Syrian compound. We may have another surgical strike in the near future.
Sounds like we can do business.
I certainly hope so.
Bolan was checking the village, watching as the commandos kept moving for a house-to-house check for more terror nests. The only shooting now came from the forces near the tents. It was a wrap, at least in the village end.
Let's move out, Colonel. Your guys and mine. One big happy family.
Come on, Pollock. I'm sticking to you like glue. We're the winners. We've still got that gig in Cairo in the wings.
Saeed figured it was wisest at that point to move down into the killing field and make an appearance. There was his reputation to consider as an officer and a gentleman, plus $500,000 to get banked somehow. His problems, he feared, may only just be starting, but this was his country, and they were foreigners, armed invaders who had barged into Egypt without any permission he was aware of. If he had to pull rank, flex some muscle, he would if they started pointing accusatory fingers his way about the French commandos. He had powerful friends in Cairo, and he could be sure these commandos weren't looking to create some nasty international incident. They were Western commandos, he was fairly certain, but the latest force was a mystery. They toted Galils, which indicated they were Israelis, but it was hard to say unless he exchanged some dialogue. He couldn't say who was who, what was what, until he drove in and started some exchange, and that would sound congratulatory, or conciliatory at worst. The good news was that the fighting was winding down. The Frenchman had fled with 8 or 9 of his commandos, leaving the others to wipe out the terrorists. The Western commandos were moving out from the village proper, weapons poised as they closed in a group on the final battleground. Surely, he thought, he could hand off plausible explanations to the foreigners about his involvement with the French. No need to mention the money, of course, and who could blame him? An Egyptian general, a commander of men, a protector of his country, for coming here and helping to lay waste to murderers of women and children.
Men, fall in and move out. Be ready to shoot if necessary. Remember, this is our country. We'll take no nonsense from foreign invaders.
Ahmad had worked up a terrible sweat pulling the camo tarp off the Learjet. By the time he was finished, drenched, sweat stinging his eyes, he found a group of 8 freedom fighters, half Syrian, half Egyptian, looking toward him for answers. He was only in the mood to give orders and fly out of Egypt as quickly as possible.
You are to remain behind and cover our flight out of here. There may be infidels on the way. Your duty is to stand and fight. This is jihad. Go with God.
It was plain to see they didn't like it, but then again, they didn't have to. He would miss these men, certain they were soon to die. They seemed to understand, lifting their AK-47s, falling into a phalanx, and moving for the mouth of the gorge to defend his exit. Ahmad raced up the ladder. Taking one last look, he spotted the dust clouds in the distance. Marquis saw the sleek jet wheeling out of the gorge. The clever bastard had secured his own way out of the country ahead of time. He engaged the TAC radio.
How many rocket launchers do we have?
6.
Blow that jet out of the sky!
We may not make it in time. They'll be out of range by then.
No excuses! Do it!
I will make the attempt.
You will succeed!
Marquis floored the gas, nearly lost the Land Rover to a sudden hard dip in the desert floor, the wheel trying to rip itself free from his grasp before he corrected his course and got himself steady and back online. His prisoner looked none too confident of Marquis' driving skills.
What is your name?
I am Ghazi.
Listen to me good, Ghazi. If he flies on, your life depends on you being able to get me to where he is hiding. Do you understand?
Yes.
The jet was out and rolling fast and hard down a packed stretch of sand and gravel.
There are troops in the gorge. It is an ambush.
Blow them away!
Ahmad watched through the cabin porthole as the APC and the Land Rover cut the gap to the gorge, angling toward the jet. A few more yards and they would be wheels up. Then he saw figures armed with rocket launchers spilling out of the back of the transport truck. One of them was lifting a tube-like object for the jet, Ahmad praying they were out of range. The tube locked on. Then the figure was falling, the projectile streaking away, well above and beyond any intercept point. Ahmad heaved a sigh as the jet lifted at an angle, quick and hard enough to dump him in the seat.
No! Bastard!
Marquis shook his fist at the jet as it rose and vanished over the ridgeline of the mountains. One of his commandos had the jet pegged, locked on with the law, but then he was eaten up by the lead storm pounding out of the gorge. Marquis held back on the trigger of his assault rifle, shielded by the door, winging around long bursts at the shooters in the gorge. As luck or fate would have it, the terrorists had only assault rifles, apparently leaving behind anything more potent in their haste to escape the hell zone of the camp. Laws began chugging out deadly payloads, his commandos dumping 5 rounds on the mouth of the gorge.
Stay here and watch our prisoner!
Marquis held his ground, peering into the smoke drifting down the sides of the gorge as his commandos charged ahead. It was over in the next minute. 2 solitary wounded terrorists rising from the ashes, only to be cut down by auto fire.
We're clear. Now what?
It would be several hours before their transport plane returned. The wait could prove an eternity if those gunships decided to track them down. Marquis scanned the mountain range. He had his GPS module, and their pilots would be able to pin down their location.
We move on the other side of this mountain range and wait. If those commandos come for us, we die where we stand.
The Frenchmen's commandos began firing skyward as the gunships swooped down for the finale. On the fly, Bolan loosed a 40mm hell bomb, dumped it in a jeep where the machine gunner was blazing away with the 50 caliber machine gun, the heavy slugs sparking off the armored hull of the Apache zeroing in, pylons already flaming away with the Hellfire missiles. The executioner's explosion took one jeep out of play. Black and blue teams spread out in a skirmish line, the Israeli Black Ops team on the far left flank, all of them triggering long, sweeping, full-auto bursts at the French commandos. The Egyptian soldiers, however, began throwing their weapons down, holding their arms and shuffling away from the Frenchmen as fast as they could, as if they might catch some disease. They would catch something, all right, Bolan thought. Death. Even still, with the fireballs eating up the ground near them, a few of the Egyptian soldiers became casualties, ripped apart by flying debris and stray bullets. With the combined ground and air attack, it was over in the next few moments. The Egyptians were now sprinting away from the falling wrath of Hellfire missiles and minigun bombardments, a few of them hitting the deck and covering their heads. A wall of fire erupted down the surviving French commandos, obliterating man and machine, adding yet another inferno to the Holocaust. The sky became thick with shooting bodies and severed limbs and twisted metal shards. Flesh and amputated limbs began raining the earth in front of the executioner. Bolan picked targets, stick figures staggering out of the smoke and flying wreckage, dropping 2 more as black and blue teams came in on the survivors in lockjaw attack. Hardball and Shaib passed on the orders to fan and check the area for wounded or any sign of Ahmad. Bolan rolled ahead, saw a possum crabbing along, and drilled a 3-round burst into the back of his skull. And the soldier saw the next round of arrivals, a caravan of vehicles rolling in from the mesa, the watchers from above, whoever they were. The soldier figured they were the Egyptian army. There was no sign of hostile incursion as the vehicles slowed near the ring of fire. They did everything Bolan observed but wave a white flag. It took a full 20 minutes, but the executioner made the walk through with his teammates. He noted that Riddleson never strayed too far from his side. They found nothing but the dead. It was a picture of total and utter destruction they waded through. And the home team had taken casualties, the gunships smoking but burning out now, and the stench of the torched flesh of the flight crews swamping the already scorching air. Bolan had a feeling, though, that a new round of trouble was right around the corner. The Egyptian military hadn't exactly invited them here to wipe out 100 or so terrorists who may or may not be hunkered down in the desert with the permission of the government in Cairo. Bolan walked down the line of flaming tents and burning wreckage, saw a lean figure with a blouse festooned with medals, hop out of the passenger side of a jeep.
I am General Saeed. I think we need to talk about this situation.
Nice of you to join us, General. Did you enjoy the show? You got any popcorn left?
Bolan, with Riddleson on his hip, stepped away from the hungry lakes of fire, sidestepping the strewed corpses, closed in as Hardball approached the Egyptian general. Hardball's voice dripped with contempt, the Black Ops commander thrusting his hands on his hips, flicking his tongue and making spitting sounds like a cobra as he looked the general up and down, something he'd stepped in and wanted to wipe off the bottom of his boot. Bolan listened, felt the tension rising as hot as the consuming fires around him, poised, as he was sure the rest of his teammates were, to start shooting at the first hint Saeed intended to get ugly. The soldier gave the killing field a hard look. The prisoners had been rounded up, hands bound by plastic cuffs behind their backs, forced to stay kneeling, surrounded by Hardball's hitters. Hardball had already given the order to secure the stone building to the west, the perimeter around the armory with its ordnance of mass destruction guarded by black suits. There were problems to work out, the least of which might be the fact Ahmad and Marquis were both missing. Where to go? How to proceed from there? Bolan knew what he wanted, but he needed a conference in private with Hardball. However, the Egyptian situation took precedence for the moment.
You want to explain yourself, General?
What's to explain?
Plenty. Like how you allowed a bunch of murdering commandos to ride in here and nearly muck up our play.
What can I tell you? I only recently learned of this terrorist camp. Do you think my government would allow butchers of women and children to hide out in the desert, playing war games and plotting the destruction of my own countrymen?
You tell me. You saying we get a free pass here?
A free pass? If you mean will I report this to Cairo and seek some sort of action against you, the answer is no.
Oh, that's mighty big of you.
And these other commandos, who are they?
Israelis. How do they rate?
You're all free to go.
Not quite. I've got to clean up here. There's bodies of my own people to dig out of the wreckage once the flames die down. I don't know how you operate, but I don't leave my guys behind for the buzzards and the hyenas.
You sound bitter. Need I remind you to look around and see that I lost soldiers too?
A love fest this ain't.
Love fest. Hardly.
I was being smart.
I see. So, your mission is not finished in Egypt.
You're in a mighty big hurry to get rid of us. Interesting, seeing as we did all the shooting and dying for you. Except for the few of your guys who happened to get caught up in the storm.
What would you have me do?
Cooperate. Make sure we get that free pass out of the country. At worst, stay out of my way and let me do my job. You're right, though. We're not exactly sanctioned by Cairo to be here.
I will help you any way that I can.
Bolan sensed that the powwow was over and stepped up to Hardball.
You have a minute for me?
Hardball wheeled and walked Bolan away from the Egyptians.
Sure. Something about that guy isn't kosher. I don't know what it is.
I'm thinking Marquis dumped off some cash for another of those free passes you mentioned. I'm thinking he knows a hell of a lot more than he's going to say. I'd keep him here until we're on our way.
Do you mind if I join you, gentlemen?
He's part of the team now.
Hot diggity dog. One big happy commando family.
Riddleson wasn't invited to the brainstorming session, but insinuated himself in the circle of soldiers as Hardball gave Shaib the nod.
So, am I going to need an interpreter here with these prisoners?
I heard that one speak English when he surrendered.
What's the story, Camel Jockey? Where's Ahmad?
Ahmad's gone.
I know he's gone, but what's his plan? How's he think he's going to get out of the country? Where the hell he's going to swim across the Red Sea?
We are Syrian. We came here with Ahmad in his private Learjet. We were training EIF terrorists. Ahmad had several operations on the table. EIF is waiting on a green light to move on 2 of the operations.
Terrorist attacks, you mean? Anything else?
This jet. It's hidden in the mountains out in the desert.
Shit! And he's had half an hour more head start.
He's flown on, I'm thinking.
Back to Syria.
And this Marquis? Hell, you saw what happened here. I couldn't spare any more gunships to go chasing them down.
No one's blaming your call.
We pick up the pieces, pick up the pace, and resume the hunt.
I have a suggestion. Marquis will probably call back his own plane ride. He's nowhere to be found here. I'm thinking he went after Ahmad, and he's out there with whatever's left of his commandos, hiding in the mountains. The man's possessed by his craving for revenge. That's all he's living for.
I read him as not caring about who lives or dies as long as he sees Hamad dead. He's over the edge, out of control. My guess is he'll go after Hamad.
And so will we.
Well, now that we're all nice and friendly, we need to figure out our next move.
I need to get into Cairo ASAP.
How's that? And why is that?
The Egyptian Islamic Front. Mossad has a line on a terrorist organization in Cairo that was responsible for helping Hamad set up this training base. Is that it, Colonel? These terrorist operations you mentioned?
And I intend to blow their house down before they do whatever it is they're going to do.
How are you going to manage that?
I need a chopper ride to the outskirts of the city. Riddleson here, he's already told me he has contacts in the city who can get me in and out.
Get us in and out.
Bolan felt his mouth tighten. His first reaction was that he didn't need any extra hands. A solo act would work best. Then he thought it through. Maybe Riddleson could assist.
Hey, without me, guy, you could get snapped up by Egyptian authorities. You ever been inside an Egyptian jail? I have. They make any big house in the States look like the Holiday Inn. I know what you're going to do, Pollock. You're going to hit the EIF, and you're not swinging for singles. You want the Grand Salami.
This is crazy. I mean, hell, you handled yourself like a pro, Pollock. If we are going after Hamad, chasing him straight into Syria, I can't afford to lose you.
You won't.
You seem pretty sure of yourself.
It wouldn't be the first time I've done what I'm proposing to do. This mission is far from over. I'm thinking you and the Colonel are going to need a few hours at least to clean up here, maybe fly back to your company outpost and put together a plan, gather some intel, and refuel.
He's got a point.
Lose the smirk, pal. I lost good men here, and I'm not in the mood for comedy or smart-ass routine. Colonel, you can see I lost 2 choppers.
You need a lift, then.
It would be much appreciated.
We'll need to gather fresh intelligence. I'll need to contact Mossad, have them track Hamad's plane, and monitor the area in question. We know where it is, but if we go in, we'll need a little more than a few gunships.
Meaning?
A plan has been in the works for a while now. My government has been intending to send in a squadron of F-15Es and simply blow Hamad's known compound off the face of the earth. They've stalled for reasons I'm not privy to, but at this point, knowing what we know about what happened here, Mossad will push the operation through. I want to see the bastard dead with my own eyes. Your country and mine have worked Black Ops before, with amazing success, I might add.
Ground troops, guns blazing in, the way softened up by death from above.
Just like here, only this time we will unite our forces.
First come, first served on this Hamad. Is that how we're going to fall, Colonel? I mean, you're not looking to take this animal alive, put him in a Mossad cage, and pick his brains?
No, he's only wanted dead. The problem has been that he has people in Lebanon, specifically Beirut. He often slips across the border, hiding among his minions, plotting his attacks on my country. The Syrian army, they also protect him, and are equally responsible for helping him mount his attacks against Israel. If we go all the way, understand that?
Oh, but I do.
I mean, even if we have to wage a small, dirty war against the Syrian army.
We got our work cut out for us. Okay, since I read the good general is shady and holding back, I did the same. We cleared this operation with Egyptian intelligence before we came in, shooting the shit out of this camp. There was a usual bitching session back and forth with a shitstorm of accusations, but we got our way for a solo act until Colonel Shaib made the stage. I got people in Cairo myself, Pollock, I can contact and help you if you need it. Maybe Riddleson here can play the hand of God, but if you get jammed up, I can spare you the Kiowa. We can work out the logistics before you hop aboard. Thing is, I want you in constant contact with me. Now here's a time frame. 4 hours in and out. By then it'll be night and our combined forces need to be wheels up and on the way for Syria. If we can do this by the numbers, if the Colonel can iron out any wrinkles on his end, we can hit the bastard before dawn. About the time I figure he's just landed on his home turf. Of course, I need to run this by the brains up top, but they want Hamad as bad as the Colonel here, and I'm thinking they're ready to go the distance. Fuck all that international incident noise. Hamad's going down. Okay, gentlemen? That said, I've got a hazmat team I need to get down here from the outpost and secure this ordnance.
Speaking of which, I would like my own people to take a look at these backpacks of mass destruction. Yes, Mossad has known what Hamad stored here.
You're not telling me you want the stuff for yourself?
Not all of it.
Oh, whoa.
Just a few samples for my own people to take back and examine. What was it you said, Mr. Hardball? We are all one big happy...
Yeah, okay, you got it. How do you plan to ship the stuff? You got spacesuits?
Lead containers. I trust your own hazmat team will assist in transporting the samples?
Now we'll work it out. Okay, Pollock. Let's brainstorm a few more minutes about the particulars.
What about the general?
What about him? He stands by my side. I don't let him out of my sight. 4 hours, Pollock. You hear me?
Let's shake a leg then. You'll let me know when I'm on the clock.
You bet.
Marquis read the sullen anger on the faces of Anglaire and the others. He brushed a sheen of sweat off his forehead, cursing the terrible heat, the sun a fireball that seemed to suck the very life out of his parched body. Fortunately, Anglaire had seen fit to dump canteens in each of the Land Rovers. They were squatting, sitting or hunched in a gully on the west face of the mountains, staring out at a more vast and empty wasteland. The desert, the heat and the emptiness, fit Marquis' mood, hot, ugly, and promising only death.
What is it, Anglaire?
You want the truth?
I believe I can handle whatever truth you wish to speak.
Very well. I don't like leaving my men behind to die.
Nor I. But that we remained, we too would be among the dead.
That doesn't make it any better.
Are you angry with me? Do you blame me?
I don't know. I'm here. I'm a soldier. I am paid to do your bidding.
And you think going into Syria after the bastard is suicide?
Possibly.
Listen to me! All of you!
The commandos' heads jerked around.
Any man who flies with me, who helps me track down and kill Ahmad, will be paid $5 million apiece. No questions. Cash on the spot. Once we return to Paris.
Jaws went slack. He had their attention.
I repeat, $5 million apiece. When this is done and Ahmad is dead, you can retire. You'll be cut loose. Free to go live your lives. You'll be rich. In fact, if you pull it off, I will consider padding the price with a bonus.
Marquis saw morale come back to life, eyes lighting up and minds burning by the one thing most human beings understood: greed. It got them every time. Beyond the heat, the stink of car fumes, and basic reek of desperate poverty, the problem with Cairo for Bolan was its nightmarish congestion. The human traffic alone was a vision of Armageddon. Tack on the endless sea of cars and meandering herds of camels all over the tight-packed streets. Mix well with squalling vendors in jammed suits and groaning buses choking every main road. Throw in the teeming hordes of beggars, and it seemed crazy to expect a successful blitz against the EIF here. At last count, Bolan heard Cairo was a city of 15 million people, something like 75,000 bodies per square mile. Getting in would prove a tall order by itself, but getting out and making the rendezvous for the Kiowa pickup at the pyramids of Giza? Regardless, Bolan was forging on. He was rolling the dice, hoping the gods of war smiled on this incursion. The executioner had claimed the back seat. Riddleson rode shotgun, while the company in-country contact manned the wheel of the rattle-trap Volkswagen van. The contact's name was Ada, a thickly bearded dark man who had been right on time for the pickup near the pyramids. Whether he could be trusted remained to be seen, but Bolan knew he had little choice but to go with Riddleson's program. If nothing else, addresses and numbers of EIF opponents jibed with the farm's intel. The weapon of choice for this blitz was a mini-Uzi, one each for Bolan and Riddleson, stowed in special shoulder rigging beneath their long, loose-fitting robes. For the crash and burn of the EIF headquarters, and afterwards the apartment safe house for another bunch of terrorists, the executioner and Riddleson had enough frag, incendiary, and flash-stun grenades to bring down a small army. He could expect to find 15 or more EIF thugs hunkered down at their base of operations in Old Cairo, just north of the Roman fortress of Babylon. Another 6 or 7 would be at the apartment near the southern cemetery known as the City of the Dead. The Beretta 93R and 44 Magnum Desert Eagle rounded out the hardware picture for the soldier. He had spare clips in the pouches of his combat vest for all 3 pieces. After some give and take with Hardball, the Black Ops commander had relented and extended Bolan's deadline to make it back to the CIA outpost to 5 hours. He would need every last second if he wanted to be on board for the proposed surgical strike into Syria. As soon as they came off the Pyramids Road and began crossing the bridge over the Nile River, traffic came to a standstill. A camel herder was leading an army of his animals to the slaughterhouse.
Back it up. There's another bridge.
Yes, I know. Near the Israeli embassy.
Riddleson checked his watch as their wheelman put the van in reverse, whipping the vehicle around in the opposite lane. A cruise ship and the traditional feluccas choking the Nile sweeping by in Bolan's sight.
How do you know the layout?
I owe it all to Ada.
I've been inside.
You infiltrated their ranks?
As a CIA informant only. I am on probationary status as they run a background check on me.
Will that hold?
It should.
We live in hope. If we're walking into a trap...
I understand. Listen, I do not wish to see my country become another Beirut because of a few fanatics. Trouble with Americans we do not need.
And?
They have a plan to attack both the Israeli and American embassies. They are waiting for this Hamad animal to deliver the special backpacks. The leader of the EIF intends to fly suicide choppers into the embassies. It is madness. It will ignite more than just an international cry of outrage against Egypt. We will be branded an outlaw state.
It would also come to light that the EIF was sanctioned by certain power players in the government and military infrastructure, and knowing how the Israelis met fire with fire, a war could ignite between the two countries.
Sounds like we're just in time, huh?
You might say that. Mr. Pollack, I want to see the EIF toppled. Ever since Egypt became friendly with the madmen of Iraq, and are demanding the Americans lift sanctions against them, we are becoming more militant. I wish for peace in my country, and I see that hope slipping away with each new terrorist organization. I will help you any way I can.
Mahmoud Guri was tired of waiting. He stood up from behind his desk in the main office and paced. He stared at the phone a while, then looked at the radio console in the far corner of the spartanly furnished room. He was waiting for a call from the Syrian that the special delivery was en route. He was also silently urging his military contact to call and inform him the choppers were secured and prepared to be stuffed with the special backpacks. He glanced at the blueprints of the American and Israeli embassies. He didn't really need to know the layouts. The choppers would be flown straight into the buildings, human bombs going off before they crashed, and clouds of poison spewed over the compounds. He could envision the horror that would follow when the West learned that nerve gas and germ-laced bombs had killed their people. Mahmoud Guri was anxious to usher in the new age of jihad. The waiting was fraying his nerves. He knew the Syrian was having problems lately, some sort of personal vendetta against him. It wasn't really his problem, but he realized any trouble the Syrian had might find its way to his doorstep, which was why the AK-47 was always close by. Guri rushed back to his desk.
We have a small problem.
Why do I not like the sound of that?
A source of mine informed me the camp was attacked. All of our forces there were slaughtered like sheep.
What? How? By whom?
It is unclear, but I am told the merchandise has been seized by this mystery force.
How can this be? We have plans,
I can get you the helicopters, fear not. I will call you in 2 hours with information on delivery.
It was a rush job, last minute, and with no backpacks. Well, Guri still had plenty of dynamite and plastic explosives he could get his hands on. It wouldn't be the nightmare blow he wanted to deliver, but a massive blast on both embassies could perhaps raise the compound if they were struck in the heart of the complexes. As Bolan entered the alley, he glanced back at the van. Ada was parked in the mouth of the alley.
Don't worry, you'll be here.
He'd better be.
Bolan reached the double doors of the targeted building. Again, he checked the alley and found it clear of watching eyes. Archways at both ends led to soufs. The sun was beginning to wane over the Nile.
Ready for this?
15 to 20 shooters, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
The executioner twisted the doorknob and found it open. Mini Uzi out and leading the way, he marched ahead of Riddleson and into the den of savages. Guri felt his paranoia mounting. His breathing became labored as some dark fear began gnawing at him. He grabbed his AK-47 without really knowing why. He decided to check on his men, tell them to tighten up, put the games away, and expect the worst. He was stepping through the door of his office, sights locked on Nasir, Samir, and Abdul, hunched over a backgammon board, when two strangers barged through the doors and opened fire with mini-Uzis. the trio never knew what hit them as they went down under the double barrage of auto fire, limbs flailing and bits and pieces of wet meat flying through the air. Gory was shocked for a moment, long enough to witness the two smoking muzzles swing his way and flame out his death knell. By now the house was alerted, and if Riddleson's contact was right, there were a half-dozen rooms full of EIF thugs just around the corner. Palming a frag grenade, Bolan raced for the corner, his mini Uzi up and chopping a hard man off his feet as he dashed into the outer office. One-handed, Bolan went low at the corner's edge, then ripped loose with a burst of subgun fire, Riddleson on his heels. Bolan gave the steel edge an underhanded pitch. Bolan rode out the blast, then rolled out in the open, firing away. 5 bodies were stretched out in the hanging pall of cordite and smoke, and then armed figures staggered out of doorways. Riddleson by his side, the executioner held back on the trigger, and the 2 men blew another 5 off their feet. Bolan reached the first door down the hall and fed his subgun a fresh clip. Then he primed a flash stock and tossed it into the room. He looked away as the blinding flash erupted, then burst through the doorway, tagging a trio as they picked themselves up off the floor. Outside, Bolan made out the stutter of Riddleson's subgun, the bittersweet music of death. The soldier linked up with Riddleson at the next door down, stepping over bodies on the way. 6 rooms checked. All clear. Riddleson glanced at his watch.
Boy, the traffic at this time of day is...
I know what you're going to say. Just one more stop. We'll make it back even if we have to run.
Retracing their steps, they made the alley. Bolan found Ada looking around, clearly nervous. Seeing them, Ada's expression changed to relief.
See? There he is. Was there ever any doubt, Colonel Bob?
The executioner ignored the grinning Riddleson. They were on Hardball's clock, and it was winding down fast. The next place was the same setup as the hit on the EIF headquarters, likewise the same merciless intent to slaughter the enemy where they stood or sat. Again, Ada waited in the van in an alley. Mini Uzi out and leading the way, Bolan found the hall clear of human traffic, marking off the numbers of the apartments until he came to the right door. The hall reeked of urine, vomit, and spiced food. Bolan took up post on the side of the doorway and palmed a flash stun. There were reportedly 6 or 7 EIF flunkies holed up inside, unaware Doomsday was staring them down. Bolan needed this wrapped up in seconds flat. Definitely hit and get. Riddleson lifted a boot and sent a kick into the door just beside the knob. It splintered and flew open, the executioner tossing the armed flash stun inside the room. The first one through the door, Bolan peeled off to the left, holding back on the trigger of his mini Uzi, while Riddleson went right, his compact subgun joining the executioner's stuttering fusillade. They were spread across the large living room, 2 going down right away under the double lead sweep of death, a double jig of dancing dead men flying over a divan, all flailing limbs and spurting blood. Wild auto fire attempted to track the invaders, but the enemy was blind and deaf, bullets tattooing the wall behind Bolan, a close shave of hot lead nearly scoring his flesh just the same. 5 left, reeling about the living room, and Bolan burned out the clip, hosing them down, left to right, flinging them in all directions. Changing clips, the executioner rolled for the beaded archway, listening for sounds of life. The bearded wild man came flying through the beaded curtain, his AK-47 flaming. Hot lead tore past Bolan's scalp, the soldier crouching, darting away, firing his mini Uzi, the lead storm blowing dangerously close to his side, a lamp blowing up beside the executioner. A little help from Riddleson and they nailed the wild man, red holes blossoming on the chest of his tunic as he flew back through the curtain.
Let's go. We're finished here.
They were down the steps, outside in the alley. There was no sign of the van.
Shit!
Bolan searched both ends of the alley. Suddenly, the van careened around the corner. Bolan raced to the vehicle, opened the side door, and hopped in.
I thought I told you to stay put.
Let's go!
I apologize.
I saw police vehicles. I became nervous. I thought it best to not just sit around looking suspicious. Cops here or anywhere else, they have cops' eyes, you understand.
Sounds like a good time to get the hell out of Dodge. I don't think we'd pass for your everyday Egyptians, even though you're a little on the swarthy side, Colonel Bob. We gotta fit the profile for ugly American riffraff mercs.
Bolan checked his watch. Even if the chopper returned on time, it would be cutting it close. Mere minutes, actually. And they would be damn lucky to make the pickup site on schedule.
Back to the pyramids. Don't stop for anybody or anything. Any camels in the way...
Run them down! Woohoo! God, I love this!
They were late. Dusk was creeping its dark shroud over the Libyan desert, Bolan searching the skies to the south, silently urging the Kiowa to show. Sweating from both the heat and the anxiety burning him up inside, the soldier wheeled and looked at Riddleson's grim expression, the man dwarfed by the 3 pyramids of Giza in the background. Bolan walked up to the van.
You can take off. Our ride's either coming or it isn't. I appreciate all you did.
I can honestly state it was my pleasure. You two made Egypt a little better place to live in after today. Go with God.
Back at you.
You want to call hardball?
Bolan was reaching for his TAC radio when he spotted the dark speck to the south. Moments later, the Kiowa landed. Bolan and Riddleson hopped into the fuselage.
You can thank Hardball when you see him. He insisted I fly back a second time. Make sure you guys made the party in Syria. The troops are ready to go. We have the thumbs up, and that includes our Israeli buddies, straight from Assad. They tracked this bastard to his home turf. Grab a nap, because from what I hear, you won't catch another moment's rest until this is wrapped.
Bolan nodded. The soldier felt no relief, only a mounting anxiety over the surgical strike in Syria looming ahead. All the marbles would be on the table. Everyone, Marquis, the CIA, and the Israelis, would be going for broke. For all intents and purposes, the EIF was finished in Egypt, the head of the Hydra severed by the Blitz in Cairo. There were power players who had fronted for the terrorists, given them free rein, and they would be brought to the light of justice soon enough. He would pass on what he'd learned about the EIF's plot to crash suicide choppers into the American and Israeli embassies to Brognola. From there, it would be the Big Fed's responsibility to alert the embassies and beef up security somehow. Bolan had a few ideas how to do that. It was a hell of a thing, but the world was changing for the worse every day. It used to be trucks heaped with explosives bulldozing through the gates of U.S. military barracks, but now the savages were hell-bent on commandeering aircraft. Ahmad, the executioner knew, had to go down for good. Someone was going to bag the Syrian, and the soldier didn't even care if Marquis scored his blood. But the Frenchman belonged to him. The only thing Bolan would insist Hardball and Shaib grant him was a free pass to be the one who bagged Marquis. They were in the war room of the transport bird. 8 commandos left, and Marquis glaring at a half-empty bottle. The whiskey was fueling Marquis' anger, and craving to taste Ahmad's blood.
Zoe parachute. What's the problem?
It is suicide! We are talking about Syria! We are talking about MiGs possibly shooting us down as soon as we breach their airspace. So far we have gotten lucky. I fear our luck will not hold if we fly into Syria. Let us be reasonable. $5 million or not.
Enough!
Marquis hurled the bottle against the bulkhead.
We have parachutes. We jump. I know. I see you, Angar, thinking I'll break my neck since I've never done this before. How hard can it be? Tell me what to do, how to do it. I pull a ripcord. I land on my feet, tuck and roll.
Marquis' eyes lit on the Syrian prisoner.
You! Come here!
When the Syrian didn't move fast enough, Marquis rushed to the bench, snatched him to his feet, and jacked him along until he was at the conference table. Marquis stabbed the sat pictures of Syria.
You said here? It is called what?
Al-Sabat.
How many terrorists?
As many as 70. Half Palestinians, half Syrian. Hamad, he is protected in this region by the Syrian army. Extremely dangerous.
Are you telling me I'm crazy?
It is, as they say, suicide.
Suicide or not, we're going!
Marquis looked at the village, circled in red. It was at the foothills of anti-Lebanon mountains, northwest of Damascus. due north of the Suq Wadi Barada.
And what am I supposed to do?
You will find a place in the goddamn desert. Land and wait.
How are we going to take on an enemy of 70 or more?
It will be the dead of the night when we jump. We go in, we mine the village with plastique. A simultaneous detonation. Then we pick the rats off once they run out of the barrel.
How do we know Hamad will even be there?
You, Ghazi, you tell him.
It is his home, his primary base of operation.
And we have the most sophisticated surveillance cameras money can buy. Scanners, sensors. We can snap a picture of a steaming pile of camel dung from up here. If his jet is grounded, we fly over, jump and go in. End of discussion. If anyone wants out, grab a parachute now and jump for the Red Sea.
Marquis pinned each and every man with a long, burning eye. There was a penetrating silence.
All right. Perhaps it can be done. We have enough C4 left. We slip in, plant it, blow the village, tents, camels, the whole goddamn place on fire, and when they come running, shoot them.
And earn your $5 million. So, it is settled. Anyone want out?
Marquis saw them look away, a few of the commandos shaking their heads.
Good. Someone find me a fresh bottle of whiskey.
You have fun, ladies? How was your little foray into Cairo? I almost gave up on you two.
Bolan and Riddleson had just entered the belly of the big Hercules transport. Hardball pointed a finger at LaPierre.
Yeah, your boy over there? I caught him sporting a shit-eating grin a while back when he thought I might leave you behind.
Bolan looked away from the battered face of LaPierre, saw the combined force of CIA, IDF commandos poring over intel and sat pictures on the big metal table bolted to the floor. Shaib had headphones on, as well as a throat mic attached to his sat link.
What did you do to LaPierre anyway, Pollock? Looks like you shoved him through a meat grinder.
It was purely a physical relationship.
Okay, come on. We got a lot of ground to cover, but it's all systems go. Let's just say we're about to have a purely physical relationship with some badass Syrian terrorists. You guys want coffee? Whiskey?
Riddleson opted for a shot or two, while Bolan went and helped himself to a mug of coffee. Bolan joined the commandos, began perusing the sat pictures, the fax printouts of all pertinent intel from both the CIA and Mossad. He read the numbers of the enemy force waiting for them in Syria. This one wasn't going to be any walk in the park. Syria. Ahmad received a hero's welcome when he stepped off the jet. The AK-47 in his hands felt like a great weight. Many of these men had lost brothers, even sons, in the ruins of the camp he'd left behind in Egypt. What would he say to them? What could he say? To the south, he saw the kerosene lanterns flicker on as the villagers of Al-Zabat awoke to find out what all the noise was about. The villagers, he thought. If they were attacked here, the women and children of the village could be used as human shields. Perhaps, though, he decided, it was best to contact Major Basri, map out the logistics for getting him into Lebanon. Once there, he could begin staging the next round of attacks against Israel. Beirut was his second home anyway. He had 3 sons by 2 different women in the city. The sons were old enough now to become warriors. He sensed the packed mob of freedom fighters expected some announcement, a speech that would fan the flames of anticipation of future triumphs against their enemies. Ahmad triggered his AK-47 over their heads, one-handed. If nothing else, he could keep up appearances.
Brothers in arms in the holy war against the great Satan! The hour of truth is upon us. Be vigilant. Be strong like the lions you are. There is the chance devils in human skin may come for our blood. Our enemies are everywhere. Take heart. I am not stating absolutely we are going to be attacked. But be ready. We will prevail. For God is great. Go with God.
Ahmad descended the jet's steps. He saw his second-in-command, Burkush, stepping toward him. Together they walked through the crowd and headed for the main tent of the camp.
Only you and the pilot? What happened?
They are dead, Burkush. All of them.
Marquis heard Chabot telling someone they were 15 minutes from the DZ. He felt his heart hammering now, his face slick with sweat, as both his nerves and the whiskey worked up the fire inside. He could feel it was going to happen this time around. Either he or Ahmed would die. End of game, one way or the other.
Unless we fly over, I cannot confirm the presence of Ahmad.
Sharon, we are going! 3 kilometers north of the camp. Let me know in the cargo hold when you're in position. Now go! It is time!
Chabot shook his head.
I can perhaps set down maybe in this stretch of desert, 10 kilometers west of the camp. How long should I wait?
As long as necessary. Should you get nervous,
I will not leave you behind.
That settled, Marquis looked at their Syrian prisoner as he reached for his holstered pistol. The Syrian had to have known what was coming next, since he hit his knees, clasped his hands, and began praying silently. Marquis indulged the man a few moments of prayer, then strode up to him, put the muzzle of the pistol against his temple, and squeezed the trigger.
Throw him out, after us.
That's it, gentlemen. It's wham bam, thank you, Hamad. When the smoke clears, I don't even want the idea of this asshole still left.
Bolan quickly gave the briefing a silent rehash. Shahib had taken center stage first. The Israeli colonel said they would land at an IDF base near the Syrian border. There they would transfer to 6 Black Hawks that would carry them to Hakhmad's base of operations at the foot of the anti-Lebanon mountains. Shahib stated emphatically Mossad had tracked the jet by satellite and confirmed that the man had landed. 12 F-15Es would provide cover for the gunships. Then they would hammer the camp with doomsday from above. Meanwhile, the ground troops would disembark and move in on foot to clean their clock up close and personal. No mention of Marquis, so Bolan took a moment to ask both men for a favor.
Yeah, what is it, Pollock?
If Marquis turns up, he's mine.
This Frenchman, why is he so important to you?
Colonel Pollock here came to us from the Justice Department.
I'm sure. And I will sell you oceanfront property in Afghanistan.
Look, Marquis has an Interpol connection back in Paris.
You want him as a prisoner?
I'm asking you, Colonel Shaib, to order your pilots to steer clear of his transport plane. If Marquis turns up and makes a run back for his plane, I want you to let him fly on, back to Paris. When this is done, I need you, Hardball, to help me get back to France.
You don't want much. I got more concerns than a few dirty Interpol agents.
I understand that. First things first. Colonel?
Very well. Hamad is who I want. You can have the Frenchman. Depending on how it goes, I can perhaps provide transport for you through Mossad. My country uses Interpol often to track terrorists. If it's true there are corrupt agents, then we must act.
It's true.
I will help. Traitors are worse than poisonous snakes to me.
I appreciate that.
Bolan walked to where LaPierre was seated, cuffed and scowling.
Now what?
It ends soon. Marquis will be history. I need a name from you.
I heard. The Interpol connection. What about me?
Keep helping me out and I'll try to swing you a deal.
His name is Tresser.
Marquis was vaguely surprised that he didn't break his neck when he hit the ground. He shed the chute pack and took up his galil. His 8 commandos were spread around the plateau, chutes folding behind them as they stripped out of the packs, armed now and ready to slaughter. According to Chabot's maps, Al-Zabat was 2 miles east, just beyond the chain of jagged hills, nestled in a valley at the foot of the anti-Lebanon mountains. Marquis activated his comlink.
Let's go!
NVD goggles dropped over every pair of eyes to lead the way through the thick black heart of night. It was a tough haul, even with the brisk night air cooling his flesh. Sweat ran as they jogged on, assault rifles out and ready to shoot anything that turned up. Marquis was no athlete, and his breathing became labored after covering what he figured was a good mile. They were moving up the rise finally, topping the hill, and Marquis nearly howled with angry glee. The Learjet was parked at the bottom of the slope. Hakhmad was home. He searched the camp, able to strip off the NVD goggles now, using the light from the fire barrels and the kerosene lanterns hung from wire in front of the tents. There were vehicles spread around the campsite. A village, much larger than the one he'd seen in Egypt, lay to the south. He made out shadows milling around near the rows of stone hovels, some of which were domed. The great black wall of the anti-Lebanon mountains loomed to the east, a silent Goliath of a century. He made a mental note that once the explosives went off, Hakhmad would either run once again for his jet or the mountains. Marquis activated his comlink.
Mine's the jet first. Send as many of the tents as you can. Angler, give me the remote box.
Marquis palmed the small black box. watched as Anglaire and the others fixed sound suppressors to their pistols. He counted as many as 10 terrorists meandering around the camp. Silent kills would have to take them out while the C4 was planted.
I'll let you know when you can light them up.
Anglaire led the way down the hill. Marquis watched them go, dark machines of death sliding off into the night. This was it, he told himself. There was nowhere left for Ahmad to run, and in a few minutes he sure as hell wouldn't be able to hide. Ahmad would be dead before long. It didn't matter if the blast consumed him in his tent. Marquis would march down there, shooting whatever survivors were left, right beside his commandos. All he asked for was an eyeball confirmation of the big kill. Anglaire used the dark shadows on the perimeter of the camp to creep up on the first 2 sentries. The sound-suppressed Beretta 92F up and locking on. He watched as the other commandos crawled on their bellies for the back end of the tent row. The Learjet was already mined, so at least this time Ahmad couldn't simply fly away. He would be trapped in the conflagration, and Marquis would finally taste vengeance. The 2 sentries came around the corner of the tent row, smoking and searching the hills. AK-47s hung around their shoulders. Anglaire rose up from his crouch, his commandos snaking toward the tents, planting fat chunks of C4. 2 taps of the trigger, and Anglaire kicked the sentries off their feet, dark holes blossoming between their eyes. Silently, he urged more speed out of his men. A part of him had nearly defied Marquis and insisted they simply go back to Paris when the transport plane picked them up in Egypt. The soldier in him told him to go through with it, take his chances. And then there was the money. Soon enough, the other sentries would discover their fallen comrades. But by then, Anglaire would have led his commandos back up the rise to the north, behind the tents, and radio Marquis to blow the place into the sky. Then 2 more sentries came around the corner and spotted the bodies. Ahmad was discussing an exit strategy into Lebanon with Berkouche and a half-dozen of his other warriors when he felt an unexplainable chill walking down his spine. He felt paralyzed for a moment by the strange sensation, his ears tuned to the night world beyond the tent. It was as if some voice were whispering in his ear. He looked at Berkouche. For some reason, Ahmad felt strangely, terribly alone right then, and he couldn't explain why. He had told them what had happened in Egypt. Of course, weapons, even special backpacks, were replaceable for the right amount of money. But skilled jihad warriors weren't so easy to replace. Surprisingly enough, there had been no grumbling or questioning his abandoning the others to a dire fate. But the others did not seem concerned about an attack here. Certainly they were in their own country, but that had never stopped the Israelis from flying sorties into Syria. They had landed commandos, killed freedom fighters, and then slipped back into their own country, denying clandestine attacks to the world at large.
Ahmad, are you listening to me?
Yes. Yes, of course. You say Major Basri is not answering his radio?
Yes. Radio silence. Very strange.
Static?
Nothing. Dead air.
Perhaps there is something wrong with our unit.
I think not.
Well, then...
Intruders! Intruders!
My God! We are under attack!
He snapped up his AK-47, aware he had to do something. What now? Run again? It seemed the logical course of action. It stood to reason the very same Black Ops soldiers he'd seen in Egypt had tracked him down, looking to hammer him once and for all. It was best once again to make sure he survived to fight another day. He bolted through the flap in the tent, his troops scrambling all over the camp. From the hill, Marquis keyed his comlink.
Fall back! I'm going to light it up!
He watched them scramble for the deep cover of the hills to the north, firing on the run. He thumbed on the red light. His commandos were engaging in a savage fighting retreat in a backpedal shuffle for the hills. A little too close to ground zero, Marquis suspected, but there wasn't another second to spare. He saw 3 of his men going down under a hail of bullets as 24 or more terrorists swept around the tents from opposite sides. Anglaire and the others were locked in a vice of lead death. The end had come, Marquis realized, then somehow made out a face in the melee that he usually saw only in his nightmares. Ahmad was armed and looking around. He was on the verge of shouting something. Marquis pushed the button. The tents uprooted in a wave of rolling fire. The Learjet blew apart in a blossoming ball of flames. There was no escape for Ahmad now, but Marquis saw his commanders were taking a drubbing. He was up and moving down the slope when his ears picked up a distant whining noise. Curious, as auto fire continued to shred the night, he searched the black skies to the south. He spotted the fighter jets swooping down for the campsite.
Black Ops from Egypt. Good Bullock is probably on board.
Marquis searched the battlefield, saw Ahmad scraping himself up off the ground.
It's time to finish this.
Marquis walked down into the Valley of the Damned.
What the flying fuck?
Bolan was up and moving for the open fuselage doorway of the Black Hawk, followed by Hardball's stare. The camp was going up in flames as the flying armada bore down on the village from the south.
Marquis beaten us to the punch.
Chaib, tell your fighters to hammer down. One run, then provide cover. Blue and black teams will drop down behind the bastards and move in behind. We'll head up through the village. If it moves, if it even gives you guys a dirty look, drop it.
The executioner, M16 M203 combo in hand, watched as the gunships closed on the village. Shadows, some armed, scurried all over the interlacing dirt paths that cut through the stone blocks of Al-Zabat. North of the village, the main battle was well underway, but the F-15Es were about to shave the odds dramatically. 12 jets locked on and streaked ahead, Sidewinder and Sparrow missiles shooting away from the pylons. Incredible as it seemed, Bolan knew there would be survivors. A few rats always managed to ride out the storm. Anglaire was busy waxing armed shadows, but he managed to curse Marquis just the same for lighting up the tents too soon. It was a miracle that any of them were still alive and kicking. Anglaire was backpedaling, 3 of his guys falling, dark sprays of gore splashing his face when he saw the dozen fighter jets. He hit the deck. The earth shook, and the sky turned to fire. Men, machines, and great patches of earth all meshed and vanished in the firestorm. Anglaire hugged the ground, amazed the earth didn't break apart beneath him and swallow him whole. He watched the jets shriek north over the hills, but certainly they were coming back for round 2. Incredibly, there were terrorists who had survived the hammering. Fields of fire seemed to converge from several points. Anglaire felt the hot stabs of lead eating through his guts, and he went down hard. Bolan and Riddleson, side by side, moved through the center of the village. Gunships hovered over the ruins of the camp, miniguns blazing and chopping up runners. Shadows were standing in the doorways of their domed huts, but no armed resistance was turned their way by the villagers. The combined CIA-Israeli force charged for the flaming sea ahead, a rolling skirmish line of black suits fanning out and blowing terrorists off their feet with long bursts of auto fire. Bolan sighted 3 terrorists charging from the lake of fire to his tool cloth. The executioner hit the trigger of his M16, bowled them off their feet. The gunships continued to hover, but the minigun firing stopped. It was up to the ground troops to clean it up from there on. Where was Ahmad, the soldier wondered, and Marquis? If they were in that conflagration shooting it out, he'd find them. The Night of Fury still had plenty of scores to settle. Ahmad was lucky to have cleared the path of the fighter jets. He had been thinking he could find Abuza in this hell, hoping the pilot would be racing for the jet. On the edge of camp now, he saw that his ride out had been transformed to a flaming heap.
Ahmad!
In the blazing firelight, he read the hatred and rage in the Frenchman's eyes. The flames erupted from the darkness before Ahmad could react to the threat. He felt the bullets ripping into his stomach and groin. Every nerve ending caught fire. He toppled.
Oh, but the world is full of sorrow and pain. The only cure for it, death.
Marquis strolled up to the Syrian, slapping a fresh clip into his Galil. He wasn't sure why he said what he did, but he saw he had Ahmad's attention. The murdering bastard rolled onto his side, one hand over his stomach, trying to hold in his guts. Marquis glanced at the raging battle zone. The slaughter appeared confined to the far west edge of the camp, shadows scurrying and dancing all around the crackling bands of firestorms. He was all alone. His hated enemy stretched out beneath him. Strangely enough, He didn't feel good about the moment. It was not the way he had envisioned it, him standing triumphantly over the broken body of the man who had murdered his family. The Syrian looked up at him, an odd smile on his lips.
I know who you are.
Yes, you do.
Finish it. I will not beg for my life. I will be with God in paradise.
You will be in hell.
Marquis held back on the trigger, pinning the Syrian to the earth with the point-blank crucifixion of autofire. He stared down at his vanquished enemy. Bile churned in his stomach, and a coldness spread through his chest.
No. This isn't the way it should feel.
He felt sick, alone. The firestorm spun a nausea that draped a haze over his sight. It was time to find Angler and the others, and radio Chabot. Whatever was happening here was none of his affair any longer. He had what he'd come for. He checked through the raging ocean of fire, found a few jeeps, even a Humvee still in one piece. But first, he would round up whoever among his commandos was left standing. Bolan, Riddleson, and the black and blue teams bowled ahead, skating past the raging waves of fire, shooting on the run, a feeding frenzy of death descending on the Syrians. The executioner sensed it was winding down, maybe 20 or so hard men left standing. But that didn't mean it got any easier. Overhead, the Black Hawk still buzzed around, but it was up to the combined CIA-IDF shooters to wrap it up. A good number of the terrorists appeared bent on fleeing for the anti-Lebanon mountains. If they managed to make it into a gorge or wadi, it would be a long, hard night of hunting them down. Hardball appeared to enjoy the sight of terrorists running for their lives, hosing down a batch of 4 or 5, drilling auto-fire up their spines, cracking open skulls. The air was thick with the stink of blood, burning fuel, and emptied bowels. Bolan marched on, deeper into the slaughter zone. He tagged 3 mangled terror goons as they staggered from the wreckage of the motor pool, his M16 flaming and tracking on, nailing several wounded terrorists when they attempted to rise from the bloody earth. The soldier looked east, toward the flaming shell that had been Ahmad's personal jet. He could venture a good guess what had happened there. The French commandos had slipped into the camp, mining the jet and the tents with C4, and then gone for broke. But they were clearly outnumbered by the Syrians, which meant Marquis and his commandos could all be dead. So be it. There were plenty of savages left for questing guns. The executioner fell in with Black Team, M203s chugging out 40mm hell bombs now as they chased down survivors, shredding them apart in groups of 3 and 4, auto fire rattling on in a ceaseless cacophony of death knells. It had taken a couple of minutes of walking around the base of the hills, but Marquis soon discovered that every single commando was down and dead. He thought he was going to puke. The strange feeling of being cold and alone overpowering now that he had no one among his group left.
Did you get him?
Marquis whirled around to find Angler, guts shot and bleeding out fast, crimson bubbles frothing on his lips.
Yes, the murdering bastard has gone to hell.
I'm happy. You are happy.
Angler died. Marquis vomited, spewing the gore away from Angler's limp form, unable to contain his sickness any longer. It was time to go, leave the dead where they were. Marquis stood shaking, then ran for the fiery ruins of the motor pool. He reached a jeep, hopped in behind the wheel, and spotted the keys in the ignition. Then he saw a figure, rolling his way from the distance, the commandos seemingly cloaked in bands of shimmering fire. He had to peer hard to make out the face, but the firelight outlined the tall man in black.
Pollock!
Marquis whipped the jeep around and began racing out across the desert. He fumbled for his TAC radio.
Chabot, I'm on the way.
And the others?
They didn't make it. Ahmad is dead. I killed him myself. Start the engines!
Bolan put a hand over Riddleson's arm as he lifted the M16 and sighted on the speeding jeep.
No, let him go.
Mind if I ask why?
I've got a return trip to Paris lined up.
Hey,
Over here!
Bolan saw Hardball towing a body in a stretch of no man's land, and walked over to him.
It's Ahmad. They never look like much when they're dead, do they? Let me go tell Shaib someone bagged the bastard. You did the honors here, Pollock?
The Frenchman, I suspect.
The Marquis got what he wanted. Well, we got a few stragglers to chase down, but I'm not spending all night here shooting up the mountains. We got a monitor on the nearest Syrian army outpost, and I'm sure they're on the way.
Makes sense to boogie. What about you, Bob?
What about me?
It's been a hell of a run. This where we say our goodbyes?
I need a lift out of here to Paris.
Gonna meet Marquis as soon as he touches down?
I don't know.
There's that Interpol mess to clean up, huh?
You got it.
What a mess.
Hey, you two want to look alive and give us a hand?
What did you tell me back in Tunisia, Bob? This ain't no party?
This ain't no disco.
This ain't no fooling around. Let's give our good friend Hardball a little assistance, goddammit!
It was over for the moment, Bolan knew, but he had another date with death in Paris. Somehow the soldier believed Marquis would make it back to Paris. Hole up, hide, probably grab up a bunch of money and pull a Napoleon, go into exile. But Marquis was as good as dead if Bolan could make it back to Paris in a timely manner. Marquis plopped in a chair at the conference table in the war room. The transport plane was ready for takeoff. Marquis felt empty, lifeless, and still very much sick to his stomach. Chabot handed him a bottle of whiskey.
What happened?
The Syrian is dead. That is all you need to know.
Well, getting out of this country could be a problem.
What do you mean?
I've had to reroute us through Jordanian airspace, according to our intel on radar installations.
Just take us home.
The liquor burned down Marquis' throat, but calmed the storm raging in his stomach.
Now what?
I said we go home! The club. Have the crew meet me at the club. Radio him. He is to hire 12 or more men. I don't care if they're common criminals. I need shooters.
You are not saying...
I am saying I am sure trouble will follow us to Paris.
Who?
No more questions. Do what I ask.
Marquis turned away from Chabot and stared at the bulkhead. He let the whiskey work its magic, calming his nerves and clearing away the sickness in his head.
We'll have to land in Malta to refuel.
Whatever it takes to get us home.
Dante Marquis sat, wondering why he felt like the loneliest, most miserable man ever to walk God's earth. He had tasted the poison fruit of vengeance, and it left a sour taste in his mouth no amount of whiskey would ever wash away. When he was alone, Marquis hung his head, then slumped his face on the table.
This is all there is.
France. It was nightfall in Paris the following day by the time Bolan's borrowed Mossad Gulfstream jet touched down in Orly. The soldier was in black suit with his sidearms concealed by a light windbreaker. The war bag with his M16 M203 was dumped on the back seat, the slits in his pouch filled with an assortment of grenades. Hardin had the wheel of the sedan, driving them through the congested streets of Paris on the right bank. The SAC was wearing a scowl that made Bolan wonder if he knew any other expression.
You know, you're something else, Belasco. You're truly a piece of work. I mean, what the hell gives here? What am I, a glorified cabbie?
Is that my sat link on the back seat?
Yeah.
Good.
You're welcome, Belasco. Oh, thank you, Agent Hardin, for watching my James Bond sat link. Not to mention your own agents keeping an eye on Monsieur Marquis and the Interpol Judas.
Hey, do you mind?
What, you got a headache? You know, this is all just so unorthodox to the point that I'm wondering just who the hell Hal Bragnola really is and what you're really all about.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Or if you told me we'd have to become best friends. Oh, what the hell, I follow orders. I shouldn't sound off like this, but I don't like playing flunky.
Who does?
Okay, Belasco, do it your way. I guess I sit in the car while you bring the roof down on Dante's Inferno.
Bolan was tired from the long flight. He'd had enough haggling with Shaib and Mossad to get him airborne, and he wasn't up for another pissing contest. Like Riddleson had put it, there was quite the mess in Syria, but the Black Ops warriors had choppered safely back to Israel, all of them debriefed by Mossad. Whatever the international fallout, well, Bolan always left politics to the other guy. Now there was still a fair amount of cleaning up to do.
Hardin, I appreciate all you've done. You're a good man, despite the whining.
That's me, Agent Crybaby.
I'll let Brignola know you did your job.
Thanks. I'll be glad when you're out of my life. With this Interpol connection, this Lasserre having tapped our intel, I've got my hands full enough sorting it all out and figuring out who to arrest. Gunplay's the last thing I need.
That's why I'm here.
Someone has to do the dirty work, huh?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Dante Marquis was waiting for the hammer to drop. He wasn't sure when it would happen, only feared the end was on the way. And his own messenger of doom would come by way of the big commando called Pollock, if that was even his real name. The waiting. The fear. Marquis wasn't even sure he cared anymore if he lived or died. He felt like one of those Arabs he and his late unlamented commandos had butchered. He would be a martyr, soon to be with God and his family in paradise. Except he felt sure God had abandoned him. He chugged down another shot of whiskey, scowling around the game room at his club. He scrutinized the 14 pieces of scum Duclos had dredged up from the gutters of the streets. They were greasy and unkempt for the most part, raggedy clothes with mean, greedy eyes. They were little more than petty criminals, most of them hiding from the law. But he needed gunmen. They were bought and paid for, and he would make damn sure they came through if some Black Ops team crashed the club. They lounged around the room. Most of them had been drinking his booze and shooting pool and playing cards all day. Marquis had to wonder if he was indulging in wishful thinking to believe that they could perform. They were not pros. Not like Pollock. He ground his teeth. The noise from the dining room was beginning to inflame his ire. Marquis didn't know what to do with himself, how to proceed against an enemy he wasn't even sure was in the city. Was it just his imagination? Was paranoia getting the best of him? Part of the problem was his lack of intel. Lasserre served as his primary eyes and ears, but the Interpol man seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Perhaps he had run for cover. Or it could be the Justice Department had gotten to him. None of the other contacts he had at Interpol were returning his phone calls either. It was never a good sign when all a men's lackeys went AWOL. San Francisco, it turned out, had been a major disaster. The Justice Department had marched in, shut down his office, and seized his assets. According to his American source, LaPierre had been snapped up by Pollock. He glanced at the 3 large black nylon bags by the bar stool. During the day, he had cleaned out various accounts, cashing in bonds and stocks, until he had accumulated 100 million francs. He had then converted the money into different currencies, US dollars, dinars, and euros. There was no telling where he would run to. He only knew he should run. Certainly he was finished in Paris. He was sure the American authorities would come knocking on his door, and he was suspicious as to why they hadn't come of yet. Perhaps the answer was very simple. Perhaps someone had been sanctioned to take him out. And when that person came, he would pick up one of the Uzi submachine guns and go out the same way he'd come into this from the beginning. There would be no whimpering or pleading for his life to be spared. This was the end. Sitting around, waiting to kill or be killed. He felt Duclos over at the bar, watching him.
What's your fucking problem?
I'm wondering who it is exactly we are supposed to fear.
Right now it's that noisy bunch of assholes in my dining room.
Marquis slid off the stool, snapping at 3 of his thugs to follow him. He grabbed up a money bag and walked past his shooters. He was ready for a scene of some kind. He was pumped on whiskey, anger, and fear.
If I can't live it up, if life as I know it is over, then why the hell should anybody else have a party?
Marquis swept into the dining room, glaring resentfully at the rich and powerful, the beautiful people of Paris. He unzipped the money bag and pulled out a fistful of cash.
Get out of my restaurant! All of you! Now! You have shit in your ears! Here, take money! Your fucking dinner's paid for!
He began throwing wads of the money in the patrons' faces.
Go! It makes me ill even to look at you! Eating my food, drinking my booze, sitting there stuffing your wretched fucking rich faces! You have no idea how I see you! All of you! You are less than shit to me!
Marquis careened back through the doorway to the game room.
Where are my fucking iron sons? You two! Go into the kitchen! Tell us not to get the fuck out!
Take your Uzis with you. Scare the piss out of them. Send them home now. And all you bartenders and waiters, get out. Out! We are fucking closed!
Turning back to the retreating crowd, Marquis charged into the dining room and kicked a well-known politician in the ass. Duclos watched from the bar. A few more hours, he told himself. When Marquis finally passed out, sodden with enough booze to kill a rhino, then Duclos would quietly slip out the door, taking what money he had earned while under the man's employ, and vanish somewhere in the south of France, maybe Belgium. He knew they were finished in Paris. He had caught enough whispers from Lasserre the other day to know the Justice Department had mounted some operation against them, and they weren't coming to arrest them. Duclos walked behind the bar. He needed a stiff drink. Marquis chose that moment to reel back into the game room.
What are you doing, Duclos?
Duclos filled a tall glass with straight whiskey.
What does it look like I'm doing? Watch your tone, Duclos.
Marquis suddenly had a pistol in his hand. Duclos froze, and as he did, he saw the man coming through the foyer. One of the thugs was heading toward the tall man in black, raising his Uzi.
Hey, asshole, we're closed!
Marquis spun at the sound of the thug's voice. He saw who was being addressed. It was Pollock, and his eyes were on fire.
You? Why am I not surprised? Come on, Pollock, you traitor! Finish it!
Bolan was done playing games with Marquis. He was tired of running across 1/4 of the planet, baiting, luring, then letting the man walk so he could shut it all down in Paris, root out the Interpol connection, hoping all the dirty players were gathered under one roof, sweating it out. Bolan was feeling edged out, jacked up, and a little on the ugly side. The big man in black began the finishing. His M16 came up. There were 3 of them, blocking his way into the game room, long-haired goons with Uzis, and Bolan knocked them off their feet. Duclos was behind the long marble bar, digging inside his jacket. From the doorway, Bolan hit the trigger of his assault rifle, flew him back into the shelves of bottles, bringing the racks down on his sliced and diced frame.
Come on, Bolan! Come on in!
Marquis walked behind the bar, nudged Duclos' cadaver out of the way, and fixed himself a drink. He turned towards the 9 remaining riffraff he had hired.
What the fuck do I pay you assholes for? Shoot him!
They were shooting all right, spraying wild sub-gun fire at nothing. Bullets flew and Marquis listened for any cry of pain that might signal they had scored Pollock's flesh. Then something, 2 somethings, came bouncing into the game room, and Marquis ducked beneath the bar. The grenade spewed countless lethal steel bits. The mirror behind the bar came apart in bits and chunks, raining glass on Marquis' head. He stood, waiting for the man to enter, Uzi aimed toward the cloud of smoke. Thugs were crawling around like human snakes, slithering in blood. Only 2 remained standing, and they darted for cover near the pool tables. A long burst of auto fire ripped through the smoke, tearing into their running forms, flinging them through the air. They twitched, bled out as they draped over the pool tables. A few thugs staggered to their feet, faces slashed to meat by shrapnel. Bolan opened fire again, raining death into the game room. They were shot to ribbons, spinning this way and that, dead in a matter of seconds. And then Marquis was alone, all alone, staring down death somewhere beyond the smoke and running blood. He crawled toward a discarded Uzi. The executioner listened to the silence, crouched by the doorway, nose filled with smoke and cordite. He smelled the blood and caught a whiff of the fear from inside the room. He couldn't be absolutely positive the goon squad was wiped out, but the silence of death spoke volumes.
Marquis, it's over. It doesn't have to end like this. Your call.
You're right. It's my call, my show, my game. It always has been. And what do you think of this? I am taking my toys and going home. To Memerde. You can kiss my ass.
I don't think so.
Have you judged me, Mr. Pollock, because I eliminated terrorist scum?
I have no problem with that.
Oh, I should hope not, because you're in the same game.
Not exactly. I don't go running around shooting innocent people.
Oh, I see. You're a hero, is that it?
I never thought of myself that way.
Oh, a man of principle, then.
Whatever.
I paid with the blood of my family for the right to kill Ahmad.
Bolan briefly thought about that. Hadn't he done the same thing 1,000 lifetimes ago, coming home from Vietnam to bury his family who had, indirectly, been slaughtered by the Mafia?
That could be, Dante. But there's a difference between you and me.
Oh, please, enlighten me.
I don't believe in the collateral damage your killers were so fond of.
Bolan had pinned the voice down, off to the right. 2, maybe 3 o'clock. Lob in a grenade, charge in after the blast.
They killed innocent people. They got what they deserve. I sanctioned their execution. Me, Dante Marquis, because I have more money than God. I played God and I won, and that makes me God.
Bolan went in shooting. He dashed to the left, his M16 spitting out a long burst of 5.56 millimeter lead. It was only a glimpse of the man, but it was enough to tag him. The auto-fire chopped Marquis across the chest. Marquis staggered and the Uzi slipped from his fingers. A stunned look formed his death mask.
Why?
Bolan hopped into the car, ignoring the grim look on Hardin's face.
What are you waiting for?
Where to?
Lasserre.
He's history.
What?
We've been tapping his phones. I sent my guys in before you landed. He didn't go quietly. We were forced to shoot him.
Bolan was too exhausted to debate the matter. Why Hardin neglected mentioning that little detail. He didn't like it, but hadn't he also cowboyed the action? So he would give Hardin his moment to shine a little. Still, it would have been better if he could have tried to take the Interpol man alive.
We're rounding up on a few others now. Oh, something else you might want to know?
Have you been holding out on me?
Hey, come on. I didn't know if you were coming back or what. I've got a job to do, Belasco.
Fair enough. Get me to the airport. You were saying?
We learned who the justice agent is in America who was feeding Marquis information.
Let me guess.
Washington, D.C. Bolan stepped off the Gulfstream jet at Ronald Reagan International Airport and saw Brognola waiting for him. It was the dead of night. The world felt out of kilter to Bolan. Jets landing and taking off beyond the Reserve Justice Department tarmac, little more than noisy blurs in a dream he might have just been waking from. Bolan had gotten the news while flying back from Paris. Bangle had opted to eat his gun. In his mind, it must have been the easy way out. Greed had gotten the better of him, as Brognola had discovered when he dug up Bangle's fat offshore accounts. It was over, and Bangle was gone. Bolan walked up to Brognola, who firmly shook his hand.
It's always good to see you after the storm. I guess you don't want to hear about my problems.
The Arab world was up in arms over the attack on Ahmad. Brognola would be taking heat for days, the man and his minions scrambling for political cover, the usual denials issued.
You look like hell.
Yeah, that's the way I feel. This was an ugly one.
More so than usual?
Understatement.
I know an all-night diner. We can go sit down and grab a bite.
Stop and smell the roses?
Sure, why not? You've earned it.
Bolan wasn't sure any man ever earned what he'd done. But it was good just the same to come out on the other side. It always was. Tomorrow would bring another Ahmad, perhaps even another Marquis.
Well, let's go smell the roses. Tell me all your woes and concerns.
Brognola smiled. It was good to be home, the soldier thought, with a friend. Tomorrow would arrive soon enough, bringing with it a new crisis. No point in worrying about what hadn't happened yet. For now it was enough to be with a friend.
Mack Bolan, Blood and Sand is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2006, The Cutting Corporation. Performed by Jeff Baker, Terrence Aselford, Richard Rowan, David Coyne, Casey Jones, Thomas Penny, Christopher Graybill, and Mort Shelby. Additional red shirts performed by the Dead Giveaways. Directed by David Coyne. Vocal editing and graphic audio sound design by Brian Rogers, Nathaniel Perry, and Greg Reinfeld. The Mack Bolan theme was composed by Chris Rowan. Additional original music by Nathaniel Perry, Chris Rowan, and Matt Webb. Script adapted for graphic audio by Mort Shelby. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. If you enjoyed Mack Bolan, be sure to look for Don Pendleton's Stony Man, as well as The Executioner. Available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.cuttingaudio.com. where you'll find samples of all our Action Pump titles, as well as free screensavers, ringtones, and games. Keep listening for previews of other graphic audio thrillers.